Yeah, because of the you got his son stripped down and stripped down Gibbon.
The black swarmed in over to the finest man in the city. Yeah, right. Yeah. Bringing California back was my Dr. Dre and put you on IG. Yeah. 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 Like they said, and when I went to jail, it was like you wanted to scam me. It was me, him, and Kendrick Lamar. So at the end of the day, it was like y'all didn't even kill people, getting killed out there. Gang bang. That's what we did with the last situation. And he chose Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, I produced it. I did everything. Like they had like church, right? I used to go in the church and use some keyboards like that. That's how I did it. I was like, and it came out dope. So yeah, just like when I do music, and people don't even understand like the hook, me singing on it, like rapping, I did like so it's like I do everything. I make it easier for other artists.
Music on his platform.
he's got the Draco song, he's got the Nipsey song. He has claimed all kind of music success with people that I know for a fact he doesn't even know. He don't know Nas, but the loose cannon I know, he's been working with Nas for probably a decade. But he doesn't know none of these other people that he's claimed to produce, that he's worked with. So I haven't heard some of his claims of his music success. I don't know about it, but I think like he has songs with Kane, he has songs with J Rock, he got songs with YG, songs I can't speak on anything that he's produced. I mean, that I heard a little bit of similar to he would eventually go to him to work with his folks. When they were to make music and he did hits and all that stuff. So if people wants to believe that he said it's stupid, all I do is say what I do. And then YouTube is Shrink TV, you get a guest like Records on GB and Spider Logo. I think it's a stolen. I know that it's only free and Spider Logo, so that's the thing that's got me on this loose cannon, anti-loose cannon, anti-fake loose cannon campaign because a personal friend I've known since I want to say 13 years old, 14 maybe, that goes by the name Loose Cannon. I've been in the music business since I've known him. And he's introduced me to some of the biggest rappers that I've ever met. I met them through the real Loose Cannon.
You guys, I believe this is the reason why Loose Cannon chose Loose Cannon as a name to run with because of the credits that were already attached to it and the lack of a parent profile that was so obvious because if you're from rolling anything, especially 60s, don't give it 90s, folks, 13, and you have a name that includes O's to eliminate O's. It's so contrary to what we do when the words represent what we represent. He had to take that name for the purpose of receiving the exact same credit that was given.
The real Loose Cannon hit me up during the MySpace years.
That's what it was, MySpace.
And he asked me, who is this dude Loose Cannon? He's supposed to be from 60s. And I remember I think he called Steve Lobel because he knew Steve Lobel was tapped into the 6-0s. And he said that I think Steve Lobel told him that, oh, that ain't nobody, there's nothing to worry about.
Folks, love everything I love and live for my sister and my sons. It's the same thing I did with Steve. That big you called me back with the exact same report, bro. Back in 06 when I ran across this book, trying to tell him the Roots Gucci Lips Cannon lying on me, claiming he had met me and disrespected me. I had no idea. He said, don't say to him, crib. That's why you guys know that was the big trying this since 06.
I wouldn't care. I grew up with the real Loose Cannon. The real Loose Cannon is getting calls all the time about what this dude is doing, about claims that he's been with other celebrities that the real Loose Cannon never been with. So he's got to take these calls. Nah, I never did a song for 50 Cent. He has worked with Nas. He has worked with some major dudes. This dude, the fake dude is just, honestly, I see that split it all out there.
Running this next race is one thing, but running songwriters and my career history is just one. But this is Captain Gigi Adams, who supports Straight TV. This has told many now how to visualize himself and him as a consumer.
To me, he kind of gets you into a place. I mean, it's real intense. When he first meets you, it's, I mean, you guys know, I'm sure from the interviews that everybody has seen, the lies are outlandish, and he's very good at, when he's outed for the lies, he'll come up with an even bigger lie. And then he's got, little minions around him to support the lies, and then, next thing you don't know what's on it, even though you have the proof in front of your face.
Nas is cool.
Okay, what was it like when you were working?
Just like comes get on another level. So it's like a different vibe. It was like out of here, it's like a different atmosphere.
What did you do with it?
Produce one.
What did you produce?
The song with him and what's that? I produced so many records, I be forgetting the damn names.
But I think that was kind of the reason why I stayed, because the Fig Twin didn't have, it's not like he had tons of money or anything when I met him. So I think it was more so about myself. It was just me.
When you look back at it, was there anything about him that you actually liked?
He was very persistent. He was very persistent. He was showered you right away with just like flowers, very persistent in, taking you out, kind of just treating you like, like a lady. He never pressured you for sex or anything like that. He was just very persistent, kind of came off as a gentleman. And then, of course, he's, telling me these lavish stories. I own Subways, I own GameStops, I have my life together type of thing, and stuff like that. And I have my own businesses too, so it was kind of like he makes you feel like you met your match.
Whatever the case, this cat will eventually find himself in the podcast world, appearing frequently on LA's leading rap culture podcast, No Jumper, arguably becoming a loose link when it came to the secretive code in the streets. But before Lucid fully transitioned to a well-sanitized media presence, he was allegedly towing the line for Big U in the streets, specifically conducting robberies and dispensaries that were being shaken down with a loosely criminal complaint on July 5th, 2021. A robbery went down at a licensed dispensary that would be paying $125,000 a month to the Big U enterprise. They ultimately got tired of being extorted and decided to stop paying them. That day, 11 thugs were sent to the store. This kind personally, with them running into the dispensary with guns and masks, robbing the store of cash and stock, even sticking up the customers. Apparently during the robbery, the boss man of the store from the Big U, fighting the deal with them. He found Big U and the robbers. He sees the robbery and the victim. So, he went back to solve the store effects of $10,000, so it doesn't happen again. Now, this is a crazy extortion method as it is, but to make matters even more crazy, years later, now the Big U on some local podcast, Luke Campbell will discuss this incident openly, saying how he found it strange how Big U would send money on the reason that the victim related to money to take their things back.
So basically, it's like, because he'd be like, he would manipulate things, like, we go and do something, and it's we do it. So show up to the house like 2 minutes later when we trying to, killing everything, right? And we'd be like, but they get the, we're going to just give them like $40,000 in a bag and stuff like that. But because it's actually putting us in paperwork, right?
It's also claimed that Big U was like guns to the police. That was the real police numbers.
See, like 20 guns, and we got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homeless lady. Why are you running down the serial numbers? So it's like, you doing like that, and I didn't catch on. So it's like, waking up, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I'm saying. I'm his right hand man. You know what I'm saying? So when it came down to like murder and stuff like that, I'm getting it. You know what I mean?
Ultimately, he was seen as accountable and the Big U, being contributor to his downfall, as well as the long podcasts and lives on different social media, and speaking openly about legal things that he had done under Big U's leadership. A crazy situation that emerged in the complaint now. It's now pointed to trafficking methods, 6 months and allegedly rubble in a venue, threatened to nevertheless Red Cross, emails label boss, gave him $50,000 for paid on.
Between the city point south
It's all we want to have
and
is
contract services
he said, no, that's not what's big. And it is. Basically, regular song on Twitter and stuff like that. So, yeah, so as soon as he walked in or whatever, all the security that was with him, they spent the ring.
Right, that's not
That was just a business transaction. Look, I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want just to get out. We need 50. Get bronze. 52. Crenshaw. In 48, he brought that money. He brought it back. When he brought it, I hit the useless that we on the way. Gave me meals and stuff back. and left.
And for the record, Meek Mill later denied this, and if one thing's clear, Luce Cannon is certainly somebody that will happily lie for clout, but Luce was seemingly so fresh out the streets, he didn't seem to realise that he shouldn't have been talking so openly about his crimes on podcasts. And this was the Princeton Mayor, Nipsey Hussle's death, and subsequent cease and desist Big U / Meek. It was then emerging that Big U had a serious problem in his hands, of the inner workings of the street plan, but now being made out in podcasts for the whole world to hear. Apparently, from the former Luce Cannon was now openly disrespecting Big U. Any opportunity that he had, but this was just spontaneous. Besides, in actual fact, something Big U's downfall was a straight man and a former friend, enemy, named Mac 100. Befriending Big U's former enforcer, this had started a shocking revelation. Big U had been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Mac ultimately conspiring to feed the information to the public and Big U himself. To accelerate the downfall of his former friend turned enemy, Mac 100 couldn't take all the credit. The reality is, the downfall of Big U was seemingly from doing with the 2025 criminal complaint will reveal just how bizarre and they executed this alleged murder was. Despite this, it would be 4 years before anyone would reveal the details. By then, only far too late, Big U had escaped these serious charges. The empire of the Big U enterprise was apparently just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the crimes committed by the alleged leader of the Rolling 60s. The 2025 criminal complaint shockingly alleged that Big U kidnapped and murdered a victim named as RW in response to disrespect from that individual, but the truth of that story is much darker than anyone could have possibly imagined. The young man in question was named Rayshon Williams, a young football player who had personally been coached by Big U and was a close friend of his son, who went on to play for the LA Chargers in the NFL. Highlights of Rayshon playing circulated online when he was 17, previously touted as a talented player to watch. His career was slowed by a knee injury that had him off the field for a whole season. He was apparently being courted by UCLA until his injury by 2018 when officially no longer be on the team. Big U could reportedly find coach Rayshon in football growing up, but Rayshon actually lived with Big U and his family for a brief period during high school, but Big U actually kicked him out at least a check from his son or in school. But despite the apparent brief fallout, Big U was allegedly still playing a supportive role in Rayshon's life. He tried to find another career path following his football injury. It would seem that he decided to give music a try, writing under the name Young Judah. In May 2020, he would tease his upcoming musical debut in the form of an EP called Golden Dreams, which dropped in June 2020. An aspirational title, Rayshon had high hopes for his rap career, continuing to tease his project as months went by. Unfortunately, it music wasn't really hit. He would post innocent songs that he had made on his IG, and things weren't exactly industry ready. In one song, he called himself a Ray Hustle, ironic reference to Biggie's other murdered protege, Nipsey Hussle. As time went on, Rayshon would post more snippets, and he seemed to be improving as a rapper song by song, turning on the auto-tune and practically more emotional pain music. Despite not having success on music yet, Rayshon was already living the highlight, posting pictures of himself chilling with luxury properties. Curiously, he would make one post with a caption saying that some people think he was rude. Anyway, he continued to experiment with more snippets of music that he had recorded travel himself in Las Vegas on numerous trips throughout 2020. Apparently, behind the scenes, there was some kind of disagreement with Rayshon. Big U apparently trying to help the music career going. Big was apparently back from Rayshon's trips to a studio in Las Vegas to record music. He was seemingly using his time at the wrong place, according to a criminal complaint. January 20th, 2021, Rayshon allegedly recorded his song when he seemed to suggest that someone would get help on Facebook. With Fed making the suggestion that he would actually diss Big U. It being believed that this new Rayshon police in the 20th had been gifted with reports from one person involved in organizing the studio session for Rayshon is getting out of fun during the Vegas supposed to be making us day. Then, the election of some Rayshon released a different song and snippet with Instagram, but he seems to be dissing someone from he doesn't even think strong with his career with. That's my best is misleading criticism that they've made, saying how we don't hear it. They should say with their chest, thinking with a smile lyric, saying that he supported his friends by buying all their merch. It's not being a snitch, not saying how they would get killed for that. It's not sure if any of these characters repeated that they see this will Big U as the one mentioned specifically. The Instagram post included this song eerily was the only one on his page with Big U had liked publicly. It's highly possible that he received this as disrespect. Let Rayshon know that he had his eye on him. According to the criminal complaint, it's alleged that 2 days later, on January 21st, interestingly, this being Big U's daughter's birthday, Big U and aka Robinson, drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, arriving at the studio unexpectedly, causing the studio security to be confused and asked for groups. According to a later photograph, Big U had Legends for Racial from his land promotion through the allotted studio time. Then, later on, Racial's Airbnb at 2 a.m. was the flight had been in the studio the previous day. Now, disrespectful thinking that twice. The next day, directly as before, each of the night, he said they used the studio with Racial. Somebody else done as well as the video arrived in the studio around 7 or 4 p.m. Racial arriving now later on this 11 p.m. until midnight, clearly whatever Racial recorded was fair. Whatever they knew would be correctly done. Then, at 12:37 a.m., Nicky left the studio, currently driving Racial back to his Airbnb. During his journey, at 12:58 a.m., Nicky's funds were turned off. Interestingly, in a 2021 Drink Champs interview, Nicky had mentioned how fun data makes it impossible to get with clients these days.
The unique thing is, because of the way we are right now, we never have teen stories. Because the camera ain't gonna let it come on the street talk. Someone ain't gonna let it. The one that's telling everything. And it's just not, it's not a teen stories will become what the obvious stories were.
Anyway, perhaps some kind of conversation on that ride between Racial and Big U took about a turn, leaving Hughes making decisions to do something extreme. By 1:13 a.m., Big U had pulled up to the spot where Racial was staying. Racial was spending 10 minutes gathering belongings and returning to the car with the suitcase. Despite being scheduled to stay at the Airbnb another day, based on details of the paperwork, Big U was driving Racial onto a location on the I-15 highway to the Davis here. Spotted the highway, that's the Las Vegas Carolina, the second line. Investigation starts from the point of location of what is found and the amount Las Vegas police department agents discovering police and SMPA planned to theorizing the place around the side of the IMDb roadway based on their discovery of the island drag marks leading to where the body was found. A News 3 Las Vegas article would immediately report the news, telling the public how the police had received a call from a member of the public who found the body laying in a deserted area in Las Vegas. Findings were listed in every space, one observing the secret place for this is now the open. But it's likely that Big U drove off this unmarked verge of the edge of the I-15 in the darkness of night. It's the practice to travel with the way right next to this time the entire world. Big U arrived at this hour after the body was found in the Vegas desert and LVPD were pregnant as the racial mother provided more backstory how Big U was very strong with close how usually called unweekly. Stop racial mother will be used in front of this nurse has some of the scene now we have racial there it's something trying to extend we have this weather so that it's not right now it's not fixing it's not and that is not racial that's why we see the great teammates will pay tribute to him after this appearance. This young man will be so close to his family. It's never moves the death of Scott's and his son Shane was killed. And all that close on the unique use of while he's on the streets, and he's in trouble with the city. Some years earlier, one of his other tributes to season of his friends across it's documentary was playing his 2008 something that World War II it's the Star 16 extravagant, celebrate. Oh, there's all sorts of cool well, you seem to make a video saying that people say that it's fair and you.
True. What? They say fair and big you, on Sunset. That's it. You know, Sunset, man. All of that might be said, I'm say,
Biggie was laughing at his haters, thinly sneaking ashore at Nipsey Hussle, saying the marathon continues. This was the opposite of laying low. Biggie was so cut the spotlight despite allegedly being a close family friend of less than a month before the spotlight was shined brighter.
Quit being your dad's used to chase us and beat us when they can.
Biggie would tease
You can
Humpty
throw them away. You can take just enough to fill our pockets to spare a bite for us. Quit being your dad's beat us for begging. Just distract him for a moment and we'll take what we need. How many icons?
He had a relationship with that coffee. People for some name was his name. Tomatoes in his name. He was at the top of the game within just weeks of this alleged murder, and his story was being broadcast to millions of people on television. It was uncovered with
Got a problem, mate?
selective detail within the interesting bits and segments that he doesn't answer the phone. Somebody dies.
people don't understand that sometimes if I don't answer the phone, it can be death with somebody else.
Big use closest confidants, accused co-defendant Ben Gordon, congratulated on Instagram with a caption saying, please sit down with the mind to it, anything is possible. Clearly behind the scenes, there was pressure on Biggie, who would make posts and start March, simply angry about people coming to him with negative questions and saying that he wants people to keep him out of silly stuff. Notably, with the comments turned off, he posts more cryptic statements to Instagram. This one that says that he respects any man who can heal harm that he didn't rape, rape a child that he didn't make, perhaps a coded admission of failure, efforts to help Ray Sean with his football coaching and rap career. Ultimately, he didn't have the patience to complete the later football complaint on how they recorded conversation, where Big U allegedly seemed to allude to killing a kid who disrespected him, calling out people who thought he was retired. Ultimately, Big U might have just made the biggest mistake of his life. It would be years before people truly found out all the sordid details of this deadly case. Yet there were years after did more extortion and pressing take place, where the chaos of LA streets would find its way to the podcast world, culminating in a dramatic downfall of several high-profile social media figures to really piece together the details of this murder. They had a podcast the whole world to hear, until finally the Fed stepped in, brought things to an explosive end. Historically abided by the principle of a code of silence, but that was a long time before things like drill music or podcasts became a thing. Nowadays, besides drill rappers like King Kong and Lil Durk, who use real-life crimes in their music as an important part of building their brands, there's a whole lineup of podcasts focused on hip-hop culture, blur the lines between entertainment and real-game politics, the likes of DJ Top rappers, athletes, gangsters, monsters, and mafiosos, and most importantly, the No Jumper podcast, which made stars and gang-affiliated large number of personalities like Redman and 4Extra, one of the most infamous hosts of No Jumper in recent years is Rolling 60s member Rick Baby. His crazy stories from the streets of LA all the way to Atlanta, where he tapped in with some of the most famous rappers and trappers in America, made him one of LA's most beloved podcasters. Rick Baby had a years-long career as a podcaster at No Jumper, while also juggling his rap career and numerous songs and music videos, some of which he made videos in, become friendly with Rick during appearances on No Jumper. Himself, according to a criminal complaint before Rick Baby went all in on podcasting, he was still connected to streaming because he Rick Baby recently late percentages of robberies he involved in directly to Big U, and was not deeply suspicious streaming activity on Rick This in Los Angeles to be ambushed by masked shooters who had flown all the way from Chicago to kill one over allegedly, but things went wrong. They ended up killing his cousin Lord Pat, who had been smiled at the steady, but it made matters much worse. More complicated, Rick Baby and Big U's names were brought into the mix immediately. The tragic situation was allegedly the culmination of a multi-year back and forth with Big U himself, as one of them also reps the Rolling 60 Threads. And his name to city is this is
times fixed it. And the key to the thing is once you have the black family history, your invitation because don't deal with the same enemies we deal with in LA.
That's all he got to do a series of interviews speaking on the situation directly. He would tell Capital News that Mondo was smart to try and social beef with Big U.
But it was very funny for him. Like, to know that he was a big dog, because I think so he was trying to get him to soften up the people that's around LA. You know what I'm saying? He's still outside. He's still outside too. You know what I'm saying? Do something for them.
After the shooting, Rickman, seen on social media that Betsy Bundles cash released a new song with an OTF artist C3, C3 rapping in the 1960s, scenario 60s getting at them, and the song is called Their Locations on the This is one of the songs by the April 2023 back in London, with Rick Rabbit received over $1 million, but then $1 million was being the Mondo's head for the record. Ever surfaced definitively shown Rick had last night admits that Rick was simply making the most of this unsubstantiated just a motive ran through the first time went on about 60 in the incident, Mondo denounced his problems with the Rick membership and Mondo says that he was going to hold the gap. When he put that down, simply mentioning how it makes no sense to him after the 60 negative threats, they mess with the competition was actually violence. 60s set him up against LA. Science to see what's going on. Ending the message by saying that he now just got focus on his family, loved ones. Biggie's nephew, Tiny Draws, reacted to one of those posts pointing out that this essentially happened to Mondo because he failed to show respect to the role of the 60s in LA, pointing out that Mondo refused to get cultivated now. He's not saying that there's only one way out of the gang, he's simply alluding to Mondo getting killed and saying that if he had shown the 60s love like he showed love to people like NBA Youngboy, maybe things might be different. Maybe Mondo was disloyal. After the LA assassination attempt on Mondo, the plaintiff's live Big U appeared on social media, simply taking a dig at Mondo by saying that he needs to the loss, he would leave his gang behind. There would be no lying from him. In a video seen his celebrating a deal with FX related to that 2021 show, him uncovered that the audience was celebrating while smoking a cigar to the camera. It's a celebration. I've got to celebrate. Successful about one time. Just I keep the children on top of that. I'm just wrong, but I think it's celebrated. Making the continue to smoke, he was in the unfinished projects for years, and having settled before he smoked for a reason he can't tell people about, as he congratulated young men who have completed projects with him, even speculation that he was speaking with the double meaning. I heard somebody say it. Which is here. I'm just going to put this up. I'm just going to get this on the celebration. I'm just like, congratulations to the successful that I have done with TCO. It's a celebration. Your brother has blood, like shit. Rick made it look happy. Really concerned when he would outright saying that no government interview with Poet Flacco that people could no longer tell who done he was one of them because of the murder of the Mondo's cousin. It is it's not the same way. It's like it's
side thing for like 20, 30 years. Can be for you. Not too much money, man. It's like listen, these rich people. They don't be with rich people, man. Unless you gonna slide. If you don't eat the sector, you know what I'm saying?
Self-snitching, refunding that he had nothing to do with shooting, which apparently was already being said on the internet.
Like I said, I already knew I was out of town. First of all, Traveler Ross and all everything. And I'm like, shout out Traveler Ross, but he was making this kind of this whole easy a month before, and it says like it was some viral, like the video where you got crazy. I think he said something. We had a real sick get at you or something like that. But we recorded this damn near 6-7 months before anyway. So, but it was somebody on OTL and Dirk was in the video. I was flashing money and all that. Ain't one person that's gonna give where's the million?
The rumor was that there was $1 million on the Rondo head, and then as a result, the song already says.
See in the media, as many see why to be defending Holder's actions when excusing it as the murder. Then you would then seemingly have a conversation with Michael behind the scenes, after which Michael posts what appeared to be an apology on social media not long after. It's obviously the face of the hero of the job for his earlier comments.
He puts it out there like the side says, oh, crazy. Right. When he's playing the subscribe and follow game, you know what you've been saying? Come subscribe, and I'm gonna let it out. It's been like 2-3 weeks of subscribing, and I'm gonna let it out. So what I did was call Radio Rights Platform and just everything I said Reggie. Right. So now what you gonna put out? Listen, I'm not a gangbanger anymore. I've been gangbanging like over 20 years. Even I haven't woke up and hated the Crip or seen it through it. Even wanted to do something to it because I thought it was a Crip. Whatever, right? That's gangbanging, right? So I'm from where I'm from. That's the law always been. Right? So I understand gang culture. Gang culture is different from
Anything. We'll take anything you can offer us.
Jewish culture. Culture is different. And that Jew rules change.
For the very best in firearms, you need but stop at one exhibit
decision makers. In this situation, you have to give us a straight game. It's all about these blocks. It's all he knows.
If you could
And
spare
then
a fight
the
or
culture of gang banging, when you call a motherfucker a snitch, when you call somebody these things in this jungle, it's no different than you being a football player and going on the field without your helmet on. You go get hit.
However, also giving Big U props for starting Nipsey's career. He would also say that the love that Nipsey was getting after his death was fake, and that Nipsey wasn't getting praise like that or being called a legend while he was still alive, and that he objectively was not a legend during his life based on the numbers.
Right. If it wasn't for Big U, y'all wouldn't know the Nipsey Hussle of today. So what I'm saying is you got a man who died with 1 million followers and no radio hit and no platinum plaques. Because everybody started talking like it was a goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich. Everybody jumped on the bandwagon.
Right.
And now he done went 10, 20 times platinum. The radio is spinning this song. Come on, bro. How long did they spin his song?
Right.
All day, every hour. Nipsey had like 2, 3 songs I felt should have went. Last time I checked, I get the great records. Right. Bullets ain't got no name. Great records.
Yeah.
Why the and this rumor about him being independent, that's some bull. Like, look at idiots. It was thrown down to the iTunes that says Atlantic Records. Right? So now he has a machine behind him. So where was all these fans, like Blueface? He got platinum plaques. I don't know. You know why he got platinum plaques? Because his fans followed him. They supported him. They streamed, they download.
I've claimed these blankets for
Never been
myself.
on the world tour. Why? He did not die an A-list artist. That's not real. Y'all talking about he was a legend. He was a legend. Why y'all didn't treat him like that while he was here?
And we'll also ask Wack about his phone call with Big U, with Wack responding by lashing out against people who were attacking Big U after Nipsey's death with the conspiracies about him being involved, before giving Big U more praise about his role in Nipsey's career.
What was the phone call with Big U like after those headlines started popping up about that leaked audio?
Oh, we talk about what we always talk about, our white kids, what business ventures we doing next, and things of that nature. Like, you know, we don't have that type of conversation about, you know, they even attacked him. That was weird. You know, they last thing was Big U was honoring him at one of his events. So people make it look like Big U and Nipsey was into these conspiracies and all this crazy.
Right.
And the world wouldn't know who Nipsey Hussle was and the magnitude that he was in if it wasn't for Big U.
During 2020, Wack and Big U would do several major podcasts together, and the two were seemingly on cordial terms. Unfortunately, the following year, there was seemingly starting to be some more serious disagreements, with Big U implying on his Checking In podcast how he was disagreeing with a lot of things that Wack had been doing lately.
Yeah, it's like the cause got some money. You know what I mean? I disagree with a lot of things he's doing right now. When it gets to the point where I can't reach out and talk to him, try to convince me, I'm trying to understand. So I'm out there just honest. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm bigger than the program. And so what people don't understand is that sometimes people can get to that point.
Meanwhile, Loose Cannon, who was still at this point cool with Big U, would release this song to Wack in September 2021, titled Cookout, aka Wack, I Know You're Same Talking, as well as dissing Wack and calling him around on his YouTube channel whilst walking around Wack's old stomping grounds in Pacoima and saying that Big U runs the West.
So it's like, Wack, it's like you do all this internet thugging and acting like you just so turned up, putting it on Paru this, Paru that. Nobody's seen you do nothing. And beat up a kid that was don't finna in Miami. What's this thing? Stitches? Like, bro, you did some bus rash and then you be acting like you got clout. Then you paid $2 to act like they KKK, but it was construction workers, and they just paid them $150. All that cloud chasing don't equal up to real, bro. We on real time. Like you talking about, let's get down. You don't want to get down with the low, and you can put that on Paru. I bet you any dollar.
These are my blankets.
You don't want to get down with the low. You know you're staring death in his eye. That's why you want to run with some cowards. Oh, let me call Big U. Let me do this. He don't put you. He don't put rats. He don't put rat lovers. He don't doing police.
As Luce would explain in a podcast at the time, his beef with Wack started from the producer Marley Marl allegedly scamming $50K from Luce that was meant to go towards getting a feature from the rapper Offset. This led to Luce allegedly beating Mally up from confrontation. This would lead to Wack, who's Mally's friend, to have a problem with Luce, which would then escalate into a full-blown beef.
Yeah, so when I did that, Wack 100 was going around talking about, yeah, we don't, Luce Cannon, he did this, the Marley Marl, cuz can't go back to his hood and stuff like that. I'm like, you in Palmdale, Lancaster ass, like, small cuz, like, I'm in the hood every day, like, bro, what you talking about?
In June 2022, Wack would appear on the Dub C and CJ Mack Show podcast, where CJ Mack would question Wack about all the enemies that he'd been making, with Wack responding that there's only one person who he wishes things could have been different with, and that's Big U.
There's probably only one person in everything you've been seeing going on that I wish it could have been different. Right. It's all good. Right? It's all good. Yeah. And that's Big U.
Despite there clearly being some heavy tension between the two, Wack would show him a lot of love during the podcast, saying that he just can't see Big U as an enemy due to their past friendship.
Because, I can't mentally see him as my enemy. I think really just, he ain't gonna let nothing happen to me. It's just too deep. That's like, bro, I couldn't face his wife or his children. Yeah. Like, knowing I was playing anything that's just not happening.
But Big U would respond back, saying that he's accepting no apologies from people calling him out.
I don't really address a lot of the shit on the internet. I'm gonna tell y'all this, I'm gonna address this, and I'm gonna address this fast and quick. I heard about that little CJ Mack, the Dub C interview with that guy. I don't accept no apologies from nobody. Disrespect my name, disrespect my family, and call me out my name. I ain't cool with nothing. I ain't cool with that CJ Mack. I ain't cool with that Dub C. I ain't cool with none of that. And that's all I got to say on that.
Fortunately for Wack, it seemed that behind the scenes things would reach people. On the 8th of July 2022, Wack's longtime artist The Game was performing at LA venue Novo for the release of his Drillmatic album. At one point during the show, the crowd would go into a frenzy when Kanye walked out onto the stage, as Wack 100 could be seen to the side, ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where Wack and Kanye just emerged from, with some claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group of Rolling 60s, including Big U's nephew Tiny Draws. Once Kanye took to the stage, Wack would find refuge on that stage, standing in front of the crowd, where it wouldn't really be possible to continue the attack. Standing here, Wack would shake his head and whisper to another man on stage and gesture a finger to his head, seemingly indicating that there was some brain-dead activity going on. Wack, visibly sweating, seemed to gesture to someone next to him that he would be moving through the front of the stage when the performance ended. Wack would continue politicking to the person next to him and pointing around as if looking for the most effective exit route. He would scratch his chin and continue to look behind him where the issue seemed to have started. As Ye looked ready to leave the stage, Wack turned to clear his path, but in what seemed like an excruciating moment, the Game would then begin to give a heartfelt speech to Ye, stopping him in his tracks. Game would then perform his classic song Dreams that was produced by Kanye, while Wack would whisper something to Ye himself. All the while, Wack would continue to look at what was going on behind him. A drummer then seemed to give him advice on the best way to get out of there, while Wack continued to look over his shoulder. Then, Lil Wayne would take the stage as Wack remained to the side, seemingly leaning back and say something to somebody. Wack remained at the side, tucked away with Ye during Wayne's performance, looking back a lot, and eventually getting into a conversation with somebody up close. At one point, even Ye would start looking concerned, and it seemed to be at this point when they agreed to leave through the front of the stage and right through the crowd. At which point, Wack took Ye by the arm and led him behind the speaker, tucked away so nobody could see where they were going. Ready to step into the crowd, notably flanked by two members of his entourage, Wack would jump off the pretty high stage to get into the crowd floor and exit through this crowded area. Interestingly, someone wearing a blue cap would later step by and peer around the speaker to see if Wack was there. They were already gone. Seemingly, after Wack had cleared the stage, during Big U's Honest Corrupt's performance, Tiny Draws and other Rolling 60s would get to the stage themselves, forming a victory crip walk. It seemed that Wack wasn't able to completely shake loose, however, as he would apparently be caught up with in the parking lot by a group of Rolling 60s members that included Big U himself and Tiny Draws. A confrontation would ensue, which one 60s member would seemingly film as Wack stepped out of his car with his family inside. This was posted by somebody who was there online with an incredibly self-incriminating caption saying Wack 100 is a mark, begging to lift that thing up, talking about my wife and kids are here, better act like it, Buster. Someone would also post a clip showing Wack standing at the door of his car with a caption saying, The 60s is outside, dead homies. The 2025 criminal complaint would reveal that a day after the incident, Big U had actually recounted the incident in a town conversation, claiming to have been there personally and claiming to have cornered Wack with 15 to 20 Roland 60 members, whilst Wack was on his own, leading to a standoff where Wack pulled a gun and pleaded with him not to attack. The Roland 60 members would then take to social media afterwards and rang about Big U's nephew, Tiny Draws, running Wack off the stage at the No-Go and knocking him out.
Wack one drink, put on him. So this
everything said, y'all did got shocked out, ran to the front and jumped on game stage. Said I'm officially a buster. What's your version? Man, I had to draw a good off on it.
we knew your name. We knew your name.
Hey, listen, he gonna remember the Nova. He don't remember nothing else in his life.
He gonna remember what?
He gonna remember the Nova. That's the
Remember who?
he gonna remember the shit.
No. Don't talk about it.
A day later, Wack responded saying that he wasn't beating up and showing his face and head had no injuries, as well as hinting that the video didn't show everything that was going on in the scene, calling the situation a swing and a swear-off.
Knock it off. Weird, bro. Stop now.
For the record, Wack later gave his own version of the incident when he suggested that in fact he had his own people, the same ones who left the stage with him, waiting in the sidelines, going on to say that he'd been holding a gun so powerful that made Big U and the 6 O's stop dead in their tracks and leave. You might know what I meant this. You had your blow up.
Okay. And I'm by myself. Right? That's where you right? You think my mentality was. And I'm jumping out my car. Talking. It's not a section. You know this happening. Make the rules say no. Everything I had, I could have dealt with everything in front of me. Now, what they didn't know is I'm talking to my team. Big Ulim is here. Now, look, I said, Big Ulim is here. I'm here out the car. No, who was here, and here?
Taking notes?
Hold on, sir. Who in that parking lot when I'm in front of these bricks was 20 to 30 feet in every direction and they didn't know it? All my homies was behind them. Listen.
That's new information.
So listen, check this out. So when I'm letting you know, there's no need to beg nothing. What did I tell that fool? I hope they still don't know to this day that all my homies was positioned.
Despite Wack sharing his more explosive side of the story 3 years later, at the time, people were heavily surrounding Wack as multiple down. Tiny Draws would later claim responsibility for the attack and claim that Wack was punched 3 times backstage.
Stop.
The 60s was well saying that they were aware that Wack had people with him and none of them jumped out and did anything.
All right, copy. All right, no problem.
Just walked to the stage. He was walking on stage and he was walking up the stairs. The brother was going downstairs to go perform. We saw him running up the stairs as he walking down. It's like how the stairs curve. As soon as he walked up, got hit again. And when the security that was with him, finally hit him, took off running. They ran all the way back to the stage, chased him down the hallway. They ran this little security tried to stop us from getting on stage. The whole crowd down. And was already hopping down on stage, going to their little exit, whatever they so yeah, what's up, whatever they got out. Never there, but on the stage area, it's exactly what we ran to. Come when the contest called. The show wasn't even over. DJ quit and the performer had it. Guy in the performance left like an hour and 24 show. He went over the stage. He got to that park in the room. Drinks and both day. And so that boys were talking. It was 10 against 1. 18 against 20 against 1. It's in the youth.
This would then leave 20 draws going on from the incident of the 20 draws not illegal in itself. It was for anyone that suggested that at the time, City would swear on his gag that the incident happened the way the Senate did.
This is time. We talk about this there.
Seriousness of the conversation, it's similar to 6 line, but it's more security.
The game at a concert, Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, believe it or not, I've always said that. First of all, I knew you wanted somebody who's not suspected. That's also interesting. I believe that right. Isolated himself from a lot of people that the person considered. For example, I have to say, half the people that party with you, 60s, they see what they feel. I guess they feel a certain type of way about it.
Funnily enough, some activists has been to actually personally be there as part of that group in the 60s and making fun of them for escaping from the ground. So they was dealing with it was that next time. South We'll continue on this incident in September. Maybe you will see these revolutions work. We're good, no rest. Relationship with you, saying that it after Big U should like rights label suggested that Big U should take over rights contracts, which should having Big U as the only person in play to get off in the situation that has something different with me. I swear, so if that's what you did. So get into that snake, you know, so. They said, man, we're going to take this, but you'll make you take it out and see it. I think that's very inside to it. This guy got shit on his phone. Still not thinking about it. Like, yeah, man, they were trying to make speaker. I don't know how it's incredible. To get your contracts to make you should be saying something about this is all we done. That got you scared. Ain't no word. I came out of thinking about came out of shit. Yeah. What you tell him? So I told him, man's like family. I gotta got you on right? Some kind of integrity. I don't know how I feel about it. So I signed. See it make you tell me it's happening. Down there, shit, I got to go down there and see what shit, you know. So I say it's great. I didn't say it. Just what I'm doing, right? Yeah. We got here, so I called it. Told you my comrades around me at the time, they don't real. Everybody knows spend time what happened. Say, yeah, you said it, but you already said it, like, when you against me. And nobody can say, you know, say, don't care what I make use contracts. He said, I'm hungry. No, I take it to that. So when I hear that, do it actually happen. They give you once again responsible to rights and say that you straight with the label. They give and then you being a rights label. So they come down to like that situation is that ain't nothing. You know, that's cool. Okay, let's do that. Okay. One thing to say, this lane talks about this thing. People tell me, and accuse me as how y'all allow people, not you, but people that allow somebody to teach into our lives. I'm going to address this one. I address that one. I'm not sure to address this one. One, I've never been to kind of run back to the Memphis. I said about this one too. From a company, because you can't do that. If you really use it, because I'm pretty sure you do. It's not. Nobody's country. That's the most ridiculous I've ever heard. I've been active on social media platforms on house pretty much since the beginning. It became a setting for hit during the early COVID pandemic. Eventually, the app became widespread by social media to use. People built a real business around the platform, arguably becoming synonymous with it and the main face of Clubhouse. But Clubhouse has always had a limited reach due to its strategy of being more exclusive than other social medias. It became much more unramified when news would be breaking for the first time rather than viral platform where instant regular news reaches the masses. However, in 2023, the brand would start linking podcasts with Apple 22, giving him a much bigger reach and a perfect outlet to attack Big U.
Answer to the number that you put alleged leader or higher up
shit's like almost every round, right?
Let's correct that, bro. Like, y'all can't do it too much credit. A lot of those connections come from guys like Sugar, guys like me, guys like Phillips homeboys over here, right? Let's be real. What has he done to him? It was additional. But my name was on paperwork, contracts with the police, cell phones, they would hang me out to dry. And one of my homeboys was telling me, told me that y'all it's going to go hang me somewhere on the record saying they hang me out to dry. If a female said that man paid her down, locked the door, and beat her while she was pregnant, they would hang me out to dry. Now, does he get the popularity vote of the streets? Yes.
Seriously, bro, I was just saying.
Yes.
Now, of course, Biggie wasn't the only one who had those complaints about him. He also famously claimed that there was a gay tape story that Nipsey Hussle, as he would explain on a DJ Khaled.
Well, to be fair, then you started kind of part and see you said that there's a game scene like that from Flatwood that you back on never do some wrestling come out my mouth for a lot of money. Because mine was you. He doesn't bring it down to us. I got $1 million. $2 million. I bet you. Say it. Right? And it didn't come out of my mouth. Yes, I can. Recording the conversation. And I listened to this now. That's what it's only because of me. And the damn tape still ain't came out today.
But then, during the Adam and Wack show, he would go further and say that Big U had wanted Wack to release the tape so that he could use it in a legal battle against Nipsey's estate, daring Big U to get out of line so that Wack could release proof of that.
Right, but guess what else? Seen in the morning, I wanted him to release it. Because Lauren London wasn't cooperating with him, and he felt like he had some leeway with the baby mama that's starring in the videos. Right? Okay, so it's more than her, right? He can manage her. Oh, this is why it's with her.
During his time of arms.
Yeah, so he can manage her, get her out of the way, release that. And then the flip side, he wanted me to turn around and go after Nipsey Hussle estate and sue them for 30%. That's his contract. He wanted me to make it look like I brought out his contract, and now I'm going after his estate. I said, bro, check this out. I'm not releasing the tapes. Right? I'm not doing that. Dude got kids. Me and Nip ain't had no problems. We didn't have no problems talking on the phone. Right? And you were just with this man every day in the studios and all this. Did you have this conversation about this 30% deal? Don't wait till he died and they want to do that. It's all in my fault. Daring me to get out of line.
For the record, this tape has still never surfaced, and many people are still not convinced of its existence. Big U, on the other hand, was staying relatively quiet during this time, and at least on the surface, 100 have been appearing with him on the No Joker podcast. On the 21st of January 2024, No Joker released an Adam and Wack show episode where Loose Cannon made numerous explosive claims about Big U, while himself engaging in some grade A self-snitching. Loose would reveal that part of the reason he stopped trusting Big U was because he noticed he was doing shady things, referring to the dispensary robbery mentioned in the indictment, saying he found it weird, simply religions, and then related efforts to get involved in Nipsey's band, as well as finding it suspicious that Big U was having guns that people could take back with serial numbers. Most notably, Loose claimed that Big U called him, saying that Nipsey got shot, and Loose told Nipsey he answered that he was fine. Then 30 minutes later, he would get the call that Nipsey had indeed been shot and killed, and would then press Loose about the story, for him to convince the audience that this call actually happened, with Loose and his girl saying that the call could be seen in their upcoming reality TV show.
It's like when Nipsey started, he just told me, oh, exclusive. Yeah. Speak to them on why they should believe you, because I guarantee that's a huge percentage. It's happening now with people saying, a ton about you to like verify it, so, and I love it.
Listen, everybody that knows me, LA and the world and stuff like that, know I'm not gonna just sit there and lie. Plus, it's on my TV show. The first episode, or whatever, on February 14th, they're gonna see the FaceTime call with me and Big U, and then the net. Don't say too much, y'all. Y'all gonna listen to it.
Y'all gonna have to
So
tune into the phone.
the following day, Brooke Baby would be part of the No Drop News show, and as a self-admitted Rolling 60s member who seemingly was still fairly close with Big U, he would seemingly be mad at Luce for his wild stories about Big U, deciding to attack Luce coming back, accusing him of being the police, as well as questioning why Luce wouldn't mention to Nipsey that someone had just said he had been killed if the story really happened.
Like, you was coming to say that story to me for Nipsey, because you sat there and lied. You were supposed to be exposing Big U or whoever you was talking about as being a rat informant and all that, but you told every crime that you ever did alleged around this dude, nigga, on a camera. You could be here trying to expose, trying to show a tournament. You're not from the set. Never got put on the set. Nowhere around it. Because, and you talking about, it gave you a chop on when Nipsey was about to get killed. And you didn't even mention it to Nipsey. What type of friend are you at this point?
But Brick would end it there. He would also attack Luce on his own YouTube and Instagram accounts, calling him the goofy of the year, who's mad and lying because he can't come back to the hood, and that he's never even met Luce before, and that he's not from Rolling 60s.
Luce Cannon got the Goofy of the Year award this year. And all that, like, if you can't come back to the section, all that, Sanders and Luce can't come back around. And on 6 I just did my research. Boom. I never heard of it. He said, you see me, man, I've never met you. You the dead, I ain't never met you. You just ran from my white boy in Vegas, blood at the Red Rock Casino. 06 trying to use language passes and all that. Tell Cub on 6 Cub, no bueno, Cub, get right up out of it. You've never seen me, Cub. On 6 you don't know nothing about me, Cub. On 6 you roll up with us nothing. Who's Big Loose Cannon? We're gonna start here with Big Loose Cannon. On 6 Let's get this clear right now, man. Loose Cannon is not six. It's too big a story to talk about the way Loose Cannon is six. Loose Cannon is not from six. Never been put on. Put that in your life. Don't be late.
Sometime later, Luce would allegedly play the call that Big U had made to him only moments before Nipsey's death.
These men have been found guilty of treason and conspiracy, crimes punishable by death. The sentence.
Gonna get you Sam. There, man. That's push or push, bro.
And many people suggested that that was simply a low-quality AI, regardless of how flimsy Luce's claims were. 22 and No Jumper received a cease and desist letter from Big U demanding they remove the video material of Luce and discussing his possible involvement in Nipsey's murder. No Jumper Crew will discuss it during one day episodes. Rick Baker will make fun of Luce's supposed recording, looking out as a fake, after which Adam will make a prophetic prediction saying that he needs to see Luce. Big U will end up getting arrested in about 6 months' time, and will certainly make Luce's statements. We know that he will indeed end up getting arrested, although this would happen unless it's actually 1 year after Adam's prediction.
I feel like that episode was out for like 2 months, and I've been awaiting proof of what was said about the beginning.
These men have been found guilty of treason and conspiracy, crimes punishable by death. The sentence to be carried out forthwith before these witnesses.
They didn't do nothing. Please stop.
Move along, unless you want to join them. Ready? Hey!
That's all I said.
I need to see some improvement. Now, let's say, fast forward 6 months, he gets arrested, something like that, for these acts. Then all of a sudden, that interview becomes absolutely fair game, and it's an important historical record that like we all have to look at and say, oh my God, this cat, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna misjudge you. You're idiots. You're telling the truth.
Many continue to hunt down this claim of phone. So you never ended up showing video proof of it. Reality show The Bounty and the Beast as the promise. For example, Street TV released a long video breaking down all the different reasons why he thought the monster from Big U and Lewis and Big Z never had them. Perhaps the most outlandish fact presented in the video is that Lewis is also told another version of the story where it was allegedly Nixie who Lewis for his murder. So it's clear to tell them that even Lewis cannot take over his musical legacy, and somehow he knew he was going to die. This story appeared so completely fake that it seemingly even leaves the interviewer almost speechless.
Where to produce and stuff. And then when I figured out, like right before it died, he was like, you gotta wait, you need to take over and finish what I'm doing. And I was just like, did you tell me that? Yeah, so it was like 30 minutes before he died. How did he tell you during text or whatever? No, he called me. Why do you think they would have said something like that? I don't know. I just figured that he was going to die. So he called you and said you need to finish him before he left on. Yeah, he was like, no, but it's like because these jealous, they gave me and said, man, I love what you're doing, I love you, little bro. And then 30 minutes later, he died.
But also became very aggressive but hilarious. The rotating pressure was to tell when he had his launch the Roman 60s gang clearly training the Lewis really never scale line about his credentials. For the that he has more bodies than Lewis has squads, fights, cementing Brent's image as the proud founder of the Kill Squad, medicine name for Brent's fan base.
Hello, what's up? Hey, Lewis Cat, I'm here. I only knew that was your great baby. I'm blushing. Great baby, it's requesting some information regarding your blood.
Hey, can you give us like at least 2 names from your blood on the blood block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park or Span or at 54th. When did you get put up at? When did you get put up? I got put on in 2002. I got put on in 2002. On Highway Street. And what's up? Yeah, damn. So you didn't get put on? No, you really didn't get put on. We don't really want to bring up. So, Killer Dave was a part of my put on. So the dead homies, my first name, baby Will. Dead homies at Easy Turn, East Coast, out of the dirt. Let's go. Okay.
Interestingly, in the lead up to the Rico arrest, there was an incident that took place where Frank and Lewis allegedly ran into each other at Las Vegas Airbnb, and everyone surprised and spite of both claiming to be catch each other stepping, but no one knows what people and against the song had stacked up, which they publicly hated each other this chance to capture Las Vegas, but they did nothing but talk. Really make any sense. Yet, it seemed very strange. As well as an investigation into the Las Vegas murder operation of Williams was the information that his contact server to investigate for a murder mystery.
Yeah.
Even as suspects who emerged from the stage, whether they were friends, mentors, people who had his own circle, but the precious anyways. Or even, to be honest with you, there's a lot of useful people in this case, a lot of key factors. If they're
Decades. 600 grew up in the Crenshaw district with the rolling 60s.
I'm from South Central Los Angeles, the West Side, the Crenshaw district, Hyde Park, California, around the 60s. You know, I'm from where most of the movies is at. You know, my neighborhood and my life story is kind of like Ricky and Boys and I got shot. You know what I'm saying?
Later on, he would become a heavyweight boxer with an impressive looking but much criticized record that he made by mostly fighting in Mexico. More recently, he's become known as the manager of none other than 54th Street legend Cripman, before also going viral in his own right as a social media content creator who some have accused of working for the police due to his controversial takes, particularly in the lead up to Big U's arrest. As well, 600 from the same mood as Big U also had fallen out with him, much like Loose Cannon. So when he would become privy to the information regarding Ray Sean Williams' murder investigation, 600 will speak out, posting clips of a phone conversation between Wack and Ray Sean's family, where the family would give inside info about the case, like telling how Big U's DNA had allegedly been found on Ray Sean's fingernails. As 600 wasn't seemingly deterred either by the fact that Ray Sean's mother would walk him during his YouTube live on the 11th of March, pleading with him to stop looking at her son.
Tell me how long this is. You say what?
This information I was using.
This is what you understand. Whenever something is online, okay, that's what I'm saying. When everything is online, things get spread around. So that's just when they distribute things online first. That's who needs to get it. Now, I haven't spoken in years. Yes. Nobody never asked me about that. Nobody never asked me about it.
Mother would also say F Big U multiple times, making it clear how she felt about him. Wack would also continue to discuss this case on his Clubhouse show, and in mid-March, they would drop a bombshell by letting everyone know that the feds were coming for Big U at the end of the month. This information coming also directly off the call between Wack and Ray Sean's family, with Wack and 600 saying they went against the investigation, and apparently also Ray Sean's family by putting the call out in order to give Big U a warning to get running.
Allow me to serve.
This phone call between Wack and Ray Sean's family, specifically his sister and mother, would turn out to be a treasure trove of information, revealing that not only the cops were coming for Big U, but also that the DA was allegedly planning on putting both the murder of Ray Sean and the murder of Nipsey into the same case.
They said that Big U was running for a long time, like he didn't want to take the DNA test. Yeah, they tested my brother Neil. when I told you that Big U had popped up at my brother Airbnb. Hey, Greg. Yes. And the best friend was there, whatever way. The best friend said that he didn't want to talk to my brother in front of him, so he put my brother upstairs to the side. He said that he knew something was going on because when Big U left, and my brother came, when Big U left the Airbnb and my brother came back downstairs, he said his whole energy was off. They came back 2 months ago. Well, they told me between me and me, between me and you, don't tell nobody because they don't want nobody to know. They're going to be making an arrest the beginning of March, the beginning of April. They basically going to put in his face and Missy Huntington together.
Interestingly, Wack was playing both sides in a way that would keep his hands clean. On the one hand, strategically exposing misinformation that would lead to the takedown of his enemy Big U, also suggesting that by airing this private information out publicly, he was actually keeping it straight and giving a public warning to Big U so that he had time to potentially escape. But in the midst of Wack exposing all these details, he would suddenly fall out with Loose Cannon. Interestingly, this led to a podcast that shocked everyone, where former enemies Loose Cannon and Brick Baby would suddenly appear together on No Jumper, this time apparently uniting against Wack. However, Loose would have a hard time explaining why exactly he was mad at Wack, with his initial explanation being that it was all to do with Wack commenting on an arrest in Loose's neighborhood that was falsely attributed to be targeting Loose, with Loose seemingly rambling around in circles and not really being able to say exactly why he was mad at Wack specifically.
My brother, Wack, right, want content on me on Clubhouse, and then you got everybody on YouTube spin a narrative and say that, oh, you lying. You get what I'm saying? Because of Wack insecurities with itself. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, no, because we can't do that.
So you felt like Wack was putting fake narratives on you because he almost instantly, after this clip came out of your wife saying that your house was surrounded by cops or whatever, he almost instantly starts spreading the narrative that it's not true.
Yeah.
And he's really stuck to that, which is interesting because that means that you and him are not seeing eye to eye, that you couldn't convince him one way or the other, or you're not really taught since then.
No, I talked to Wack, and then I told him, he was like, I didn't say that. I said, listen, bro, you read the wrong thing, because there were 3 SWAT team available. One at 3, yeah. So one at 3 a.m., one at 5 a.m., and then one at 10 a.m., where they call SWAT. So we had like the Las Vegas militant, police, they did the research, and they came to see. So when Wack said, okay, listen. So when Wack said, whenever he spread the narrative, and I was lying because we had a business deal that day. So he thought that I was just trying to get out of it. So when he did that, it was like, okay, yeah, I think it's a drastic way to get out of a business meeting. It was goofy. So when that happened, it's like, bro, you ran content on me. So when you ran content on me, you actually ran content because I'm a black person. You get what I'm saying? So you don't have no respect for me or her. So at the end of the day, it's like I took it personal. You see all people standing and they look at it. So when you say that, okay, so basically you said it, and then what about when the 600 running content? Okay, so listen, we can take care of those deals, right? But let's do it on that Adam and Wax show and let it content. And let people judge. And we let the people judge because if you right now, if you right, I'm dead homies, I did home in here. But if the comments say that I'm right,
So Luce was really mad when for an open 600 to expose the Big U murder case because Luce was going to be implicated in the whole gang conspiracy. And Luce didn't want to admit it at this point, so he chose to come up with an excuse saying that he was mad by the arrest that took place in Luce's neighborhood. But Luce would eventually let loose that was 600's commentary on the Big U murder case that really pissed him off. Luce even threatened to kill 600 in the interview, saying that he's not responsible for what 600 puts out there.
the cuz was died to me. It's nigga 60 grand. Like, you can't even go there. It's not the same type of thing. I was hit cuz I saw serious that's not what I'm saying. I'm debating we're around 600 big clubs 6 months, every 6 months, right? You should tell 600 if you play with loose cannon, Cuz gonna die.
And it later emerged that even Black was confused as to why Luce was panicking so much about Black exposing Big U's murder case. Perhaps at that time, aware of Luce's proximity to Big U's past crimes, but the panic had been spreading for quite some time. In an earlier podcast when Brick was asked about Big U's murder investigation, after Wang texted in and claimed that Brick had told him about Big U's case first, he also panicked, walking off the podcast, refusing to talk about open murder cases.
Emergency bulletin. Why am I going to text me? What do you think? Ask me. Read the one total 600 first. Big news alleged body, maybe. Call back.
And say whatever. Total 600 about a alleged
Tell 600.
June 23rd, 2023. When the police hit Brick Baby's house at you building out. 600. They told 600. They don't tell you got some problems coming. I think Brick Baby was talking about. Even Brick Baby was talking about something in his face.
You said that I called him about somebody. Man, you so boy. You sound crazy. Something about a murder. How do a gangbanger get to talk about a murder on the big screen? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what part of that's quality? Answer the question. Answer the question. What? No, it's no, it's good. It's on the internet. Talking about it. Everybody want to talk about that type of trying to tie me down about these you're talking about something. They never said nothing about no DNA. And what are you talking about? You see that this closer. The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, guys. Man, hell no. Where are you in? And I tell you about this that he talking about right now?
Hold on.
Man, you done lost your mind. So you don't even know who the person is. So I'm gonna tell you who it is. I've never met the person. They know their name, don't know nothing about me. Travis. Yeah, talk about the family. I'm not talking about being listen.
That's what 800 says.
This podcast was a legendary moment for the fans that have been following this beat closely for the past couple of years. People couldn't believe that these long-range enemies were united and willing to sit down after all of this tension. The podcast is phenomenal numbers, but nobody could have prepared for it for the next day. The sun wasn't adding up. The beef between Bracken and his talent didn't quite make sense. Until the very next day, Fedor goes in, delivering a sweeping series of arrests, targeted over a dozen of the 60 members and figures in this so since February 2021, just a week after the murder of Rachel Williams, describing Big U as the leader of the Rocky 60 Threats, running it as a mafia-like organization. It used wiretaps, monitored cameras, and cell-site information, as well as search warrants on social media, iCloud, and Google accounts, and financial records being transferred to the alleged conspiracy, even using undercover agents to find guns and drugs from people involved in the conspiracy. Big U, Luke Cannon, and even Greg Baby wasn't even named as a defendant in the complaint. Their phones carried by feds, hidden cameras, and bugs from the locations they would have to visit. It even claimed that Big U and the gang were using podcasts to outline documentaries, interviews, and fear that Big U had plans to shout at the FBI, which this would break precedents. And even when this made it's also stated that the Baby was the main defendant of the operation, and he was separate sealing behind the case. For illegally having guns and bullets, these incidents allegedly taken place from 2022, the issue of 9mm handgun in the parking lot of the business, with the second incident taking place on the 23rd of June 2023, when Rick will be arrested by the LAPD, allegedly found him with 3 guns. Bullets, missiles, some weapons and ammunition may have come out of state is immediately triggering federal charges. The paperwork will also show Rick's earlier criminal history at the time of this arrest, ranging from 2020, including reckless evading, counts of possession of controlled substances, criminal threats, and robbery. And who said Rick got Rashi? Rick will not be charged on the Big U RICO case. Feds would know that Rick's case may be related as it arises out of the same conspiracy. It would be revealed in news reports that hundreds of agents had executed simultaneous arrests of 190 defendants identified in the case.
Now, this morning, today was an lawsuit with the Austin Slot was executed multiple arrests. Many of the 19 defendants filed this case. So, the ones that executed the 60 cases, illustrate this to the end of the record. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody. The 10 defendants were taken into custody of the last 2 July's. While we're still sitting with whereabouts in 5 3 of 4 people who were having custody of work. 2 defendants are missing.
The defendant were arrested in Luke Cannon and Greg Baby, 50 police surrounding the investigated the press conference counsel facing the victims of the crime as well as charges.
Mr. Henley is in Houston. He is currently wanted by law enforcement.
The news will continue to report the arrest around the sheriff of August of the statements and the there suggested that the case against him wasn't true, but that he was just being unfair for acting.
Talk to my son, I talk to everybody, I understand. You just fight, see what it is. Just want y'all to know. All this stuff is fun. I just need y'all prayers. Need y'all. So, 21 years. I've been in my family. Come back. Yeah, right? Right? You know, try to come back home. It's what's happening. I send y'all here to straight trash. I appreciate the love. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. If it's something done.
It's all right. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Reach out to anybody who can help you. Appreciate you.
Biggie would then take to social media once again to elaborate further on his feelings, virtually denying seeing money from developing options, claiming that the money he took was simply a salary that he used to pay his bills and feed his family.
I'm going to teach me what I trying to turn myself in. Just hard by the fact that they're trying to set it up. So, from the left option, I get the left option. The left option, my deals. Pay my house note. They pay deals for my family that we have paid from my present police on the left option. I'm never be stepping up. They believe I'm going to steal. We did 3 loans. We did 2 loans.
that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't even go friend, I didn't go nothing fit, man. And it's any man, they forget. You know what I mean? And I'm being too different, I didn't give us nothing. I found my taxes.
You the one they sent?
He had made over his last 21 years of freedom. Arrested. Cops might as well arrest 600 since they're including some enemies. Socials.
That's what says to you know, when they raided my house for my property, asked me like, where, what's Canada, 600.
Elsewhere, Big U also suggests that whoever takes its spot as the leader of the 60s community movement must be working with 100 to take that spot.
But y'all, what you do now, that's last time. Say, when I say we destroy the weather announcement, right? So we're going to replace the weather announcement. Which one? The 6 going to call yourself company. Because wherever we come, try to come in, y'all the ones that's working with me. Believe that. So we can get out today. And so that's coming in the play. That's what I mean.
Big U went on to claim that the FBI will try to take Big U on TV.
Just see me. That's it. Just see me.
Now, Big U calling out people shutting him down and saying they were scaring and intimidating him. Here, he will continue to pull the race card and defend that the FBI is trying to shut down work and doing work with their communities. Now, it's this sort of thing that made Big U so dangerous, allegedly finding his own community, yet the winning of the race card. Ultimately, with the start of being destroyed in the news report, Big U got into FBI custody. That's right, it's from what was.
The race news is just in the AI, says there's South LA, 2G, is now arrested. Police say he ran a feel-like organization while masquerading as a music mogul and gang peacemaker.
The Yemi Handling case was looking at connections between Big U and Nipsey Hussle as well. All this crazy news sound podcast media space and called frenzy. No joke, the news episode discussing the latest news went mega viral, reaching over 15,000 live viewers and racking up hundreds of thousands of views. Funnily enough, during a segment on the show online, calling in the full criminal angle. I actually read this immediately and even sent out 22 screenshots of details related to no joke and podcast shows, including the show with Wag, as well as the section about Wag being confronted by the 1960s with the show and the Nova. In response to this, Big U's nephew, Tony Dawes, posted about the podcast saying that those people don't do anything for their communities and are snitches. The news started getting brought this debate and kind of far beyond the walls of no joke. media and apparent public opinion has gone Christopher Lovejoy and Liz Cannon, who wrote 100 will claim that Brady and Big U when they on a sealed profile tied to a case against the New Jersey war in the 60s, a case that led to the Van Rivers himself being sentenced to 5 years in prison.
So they bring around and do that. You think Rick is in some way good success?
Anything. We'll take anything you can offer us.
Got a sealed dope case, New Jersey. It's the same.
On the 26th of March 2025, the full indictment will be returned from the California grand jury, which formally charged Big U, they, Bearclaw, Loose Cannon, and 2 others with a litany of crimes. It's reiterated the claims made in the prior criminal complaint, as well as provided several new key details and pieces of evidence that gave more insight into the alleged crimes committed, like pictures of the scene where Rayshon Williams' body was found.
How dare you call upon me after Monmouth? I have nobody else to turn to. The culper ring informed me that West Point's been infiltrated. I believe they intend to murder Major General Benedict Arnold.
I still do not see why you need me.
The loss of such a figure would be devastating to the cause. It must be done without my soldiers' knowledge. The mere idea of the Patriots being breached would be crippling to morale, to the war. Will you do it?
It will be done. But never call on me again.
And really, this is also the story of a sick individual. I can't imagine how twisted someone would have to be to murder one of their son's childhood friends, one that they had personally coached in football as a child, no less. If these allegations are true, then they're a very dangerous person.
Close the door.
A child they had seen grow up over something as trivial as a diss song or wasted studio time. That's one of the most dark and twisted things I have ever heard in a gang case. If it's proven in court, then there's no doubt that Big U won't be seen in the streets again. But in Big U's defense, even though the criminal complaint paints a damning picture of the double life he was living, we can't necessarily overlook the actual good that he did do for his community. Although there's accusations that Big U's scams may have reached all the way to the kids' toy drives, we can't remove all the toys, gym equipment, and other stuff that his organisation did manage to donate to kids in need. All the countless hours that he personally dedicated to do something positive for the youth in his community. And again, does that make it worse? Were the positive things Big U did in fact do for his community genuine efforts by a flawed gangster to take the right path? Or are these also just calculated moves of a manipulative mastermind who masterfully used positive acts as a method to mystify and cloak a dark empire of murder and extortion? We'll have to see how this case plays out in court. And the sad truth is, if these allegations are true, the man who was doing the most for his community was also damage to them. Ultimately, sometimes it seems like the image that people try and portray can say more about what they're pretending to be than what they really are. I hope that Big U can get fair and speedy trial. If there's one thing that I've learned from this story, it's that if you are going to be part of a murderous gang conspiracy, maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't do anything else.
Excuse me, hi. I need to sit down with you. If there's an easier way to get $100, let's say selling feet takes time, then I'll take this try to the face and you can be the one to do it.
Okay, so I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to download the app for you. You can access $50, $250, whatever you need. And the best part, no interest, no credit check, no late fees.
Sounds like I'm going to get a private base.
There you go, $100 instantly.
All right, I'm ready. Let's do it.
If you want the uncut extended version of this video that is 1 hour 14 minutes, go to patreon.com/DraculaRoss. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. Here's the video. For the entertainment industry, getting your big break is just the beginning. Going from zero to hero seems like a monumental achievement, while it seems like becoming a millionaire A-list celebrity means you have a life on Easy Street, things aren't quite as they seem. Because behind the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, there's a dark secret that nobody wants to admit. Every millionaire is safe. Profits of million-dollar chains and time flexes. Some of the biggest celebrities have been silently paying the price just to stay alive. Rap legends forced to pay street taxes to become stars unknowingly funding criminal empires, becoming a megastar, a mega target in your head. So today, we're going to be taking a closer look at the celebrities who were brutally extorted by gangs. Many of them are still too scared to speak out, starting with Chris Brown. Chris Breezy is a perfect example of a clean-eyed celebrity getting sucked into the murky world of gangs after he became a millionaire megastar. Born in Virginia, Chris Brown's upbringing was a million miles away from the red bandana draped blood gang dominating the streets of South Central Los Angeles. Inspired by Michael Jackson as a child, Chris Brown was a natural performer. He would play the music industry, winning talent shows as a child.
I think I did one actual talent show. Oh, okay.
It was like a summer camp I did.
You really haven't won.
I was like,
I got bragging rights.
yeah, I know. I definitely won it. I did. I think it's funny. I did San Francisco.
Getting discovered as a teenager, eventually moving to New York and showing his demo tapes to major record labels, resulting in a major deal with Jive Records, alongside the likes of Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake. His first major single, Run It, swiftly rose to the #1 spot on the Billboard charts, and he was instantly a multi-millionaire megastar. From here, he would go on to release hit after hit, landing more #1 songs and huge collabs with other popular artists at the time. T-Pain. Chris Brown was a megastar with a clean-cut image and made him a brand-safe A-list celebrity with the whole world at his feet. That would all change in 2009. His relationship with a fellow A-list megastar, Rihanna, would come to a dramatic end. The story circulated of Chris Brown assaulting her.
A police department release says the R&B singer and a woman got into an argument in a vehicle early Sunday. The release says the argument escalated when they got out of the car. Police responded to a 911 call. Officials say they found the alleged victim, but that Brown had already left.
This caused Chris Brown's image in the public to take a nosedive, losing his most lucrative endorsements and turning the public against him. This ultimately resulted in criminal charges.
It's 5 years probation and 6 months community.
Yeah.
Chris Brown speeding of Rihanna. The sentence handed down Tuesday by LA's
Yeah, I got you.
Judge Patricia Stegg, as she was singer to stay away from sex work for 5 years.
Ultimately, his image was eradicated. He didn't have videos being cut, singing, dancing, darling. He was now very criminal. It's like that movie ever. Unfortunately now, staying on his reputation, the streets have become looking what's clear is that by the early 2010s, Chris Brown was seen regularly wearing red, repping Fruitown Pyru, notorious blood slap from Compton, California. But how this affiliation came to be is open to interpretation. Rumors, some have suggested that this was Chris Brown getting extorted, or buying his way into the Blood Brotherhood for clout. Rumors will circulate that he was actually jumped into the Fruitown Pyrus at the young age of 16 after a brief spell in an LA jail where he apparently turned down no squabbles. One clip would even circulate, claiming to show Chris being initiated into the gang, but it really seems to show him private with the set. Interestingly, Chris Brown had been performing with the Fulham Truck star in LA until 2007. How hours later caught on camera, also yelling on Pyru, whilst having the public know about during the filming of an episode of his reality TV show.
That's what they want. Just came out like,
Rumors have also suggested that Chris Brown had been hanging out with people associated with the game's music label Black Wall Street already in the late 2000s. This label including artists like Compton Menace and Fruitown Pyru, who made an appearance in Tiger and Chris Brown's 2010 music video for the song G Stuff. Another post on the forum would allege that by 2013, Chris Brown had been having blood protection already for years, specifically stating that around the Parlay star, alleged Quavo Bishop blood, taken Chris under his wing when Chris first moved to LA, and even stood up for him during a beef with the former B2K originally band member Raz B in 2010. On social media, a Twitter user would mention as early as 2011 that Chris Brown owed his life to Harley and was paying him for protection. And people on Twitter would also take note of Chris Brown's 2011 song Lance, where he raps how he's from Virginia and represents the Pyrus. Media would eventually take note too, where Spin magazine would report in June 2012 Chris Brown had allegedly been throwing up gang signs during his violent brawl with Drake at a club in New York City. Soon, gossip outlets like TMZ would also run articles seemingly sharp about footage of Chris Brown throwing up gang signs at the club. Chris was apparently even caught spray painting Fruits Pyru onto a wall in Hawaii of all places on vacation. There were rumors that CB's gang affiliations were actually burning danger at this point, with TMZ also capturing Breezy Gang press post LA Crips while exiting a club in 2013. Then came two incidents of shootings a few years later, no less than he was present at, one being a concert in San Jose where 5 people were shot and another at a VMA party, the latter resulting in fellow notorious industry Bloodshed Knight actually getting hit by gunfire as well as an innocent 19-year-old model. The Bloods around Chris Brown used his connections to get all the way into his inner circle of business endeavors too. A 2017 clip would circulate showing a large group of menacing-looking Bloods that had apparently accompanied Chris backstage to a professional movie set with Chris Brown throwing up gang signs and the Bloods eating their way through the catering tray.
Get back to your statement. What in God's name are you doing?
That man was a British spy. He intended to kill you, Major Arnold.
What?
General Washington learned of the plot and sent me to foil it.
Indeed. We need all the support we can muster. Some of my men are leaving on a munitions delivery to a nearby camp, and I need you to escort them. Find John Anderson upon your arrival. He'll have further instructions. Questions?
No.
Good.
Then, Elizabeth began that Chris Breezy was a newfound brotherhood in the gang, but perhaps he was paying for the privilege and was being forced to contribute to the streets that his operating safety and Sean Mendigo, which they never had any that Chris Brown was actually being extorted financially for his blood affiliations.
Makes no sense. Now you decided to extort it. You're gonna make it extort. Let's call it what it is. Like, well, I got it. I'll never get extorted. That's it. You're really paying for protection. Protection. You shouldn't be allowed to marry. I don't think about the drink all good. Should tell about what else?
I guess that Slade expected Myron would also sit down for a black media interview claiming that after 10 years of affiliation, Chris Brown at this point was truly a respected and through-town Pyro native.
This is from Virginia. As he became as an adult, after he was already motivated. Alright, Chris would have 14 years. Because he had expanded on also from Tampa, we now from Tampa, Kings from Tampa. It's kind of things that you need to do. What I'm seeing and understanding, to Christmas, man.
Some people critical suggest that Chris could possibly be integrated from town Pyro due to his friendship with fellow blogger YG, who represents the trade on Pyro still being rival in the set as a duo collaborated on the song Romeo in 2020, with many commenting that this crime between two people and the enemy gangs is proof that Chris is not really living and dying by his affiliations. Between the three doors and Fruit is incredibly deadly, as well as blatantly. All stories documentary on the topic.
This episode is just the truth of my rose. This redevelopment between my roses and your kid. Mostly of women in your house. My house really squashed. This one's here with this baby, so the truth of my rose. And my house was different. It wasn't resolved. And this became escalated.
On Street TV, actions made to show from account member members on their blog, denying Chris Brown's membership after both him and Soulja Boy claimed to be bloods.
Soulja Boy, Chris Brown, but we don't need y'all blood on fire. We might be worried about no celebrities and that. It's just a production expense for me. I mean, like, they just need some good support. Like, man, there's nothing to play with. We got some in jail and died and shed blood. Man, it's not nothing to play with.
Interestingly, the Fruit House even demanded payment for Chris Brown's said.
Hey us, if you're gonna get paid for this Fruit House, pay us. We the ones that's making it home for you. Hey us, man. Y'all do all that? Hey us, man.
Despite this, TMZ articles will circulate seeming to downplay Chris Brown's gang membership. The article revealed that unnamed leaders of the Fruit House spoke to TMZ, saying they were actually down with Chris claiming things of blood, because he inspired several of them to work for him. And the Chris goes to the hood and hangs out with them, includes some of his music videos, and he donated 1,000 pairs of new shoes to Compton Kids. Rap megastar Akon, who claimed that Chris Brown's gang ties actually essentially stopped him from reaching the heights he could have hit with his career.
Chris got to tell see the connection. Chris had nice teeth. Right. He was something different.
That big.
But Chris is how you got bullets left. You got no game rights. You don't have the guards.
Meanwhile, Chris himself would admittedly claimed to be a Pyroon member on his social media, with many in the comment doubting his claims, saying, yeah, he's a Pyroon, as long as that payment keeps coming. But another said, anyone can be a Pyroon, as long as you're paying a kickback, and that only applies to fools with a lot of money. Others said, Bro lets a few of them take his money and sleep with his women, and acts like he's not from Virginia. However, in 2025, Chris Brown warned his fans not to wear red bandanas to his shows for safety reasons, but still reminding his audience that he is indeed big Chris Crazy. At the end of the day, whether or not this is extortion is still up for debate. Perhaps Chris Brown has really been put on it for a town Pyroon. Maybe what he done as extortion has flourished into a full-blown blood brotherhood.
Been trying
Chris
to
Brown
avoid
seemed to
eye
get
contact with
more
my
acceptance
old
as
neighbors.
gang
So far, so good.
with the gun.
Not so worried now you're here.
How are you doing otherwise?
Oh, all right, I suppose. Things never really go as planned. That's life.
Billy, how do you mean?
You know, you make a plan and it all goes awry and nothing gets better, only slightly different.
Sounds like you have had a string of misfortune. It will pass.
What are you doing here?
Sweeping my steps, if it please you.
Since when are these your steps?
Since I bought them 3 weeks ago.
From who?
The owner, via his apprentice. Ownership's off out of town. What's it to you?
I am the owner.
Not anymore, mate. Sorry. Better sort things out with your apprentice. He's often at the pub over there, but I'm sure you already knew that.
Ha. Lance! Patrick! What gave you the right to sell my shop?
Well, you were run out of town. I thought you'd never come back, so I sold it all. The shop, the tools. It's rough luck. Anyway, it's been great chatting, but I must be off. Have a nice life.
What rot! Tools are a woodworker's lifeblood! He'd never sell them! I bet he's got them stashed somewhere!
Then we follow him.
Today's One Penny Boston Country Journal.
its original origins in Los Angeles, in the nationwide premises that needed him further connections with San State, and we got the scene of the legendary 60s program and Nipsey in 2016. This is once again when Ray's Rocket 60 and his distortions being used as the nature of the Los Angeles. He thought of the Ray Faker, the original Rocket 60s technology being used. Interestingly, Gunna's association with the LA Rocket 60s and the readily clearly maybe some of the send out affiliations that were great.
See what's happening inside your body. Reveals whole body scan screens for hundreds of conditions, including many solid tumors as early as stage 1. Imaging of 80 plus levels. Complete picture. Proactive health starts here. Book your scan at freeinfo.com.
In 2019, Gunna would attend Nipsey Hussle's funeral in LA, throwing up neighborhood crip gang signs. Ironically, Gunna's close connection to the LA Crips meant when the time came, he would have to contribute, especially in moments of tragedy. For example, when LA perpetrator Gunna connections to various crip gangs. Robbery collective, the Snake Team, and certified Rocket 60s crip, Red Lady actually revealed on TV that Gunna would paid for Draco's funeral. You said that Gunna paid for Draco's saying this was a personal contribution to a close connection that Gunna had hoped to work with, and even though Ray Baby would confirm Gunna's affiliations with Mojo, but he also affirmed that Gunna's contributions to the work with 60s weren't quite enough to gain his respect. Let me tell you something, right? We're so bad as a crib. Gunna has to be ready because he ain't no like crib now because he not pressing his mom. Frequently further, Gunna never remained solid enough under pressure to retain certified crib status. One of the reasons that lost the respect of the cribs was his acceptance of the Canadian legal rights of Rico Mix. When he signed Eagle Crib, he admitted the existence of an affiliation with the young folks alleged YSL gang, which is actually a set of the blood. Rather than his original gang in the streets. But in the end, Gunna left both his blood and crip ties behind, rapping how he had moved his mother out of Shady Park in his song Go Crazy, that was released after taking the plea deal. However, this didn't stop the accused extortion king of LA attempting to keep his crips from Gunna, as Big U would come out following Gunna's snitching allegations to say that he was still supporting Gunna, and that he didn't believe that he was a snitch.
Gunna, right? This is my take on Gunna. I ain't seen nothing on Gunna. Gunna ain't never put no, ain't got no paperwork on Gunna. Gunna just, I feel, as far as he took his deal first, that was on, but they told him nobody. You also want to see the other, what he done, call everybody a rat. They ain't got no paperwork. Rat, you gotta have paperwork. We're in the case, and dig this.
Big U would publicly promote Gunna's LA comeback shows after his release, with fans on Reddit surprised that the biggest grip in LA was throwing their support under the cute snitch. Gunna would publicly boast about having the support of the LA Rolling 60s in the face of everyone calling him a snitch on his song Rodeo Drive, admitting that he gets threats from other gangs in LA, but he doesn't care because the Lokes, or the Crips, have his back. And in another line in the song, Gunna even seemed to admit to giving out money and guns in exchange for the gang's support, rapping how he gave out bands and bought bangers or guns so the real ones know he's really funding the gang members. Another picture posted publicly would show Gunna with the Rolling 60s, particularly Big U, and it was clear that Gunna was expected to show up and contribute to Big U's charitable organisation, Developing Options, which included the Crenshaw Rouse youth football team, with many commenting that this was straight up extortion. One comment said plainly, the set got paid, he got protection. That's why you see him showing love to the kids' football team, but that protection comes with conditions. Clearly Gunna would need all the protection he could get, because Christopher Lovejoy, aka 600, would actually claim that Gunna came very close to being attacked by gang members while in LA. 600 claimed that when Gunna was at Crenshaw High School with Big U, Rolling 60s gang members tried to...
How am I fucking there, man?
Please.
This is crazy. It's really fucking crazy.
Bro, yes, man. My high school, right? They like, yeah. He was up there with Big U. Yeah. They said, but guess what, though? Slid up there. Trying to get at it. They said Big U was harboring it. Yeah. Mind you, things like, oh, them chicks over to the police, man. Harboring that, bro. They said, Big U told his people to call the police. They told them, no, man, this shit weird for the kids. You know, and told them to call the police.
Perhaps this was an example of Big U protecting Gunna, or perhaps, since we know Big U had a habit of robbing people of their stuff and giving it back.
So basically it's like, cause he'd be like, he'd manipulate things. Like, we go and do something, and the second we do it to, show up to the house. How the fuck I'm detected it? We know, counting everything, right? And we be like, how did they get the, oh, well, we're going to give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that.
It would be unthinkable, but maybe Big U arranged for Gunna to get pressed, and that saved Gunna to make it seem like he had his back. However, many on the internet have struggled to take Big U's support for Gunna seriously, and inferred that perhaps this show of support from the streets indeed came with a price. One post from Gunna dissing people for switching sides, and calling to free Young Thug and Gang Gotti was met with a fire emoji response from Big U, showing public support, with others joking in a comment about this post that Big U was only showing support to keep getting his monthly allowance from Gunna. Others said that Gunna is bringing money and opportunities to the Rolling 60s, so they have to support him regardless of the allegations. Another person made a crazy comment, pointing out that it was hypocritical for Big U to hate on Rank 100 for supporting confirmed snitch Tekashi 6ix9ine, but then turning around and supporting Gunna, even predicting a Big U Rico 2 years before it happened, saying that Big U was attaching himself to Gunna from optics because he knew a Rico was coming, with some even going as far as to call Big U turn because of this. Whatever the reasons, it's still under debate, but if Gunna was a case for a real gangster turned election snitch when things got too big, nobody faked their gang ties and ended up in deep trouble with 6ix9ine. So this is the part of the video where I was going to break down the entire story of 6ix9ine getting kidnapped and extorted by the Nine Trey Bloods, but I've done that story to death in many other videos on this channel, so we're going to skip over this. If you want to see that story, head on over to patreon.com/TyleRoss so you can watch the uncut version of this video. But for now, on to the next. Justin Bieber was at one point one of the most polished and clean-cut stars in the pop music world. The singing sensation was discovered at age 13 by talent manager and marketing executive Stephen Braun, who together with pop and R&B sensation Usher ended up signing a young Justin to their R&B MG Records. Bieber would be a star from the very beginning. His first EP, My World, in 2009, would go on to break records, becoming the first debut project to have all 7 songs chart on the Billboard 100. That was just the beginning. Because the following year, his song Baby would become a global mega hit, getting him 2 Grammy nominations, 4 AMA trophies, plus a music video to over YouTube by getting over 1 billion views, the most watched video on the platform. But eventually, at the pinnacle of stardom, he began to go slightly off the rails, and living in Hollywood with an enormous bank account made him easy food for the city's most vicious gangs. One video circulated claiming to show Justin with Selena Gomez in a rough bodega in Hollywood being cornered by MS-13 gang members, and eventually being forced to take off running in the alleyway.
Hey, that Justin Bieber hit Swami though. Right? I tell you, homie. MS Gang. I seen it, bro. What I'm doing. I just love Bieber. I just see Bieber. Leave it to Bieber.
Well,
that's crazy.
That's something at least. Thank you.
Crazy.
I still can't believe he sold my shop.
That's Justin Bieber.
I'll see you back at the homestead.
And I'm Justin Bieber. Yes. Hey, you guys want to see Justin Bieber? Come over to Santa Monica Western. We was having some Bieber. See him? I'll see him. Remember this Justin Bieber? That's Justin Bieber for you guys. He's in Hollywood. The worst part of it too. That's really Bieber. Hey, Bieber. Two. I not really Hollywood. You think? That's a Bieber Chucho.
Despite this video looking hilarious now, it seems that at the time, both Bieber and Selena Gomez's PR teams masterfully managed to suppress this clip from the media to stop it going viral. Another video would seem to show Justin in the wrong hood, surrounded by gang members who appeared to force him to sing and do push-ups for their amusement on camera.
Yes, because we were in the church with the kid, kids on the side. Hey, what's that? Justin Bieber, man. What's going on, man? You're trying to get balled up. Right here, man. Justin Bieber in the hood, white boy, singing.
Claims would later circulate on the California gang subreddit that Justin's car had actually broken down in the Imperial Court's hood, with the gang in the area being the PJ Watts Crips, who were the ones who allegedly made him do push-ups in the street, with a video of Bieber, together with an alleged PJ Watts Crip OG circulating. Predators actually seem to respect Justin and preparing to keep his cool in the hood, keeping him in the set. One commenter said how he appreciated Bieber's not going Hollywood, he decided to keep the gang, while another commenter accepted his certification as a Crip. Justin Bieber called this something like the sentiment, and claimed that because he's a rich white boy, he was never really in any danger. Others suggested that in reality, Justin was just doing what he had to survive, suggesting that he really did look scared and anxious to be singing for the gang members. Other Reddit users would push against the entire narrative of the car breaking down, arguing that he was actually there in the hood on purpose. And while those assumptions would actually be true, as this all turned out to be part of Bieber's community outreach work that he was doing on behalf of his church, this including the singing and the push-ups, which was seemingly Bieber's way of winning the audience onto his side. And this actually worked, as it seemed he was fully accepted by the locals, with him even going to the community rec center to continue programming with local kids and playing soccer and basketball.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
But while this story about the Crips applying pressure to Bieber turned out to have a pretty uneventful explanation, behind the scenes, shady criminals had actually been attempting to shake Bieber down for his money for years, and he would be found at the center of a $1 million extortion plot. According to reports, Justin Bieber was contacted by an unidentified man who claimed to be in possession of a clip of Bieber telling a racist joke on camera back when he was 15, with the unnamed extortionist demanding a whopping $1 million in exchange for keeping the tape out of the public eye. But Bieber held strong on the extortion efforts, turning down the offer of $1 million to keep this a secret. Apparently, the extortionist then claimed to be willing to accept smaller amounts, down to $800K, then $500K. Bieber told them to get lost, but apparently these weren't empty threats, and the story would get more complicated after it emerged that TMZ had been in possession of the video for several years before it released, raising some eyebrows, with reps from TMZ admitting that they indeed held the video for years, but denying claims made in Gawker that they had held it over Bieber's head in exchange for appearances on their platform and cooperation with stories, including one bizarre interview which they claimed was the result of an organic meeting between TMZ hosts and 16-year-old Bieber that was allegedly an agreed-upon shakedown appearance that Bieber had to do to keep the video offline.
We got a struggling recording artist here today. Right? Yeah, we want to give him a chance. Maybe this is going to be his big break today.
We want to see what we can do for the guy. So we believe in finding undiscovered talent. So let's bring him in right now.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on?
Good to see you.
You're Justin Bieber.
Bieber,
Justin
Bieber, yeah.
See the power there. You're running TMZ now.
Yes.
So
what do we have today?
So here's the thing. So hold on. Can we explain to people how did Justin Bieber end up? Oh, we got to know the story. Walking on TMZ.
Once I was at downstairs.
Like the back. Okay. No, we're not supposed to
Yo, you're not. You didn't tell me which not to say.
I know. I was about to. All right. So all right, it's out. So you're down getting some sushi at a restaurant.
So then my boyfriend, he just walks in and is like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Yo, Harvey." And then he's like,
I said, "Yo, Justin."
Yeah, and we just decided to just, come here at TMZ Live.
Yeah.
I mean, his face just says it all. When they told him he wasn't supposed to drop the location of the office, you can tell that Justin just doesn't want to be there, and he's really on edge about saying the wrong thing. TMZ slickly denied that there was any kind of quid pro quo, and suggested that they simply made an executive decision not to publish the tape all those years. But Gawker's Defamer Gossip blog claimed that the footage was used for ransom, and that an agreement had been made between Bieber and TMZ for appearances. While TMZ denied having extorted Bieber, allegations made in an investigative piece in the New Yorker suggested that the company had actually been running a bizarre cash for footage ring for years, sending covert agents all over the country with envelopes of cash and checks in exchange for damning footage of celebrities, including the Jay-Z and Solange elevator fight video, the Tupac Shakur's tape, and even an $80,000 exchange that TMZ had made to get their hand on the Justin Bieber racist joke tapes. The New Yorker actually claimed that Harvey Levin from TMZ was a master manipulator of the media, and that he knew how to spin content out of the allegation in the video before even releasing it, with staffers saying that they owned every angle related to the video, creating plans of running all different kinds of stories of people reacting to the incoming racist comments, seeking reactions from his family, friends, to the NAACP, with micro stories about the tape all contributing to the virality of the ongoing expose. Apparently when Justin Bieber learned what was going on behind the scenes, he had a full-on meltdown and confessed to his team that the video was indeed real, and that he thought he deleted it from a laptop that was later stolen. Justin's manager, Scooter Braun, even pleaded with Harvey Levin from TMZ not to post the video, initially being told savagely that they were going ahead with the release, and that he'd need a statement from Scooter by the morning. Apparently overnight, Levin couldn't sleep and had a change of heart, promising not to post the video the next morning. And when Bieber's mentor, Usher, found out about the tape, a furious Usher allegedly sat Bieber in a room and played him racist videos to drive home just how hurtful these words could be. But regardless of TMZ's role in whipping up a frenzy, within a week of the anonymous extortion attempt, the two compromising videos did end up surfacing on TMZ, one of which depicted Bieber saying the N-word.
One less of me. There's gonna be one less. If I kill you, I'll be part of the KKK.
And another video which depicted Bieber telling multiple racist jokes about black people.
In the brief clip, Justin Bieber can be heard telling a joke, and the punchline is a racial insult.
Father's Day. This is me. That's just 3 days. Why are black people afraid of chainsaws? Don't even say it. Don't.
Despite the savage extortion attempt and public humiliation, in the end, after it leaked, Bieber owned up to the content of the videos, apologizing publicly, saying as a teenager he didn't realize the power of these words. Ultimately, whether Justin Bieber's run-ins with gangs were accidental or planned, there's one celebrity who seemed to have intentionally rubbed shoulders with gangs, eventually grown so tired of their drama that actually forced him to flee the city of LA, and that person is basketball star Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq is a legendary basketball player born in Newark, New Jersey, and raised in a military household. For a standout college career at LSU, he started first overall in the 1992 by the Orlando Magic. In 1996, he signed with the LA Lakers, where he became the all-around NBA superstar.
It's literally nothing bigger, though, than the coast-to-coast move, the change of address made by Shaquille O'Neal. And CNN's Brent Weber has the story about what it took to land him.
In every way, Shaquille O'Neal was the biggest free agent acquisition in NBA history. A 7-year contract to come play in Hollywood. And with it, $120 million of pressure, the likes of which Shaq has never seen.
During his time with the Lakers, Shaq became one of the most dominant players in NBA history. He won 3 straight championships from 2000 to 2002, under multiple All-Star selections, and was named as NBA Finals MVP 3 times. And off the court, his charisma and marketability turned him into more than just an athlete. He became a global brand. He landed endorsement deals with companies like Pepsi, Reebok, and Icy Hot, starred in movies and commercials, and built a massive business portfolio.
I'm interested in the Shaq up here. I'm looking for the Shaq right in here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq. The big man that slams the wheel with just one hand.
At his peak, Shaq wasn't just an NBA superstar, he was one of the most recognizable faces in the world. He still is to this day considered an A-list celebrity despite retiring in 2011. He reportedly earned $286 million during his playing career, and today has a net worth rumored to be as much as $500 million. Fortunately, his enormous riches made Shaq a huge target of gangs operating in Los Angeles. When the criminal complaint about accused Rolling 60s leader Big U dropped in 2025, there were bombshell allegations about Big U having extensively extorted celebrities and NBA players, with one particular allegation that he was also embezzling donations made to his charity Developing Options from former NBA MVPs. It was rumored that Shaquille O'Neal was one of these people, but things would apparently go much deeper, as not only was Big U soliciting donations from Shaq, but also calling in favors, with Shaq actually appearing on Big U's short-lived and unwisely titled Checking In podcast. Shaq played it incredibly cool through this interview, but it was clear that he knew Big U's street reputation. Big U would actually explain Shaq donating money to his organization in the interview, strategically pausing and making sure that he watched his words as he spoke, with Shaq saying that he felt he needed to do this to fit in with LA street politics. People in the comments claimed that Shaq must have had guns pointed at him off camera during this interview, and others came back to watch the video after finding out the details from the indictment, saying that watching this now is crazy work after hearing that Big U was attempting to extort Shaq. Another suggested that Shaq might have been used to directly fund the criminal enterprise. However, Shaq's Big U connection was allegedly only the tip of the iceberg when it came to being pressured by LA's gangs. One story circulated that Shaq had actually had a serious problem with the LA Crip gangs. During a time when he was making music in the 2000s, Shaq had seemingly made ties to LA gang, the Main Street Mafia Crips, and he would even seemingly shout them out and their affiliates in his 2006 track Can't Stop the Rain. The video on the Warring Cali channel on YouTube broke down the whole story, suggesting that after robbery attempts, Shaq aligned himself with the Main Street Crips for protection.
Shaq would be involved with some heavy gang members and ended up making some connections in the LA streets. Some being with South Central gang members from the Main Street Crips. The Main Street Crips were a gang known for being involved in all aspects of bringing in money, from being big-time drug dealers, owning businesses, and being involved in the entertainment industry. Shaq would build a connection with several Main Street Crips as they offered protection for him being in LA, as he was previously robbed before.
However, Shaq would end up getting into a beef with a Main Street Crip affiliate called Stutterbox over money, an incident covered in detail by YouTuber Kip Kane, who explained that Shaq had met Robert Ross, aka Stutterbox, at a party, and that Stutterbox had helped Shaq find new artists for a commission.
Enter Robert Ross, aka Stutterbox, due to his penchant for stuttering when he gets nervous or excited. He met Shaquille O'Neal at a party in LA in around 2003, and they became good friends. Stutterbox happened to know a lot of people around the music scene in LA. Shaq's new label, looking for new artists, commissioned Stutterbox to go and find new people for him, and he followed through. What's interesting seems
Stutterbox discovered and brought Ray J to Shaq's record label and finished royalties, but Shaq's label partner only paid him a $20,000 finder's fee.
2007, Ross formed a relationship with his neighbor Ray J, and was able to bring him on to Shaq and production of his label, with the help of Death Row affiliate Cash Jonas, aka Black Women. Robert Ross and Mark Stevens agreed that Ross would make a percentage of royalties based off of whatever music that Ray J and the label put out to him. But when they met in New York a few weeks later, finally, Mark Stevens gave Ross a $20,000 finder's fee and refused to make royalties.
Then Stutterbox advised Ray J to pass up the opportunity inside the deal. Ray J's project topped the Billboard charts and made a lot of money. Stutterbox tried to get the money he felt he was owed from Shaq.
But Stutterbox tells Ray J signed the deal, and
I'll get my money out of these guys, how I get my money out of them.
The project ended up being a commercial success, topping the charts of Billboard Hip Hop and R&B. The main single was Sexy Can I, which actually had Shaq in the background of the music video.
Is it true that Shaq invested in your music career?
He gave us like $5 million for Sexy Can I.
Wow.
Money Mark, Whack 100, we had another partner, and then Shaq. We recouped the number back for Shaq. And I don't know.
months, 6 months, when everything else has been profitable since.
All the while, Stutterbox was still trying to get it done. After weeks of constantly requesting money from Mark and Shaq, there was no budget from either guy.
Stutterbox would then allegedly come up with a plan to shake down Shaq, his label partner.
Robert Ross come up with a conspiracy to blackmail and extort Shaquille O'Neal and Martin Stevens for the money that Robert Ross felt he was owed for putting together the Ray J deal.
The plan involved an alleged recording of Shaq caught a security camera cheating on his wife at one of Stutterbox's parties. Further complicating the situation, Shaq would hire a private investigator to follow his wife, only to discover that Stutterbox was sleeping with her. Now, Stutterbox alleged that Shaq, fearful of his fate becoming public and jealous of Stutterbox's affair with his wife, got help from other Main Street Mafia Crips who forcibly kidnapped him and drove him to the house of a Main Street Mafia Crip shot caller called Del Dog, where they demanded they beat him, robbed him. When interviewed by police, Shaq denied any involvement, telling police that even if there had been a tape, he wouldn't care about it being made public since he and his wife were getting divorced. Shaq then told the police that he met Main Street Crip gang members during a toy donation but didn't have a personal relationship with them, a statement that he would later contradict on Big U's podcast in 2021. Shaq would say that he severed ties with Stutterbox the year before due to his criminal history, while investigators did obtain phone records showcasing a flurry of calls between Shaq's label partners and Main Street Crip shot caller Del Dog's phone. In the end, the case against Shaq was dismissed. He was able to walk away from the streets of LA, while the Main Street Mafia Crip shot caller that allegedly assisted with the kidnapping Del Dog would be shot and killed during an argument in 2015. Reggie Wright actually claimed during one interview that these gang-related incidents and others actually ended up running Shaq out of Los Angeles.
If they wouldn't have found you, they would eventually was going to run Shaq. And so that's why Shaq. Then he got around before. Then he was tired of LA.
However, not every celebrity gets themselves extorted, as some have grown to be exactly the kind of gangsters and bullies as the ones that are trying to take advantage of them. And perhaps no one is a better example of this than the rapper/business mogul 50 Cent. For any rapper making it big in the music industry, Hollywood dreams can quickly turn into nightmares. That's because beneath the glittering surface lies a shadow empire ruled by gangs, where extortion isn't just a crime, it's a business model. Yet in the rap game, there's one name that's bulletproof to these tactics: Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Born in South Jamaica, Queens, 50 was raised by a drug-dealing mother who got murdered when he was just 8 years old.
My mother passed when I was like 8 years old. I went to live with my grandparents. And she had me when she was 15, so, back then it wasn't as common as young girls have children at 15, a little more now than they did then. So at that point, she started hustling to be able to provide for me at that point. And she got killed when I was like 8 years old.
So when you say hustling, she was involved with what she was?
Yeah, selling drugs.
Selling drugs?
Yeah.
And she was killed as a result of that?
Yeah.
By 12, he was hustling crack, dodging cops, and learning the rules of the streets.
And so how old were you when you got involved in selling drugs yourself?
Around 12.
12 and something.
Well, when I got to high school, my first year, I got arrested at school.
And how old is that? Because I'm not sure high school was about 17.
Yeah, that's 16.
50, this wasn't the rapper's son, it was his life. And just after breaking into the rap scene of his 1999 track, where 50 fantasized about robbing the era's biggest rappers and singers, the following year, 50 took 9 bullets of point-blank range, including one to the face. His facial wound resulted in a swollen tongue, the loss of a wisdom tooth, and a slightly slurred voice. This wasn't just a random act of violence. According to people like ex-NYPD detective Bill Courtney, this was a hit, orchestrated by forces that had connections to Ja Rule, as the shooting allegedly occurred after 50's people robbed Ja Rule for a watch, resulting in a fight between 50 and Ja.
50 Cent drops Get a Crime. And at one point, 50 Cent and Ja Rule get into it. Now, from what I understand, and I've talked to a few people about this, one of 50 Cent's people ends up robbing Ja Rule for a watch. And 50 kind of got thrown into that situation because of his affiliation with it. So a fist fight happens. And, depending on who you talk to, you get a slightly different story. Allegedly, 50 punched Ja, but Ja said he punched 50. Who knows? Right. Who knows? But there was some sort of altercation, and things started getting bad. And at the time, Ja Rule was the big rapper out of Queens.
Ja Rule was signed to Murder Inc., and Murder Inc. was allegedly linked to New York drug lord Kenneth Supreme McGriff, with Ja even giving shout-outs to Supreme during shows. Supreme was the head of his gang called the Supreme Team, which ran a drug network that took in over $200,000 a day. He would later be accused of funneling up to $1 million in drug money through the Murder Inc. music label. 50 Cent allegedly also had a personal issue with Supreme, as Supreme tried to Lil Bro him, but 50 wasn't going for it and would Lil Bro him back. As a former G-Unit affiliate, Bank of Smurf would later tell Capcom News.
I believe you said one time that you came to the block and you tried to like Little Bro 50.
He tried to Little Bro for that, 50 Little Bro for that. That's a fact. Yeah, so from there, I just pretty know that it wasn't going to be a problem. That's a fact.
Another G-Unit member, Tony Yeo, would elaborate that Supreme had once come to the block and rubbed on 50's head, with 50 then doing the same thing back right in front of everyone.
I remember Cream coming to the block one day and trying to like sun 50 and rub his head, and 50 rubbed his head. Like Cream. And that was the day I know Cream didn't like 50.
Ongoing tensions between Ja Rule and 50 Cent, alongside other issues, led Supreme to set his sights on the upcoming 50, and at a certain point he started tracking 50's location and whereabouts.
I don't know what might have happened in between 50 and McGriff, but obviously 50 is a target. He knows he's a target. If you look at the 2-way pager records that we found, historical records, you'll see people, unknown people, saying 50's on Guy Brewer and 155th or wherever. So they were out looking for him.
Then, on May the 24th, 2000, Supreme, along with 2 other associates, would go into 50 Cent's grandmother's house, stake in the house, and then catching 50 and shooting him.
So Kenneth McGriff, Chauncey Milliner, whose street name was Godby, Rob Lyons, whose street name was or Rob Love. They go to 50's grandmother's house, wait for 50, and the rest is history. They shoot him up.
Recovering from the shooting, 50 would get dropped from Columbia Records, but a few years later he would strike gold, signing with Eminem and Dr. Dre instead.
Mid-2000, I got shot, so I was dropped from Columbia Records, and then I came back, and the next deal was done in 2002 with Eminem, Dr. Dre.
50 himself later described the paranoia that he felt following the shooting, explaining how it heightened his senses and changed the way he moved.
I went through a portion of me actually being afraid. Experience, I was hurt physically. I was hurt bad, so I was afraid, and I was uncomfortable with being afraid. And the only time I wasn't afraid is when I was actively involved in actually looking for somebody connected to it. We look at the bushes. When I see the bushes, I look through the bushes. The paranoia from the experience of actually being hurt heightens your senses to everything, the possibilities of things happening. It shifted me.
It would be seemingly this mentality that later helped 50 avoid trouble when he would take his music career from the streets of New York to the entertainment capital of Los Angeles, where local big shots of the intertwined world of gangs and crime industry would attempt to shoot a newcomer who was in charge. 50 had refused to be owned by the gangs in New York, and if 9 bullets didn't change that, there would be no way some LA guys could either. He was of course talking about Death Row Records CEO, who would turn up with about 30 gang members from 50 and the rest of the team, including Eminem, while they were in LA to shoot the music video for 50's first mega hit, In the Club.
I make it in the video, my new video called In the Club. So I got the Dre. The video was big production, you know what I mean? Dre sent me the record. He envisioned it. When he sent it to me, but that's what I did with it. He did what he did. He sprinkled his little magic on it. And I said, what's going on here right now? What's going on here? We're about to operate on this, man. It's shady aftermath, artist development. It's right on here. Then we're trying to develop the artist and make sure that he's up to par. So that's right.
People who were there would later recall the story on numerous occasions, including 50 himself, who would tell how everyone from the makeup team to the cameraman had dropped everything they were doing on the show night arrived because they were so scared of him.
It's funny because he showed me it was like shut like that. I never seen it like how the kind of fear that they had for sure the show came around. Like in the club.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's the first time I see Mexicans with tattoos on their face. What happened? Oh, they got shit backstage. Mexico. Okay. They look. They said, "Shut outside." Man, everything dropped. Brothers, video people, makeup, everybody.
However, 50 was unfazed and confronted the ship head on, essentially telling him that he better get out of there or things will go down.
They got one right there at the boxes. Across the street. We don't understand none of that.
According to 50, Eminem and his best friend, the late rapper Proof, were also on the front show, with Proof being particularly angry to meet him due to the rumor that Sugar got Tupac killed.
Eminem came outside too. Yeah. You know, Em had a different thing on him. Like him and Proof. Proof cussed him out a couple times. Like, sure. They got the same places in the yeah, recipes and Proof. He was a white boy. Yeah. And you know, he do it. Yeah, because I was like, shit. Last one was she tried to shake Proof head, and Proof was like, you get out my face.
It's off Eminem's D12 group, on the other hand, would say that the situation was like a Mexican standoff scene straight out of an old school John Wayne Western, which would end with Sugar simply taking a puff from his cigar, making a hand motion to his posse that it was time to leave.
At first, somebody said, Sugar. And I looked, and Sugar was there, and he had that same group. You know what I'm saying? Essays. And then Fifth, and Fifth was like, what's up? And Sugar just he just sit down and listen to them. And they went back to the little bit rapper. And then they just turned around and left. There's
Sugar eventually also revealed the incident, giving a much different version of the events, including 50 talking about the incident in an interview and getting Sugar for a violation.
Weekly whatever. They asked him, they said, didn't they come here to get y'all? And Victor's like, no, he came, just wanted to know who the killed Rock was. They came up there real deep. Mexican gang members, black gang members, and he said about it. Sure, right. Whole people around gang members, sure. I ain't never getting about it.
But Suge wasn't the only local big-time gangster to try and press 50 in LA, with another one being allegedly the music manager at Pacoima Piru, Wack 100, who's best known for managing the game and Blueface, while also more recently becoming a podcaster on No Jumper. According to Wack himself, back in the day, he and associates planned to intimidate 50 at the SLS Luxury Hotel in Beverly Hills, but when Wack and his goons arrived at the hotel, they would meet a tactical security team made up of former Navy SEALs who were positioned all around the venue, while 50 would welcome them with a diabolical grin.
Hey, yo, Wack, 50 gonna be at the SLS Hotel. What? Yeah, little bar area over there. He's gonna be in the word coming down. Rolling through there. That's when it's all pulled up in this SLS Hotel. Coming down like 10 of us. We coming in this. I stop. I'm looking around. I'm like, some of those things right about this thing. Man, had about 8 Navy SEALs. Real. It's got the air is moving with the tactical. And they see this moving. They position around us. I got us some swerve. Yeah, we ain't got no way with that. See you later, homie.
Many years later, 50 would also recount the story and explain that he comes from a place where you have to be ready.
We were out at a bar, someone was coming there, and they were surprised to see you had some Navy SEAL kind of characters with you. And I imagine this was like a long time ago.
You know what happens? I come from a place where you have to be ready. Don't get ready, you gotta be ready, right? And I would lay things around me that prepare for different type of situations.
In the end, 50 Cent's immunity to extortion isn't about muscle, it's about the mindset. Coming from hustling hard in the streets of Queens, New York, but elevating himself to a business mogul, 50 has to turn every bullet and every betrayal into leverage and strength. And while gangs still fight for glories, he fights for his legacy, and as long as there's money to be made, you can bet that 50 will still be there, still slightly out of family status, as perhaps hip-hop's least extortable rapper. Atlanta for years has been one of the top sources for the most talented rappers in America, but in the shadows, Atlanta is hiding a dark secret. In a place where the street rappers end up becoming the most popular musicians, once a gangster rapper gets on, nothing is worse than their street credibility being tarnished. For the streets, there's one label that's impossible to overcome: snitching. For many in the rap game, portraying yourself as a gangster or being outed as a snitch can be the end of your career. There might be exceptions to the rule, but the reality is once you're outed as a snitch, the streets no longer want to hear your music. And if there's anybody that's running hard for the anti-snitching position, it's Young Thug. After pleading his way out of a serious state RICO case that called his YSL label Street Gang, Thug returned home with one of the most solid reputations in the city. He went up against the state and didn't win, but managed to secure one of the best deals imaginable. And with his respect level movement to in the streets, they set out a mission to destroy the small record labels and he got to spectacular outcomes. Plead the gun, his single phone was incredibly bitter, got into the plea and got out of jail before then. Since the game, he decided to destroy the gun. Initially as a snitch, particularly when he did the same thing that Thug eventually did. But now his season fell on a bit of
Oh my god, bro.
In 2015, he sat down with investigators for a voluntary 2-hour interview to release the entire backstory and profile she and then also
oh my fucking god, bro.
Investigators immediately braced
my fucking god, bro.
Anything to get away with their investigation of them.
This shit is too bugged, bro. This shit is too bugged. Oh my god, bro.
Despite his legal team Brian Fowler's on trial that lyrics should be used against him, he would point out to investigators in the interview that Lil Wayne previously rapped about Birdman in an army, wanting him to go down in a hail of bullets, like Tony Montana at the end of Scarface, an observation that left detectives overjoyed at this delightful discovery. Investigators though he did great before some detectives that they could give any time for information just as long as they didn't tell the world and he was talking to them. Now the audio is leaked, the world is turning on Thug in the exact same way he wanted them to turn on Gunner, with real street figures calling it how they see it. They think of Thug and like Snitch too.
Say that 2 hours of spending with these things, not even a thing. Spinning. Yeah, I'm spinning. You'll be busy in 2 hours. Hey, that's quick, right? Okay, so you gotta look at Thug like a ghost rap. Because Gunner didn't mention no flags when Thug did.
Go on to make things 100 times worse, but he decided that if he was going down, going on to call out unexpected shrink figures in the city rats too, and using debatably flimsy information to back it up.
And I was there before the song, and he mentioned it. 10 euros. So yeah, I tricked him some years, I didn't know he was telling him.
Me too.
So yeah, Daddy, it's the other guy. So yeah, Daddy tricked me for some years, and I didn't know he was telling him.
So I basically said if he's going down, everyone's going to look at him. And now the city of Atlanta's reputation as a tourist is well known. That labeled the city of Atlanta, the city of snitching rappers. But how true are the snitching allegations against them, as well as the allegations he made against others? But today, we're going to look into every story, case, and try to determine the real from the fake. That's not secure the stress of Atlanta since they used to be, or is it still? The city's snitches. So warning, this video is about sensitive traffic and problems of time. If you remember any graphic content, guidelines, the aim to provide comparative factual journalism that does not dismiss its seriousness, and it's used under the doctrine of fair use and neutral reporting and analysis. Some points made in this video are names and theories. This is for third-party information. If you want to watch my videos uncut and extended, go to patreon.com/cracklawbros, where you can get those for just $2. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. What's the video? First person for Lil Wayne was just 11 years old, and Rattle and Slim, Cash Money Records artist from Wayne's Hollywood label and made the introduction.
And you mentioned the sensibility. Yes. And all what
Wayne, who at the time was going by the rap name Baby D, would freestyle for Birdman, the head honcho of Cash Money Records. Birdman would give the young rapper his business card in return.
He introduced me to Baby. That's this Baby. He gave me a card. And I ain't never stopped talking.
While their mentor-mentee relationship started off innocent enough, Birdman would take Wayne under his wing and put him in a recording studio. Some say this mentorship came with a dark side, with Birdman introducing the young Wayne into a grown man's world, exposing him to a lifestyle he really shouldn't have been living at just 11 years old. Wayne's career kicked into high gear when he teamed up with a Noogie, the former Bee Gees, dropping their first album, True Story, in 1995. By 1997, Wayne and Lil Doogie, alongside the Cash Money rappers Juvenile and Kirk, began rapping under the group name The Hot Boys, who would eventually become legendary in the South. Their success was meteoric. Their debut project, Get It How You Live, debuted at number 37 on the Billboard Hip Hop charts, and by 1999, their album Guerrilla Warfare blasted its way to number 5 on the Billboard 200 albums charts. It would be certified platinum, selling more than 1 million copies, and by just age 15, Lil Wayne was on top of the world.
Next week I'll be 15. The block is hot, man.
Flashy videos and platinum plaques, something deeply disturbing was going on. There were rumors that Birdman had been some of his younger artists, including Lil Wayne.
I don't know. I never in my life saw people manipulated the way that they were manipulated. You know, this dude's the Houston dudes, bro.
As time went on, revelations came out suggesting that Birdman was using shady business tactics with his artists. Lil Slim, the very man who introduced Wayne to Birdman, had been the first to walk away from Cash Money in 95, convinced that he was being cheated out of his album sale earnings. Juvenile left Cash Money Records in 2001 for the same reasons, and then BG, who had been signed to Cash Money in 92 since he was just 12 years old, also left, alleging that he had received zero royalties for his early work with albums released before 1998. Even Manny Fresh, the mastermind producer behind Cash Money's iconic sound, would eventually walk out too. Fit Birdman. In an interview, Juvenile exposed that even Wayne himself flashed out now the evidence. It had later that Juvenile slightly told Lil Wayne that he would help him in the end. Still under Cash Money Records, has not agreed with Lil Wayne and Power Play, but watching the Money was 2140 split between Cash Money and Wayne. That Money went on to sign the biggest male and female artist in pop history in 2009. Very happy to ready to get Money get going to get they 2013, the European Tour got stopped because the plan was to find out Israel strengthened the alliance royalty payments to the legend and started going to sit on his copyrights and success. The always the actual music rights that Lil Wayne was supposed to follow with Cash Money locked down solely under Cash Money's name. But the final straw seemed to be the indefinite shelving of Wayne's highly anticipated The Carbon Fiber. Wayne's frustrations boiled over in a series of tweets in December 2014, Wayne called out Birdman and Cash Money for refusing to clear his album. This was something that Young Thug would eagerly speak about during his 2015 interrogation. Please explain, what's the whole beef between Lil Wayne and Birdman? Why is he trying to sue and all that? What's the deal with that? At the time, Wayne was calling himself a prisoner. His creativity was being held hostage, while saying how he desperately wanted to the label and to have nothing to do with Cash Money. As Thug would later explain to authorities, Lil Wayne essentially found himself in a situation where putting out his album and he could get sued. So,
Amazon Music has everything you want to listen to. Music, podcasts, and audiobooks. All in one app. Amazon Music Unlimited. Audiobooks included.
Then in 2015, Lil Wayne filed a lawsuit against Cash Money and Birdman for a staggering $51 million. Let's take a step back. Music scene brings inspirations of what people make. It's impossible to deny the role and influence that Wayne had on Thug's early sound. It was difficult to find any review of his early mixtapes and songs that didn't have somebody mentioning just how much he sounded like Lil Wayne. It was around 2014 when Thug began raising eyebrows on the internet, romantically sharing drinks with his high niece and wearing 11 grim tutus that he would graduate from a Lil Wayne imitator to a real deal unique artist with serious potential in the music game. His son Stoner and Danny Glover began popping in the streets of Atlanta and all over America. At one point, he was even rumored to have signed to Birdman's Cash Money Records too. The deal with actually materializing. So relates to the authorities.
Yeah, man.
This announcement came at the worst possible time, as at this point, Lil Wayne was publicly feuding with Cash Money Records and Birdman, with the timing looking incredibly shady, as Birdman had also seemingly taken Thug up. His winning tensions continued to heat up following Wayne's $51 million lawsuit against Birdman in January 2015. In March 2015, Thug's label officially announced that Thug's Part 6 would be coming out soon. With this followed by Thug releasing the artwork for the project that featured himself naked under a red spotlight the next month. But Lil Wayne was not impressed, and he would go on to diss Young Thug and the other Thug insisted that the album was named in honor of his role model, and he would later give his opinion on Lil Wayne's response to him to the authorities. Anyway, Thug was inevitably forced to change the name of his album, threatened being States soon do. Instead going with the name Barter Sings, the B being of course a reference to his alleged affiliation. He then announced the location of his next show being Holly Grove in Woodlands. He was heard from a photo of the world that he would be pulling out strapped with guns, or as he referred to them. Yeah, what's it? It's coming out. For a show. Going out of the game. Take it out there. Pick me up. Yeah, Bar 6 will indeed officially release on April 17, 2015. Playing immediately slide back during the live performance, making his position clear that there was no such thing as Bar 6. Less than a week later, this war of words escalated to something far more dangerous. On the 9th of April 26, 2015, Wayne was on stage at the club called The Compound in Atlanta. While this was going on, down in Louisiana, Lil Wayne's home state, Bud was facing a hostile crowd. It moved on stage.
Yeah, man.
Their rivalry was played out in real time in two different cities. Ironically, they were both on each other's home turf. Also played before, once affiliates of the legend Anderson gang, including Pete Roscoe, real name Jim Guthrie, descended the venue. This played a race by Roscoe, going into the best name Michael Barry, was playing the legs of the full right against him there. On the race, and Roscoe was severe. The venue, the gig suggested that at some point he would miss the screen of us. Roscoe left the area, the show was shut down. Escort to get them out of the area, and their escort then led to the bus into jurisdiction, right in the state of Bay 5, by the barrel, slammed up with a single shots, the Catholic and guns, the investigation of following the stronger violence, the next, the alleged criminal, also allegedly murdered some to wait for the street, still, so made his way back to the explanation. Unfortunately, see what's really in the barrel, which I think was technical
to be allowed on the jail list. The court just wrapped up over 60 hours of precise hearing and emotional testimony by the defendant's sister.
Authorities that Birdman should also be held liable as a party to the crime, arguing that Birdman's financial dispute with Wayne was the very reason for the shooting in the first place. He appeared to argue that Pee-wee's team were essentially pointing figures at Birdman to make sure he didn't go down alone. After the most recent scandal around the Bird's alleged snitching, Wyatt Sullivan believed that this decade-old article with his own interesting theory for why Bud could be talking to the authorities, arguing that while behind bars, Pee-wee had told Bud to get him out of prison, so Bobby Roscoe had to land a little shooting on Birdman.
Trying to tell because they wanted to. That's why Pee-wee did go to jail. Pee-wee did get convicted. This is the second time he been charged with the Pee-wee got convicted in 2016. Pee-wee went to prison. They told them, hey man, y'all better get out of here. Go look it up. See, I already smoked it. He had turned on Birdman. He already got told. They already got told.
However, in all fairness, that's not quite what Neal's defense was arguing, because this was a motion to dismiss his charges, not to include charges against Birdman, although the young thug, who was also mentioned specifically. Most importantly, all the supposed claims made by the defense were in fact then simply responding to claims made by the prosecution, and the prosecution was engaging inside the prosecution, and therefore these charges have been dismissed. However, what this does probably went to is that the standard held by guys like Young Thug, himself, was in this of the essentially either, as in both cases, there was some seemingly questionable claims or admissions made by the defense that in the end had nothing to do with the prosecution for any other parties allegedly involved in those crimes. In the case of Pee-wee, though, what he may not have been snitching on Birdman was himself seems to have tried his best to cover himself too, as the leads jailhouse phone call between Bergman and Amy Roscoe would later reveal what appeared to be discussion for a payment, where Bergman and Amy reportedly told the long-term shooter how this is out there and get his money, while Amy had done everything that he could do. Bergman, of course, did many things to find the system of business.
This weekend, indictments indicate State recalled sermons linked to records and Bergman. The indictment went on to state that the shooting stemmed from Hill regarding Woodway's and captured records.
Instead of facing a random county's district attorney, what seemed like an overwhelming amount of evidence against him there, Charles Russell's Lil Wayne pleaded guilty and accepted a 10-year prison sentence. He had until today to take a deal.
This Kiwi and Roscoe spent 10 years in prison. The district attorney here in Cobb County believes the gang problem is getting out of control in Cobb and really in the metro. We told you about a case last week in which it's almost asked the judge for a 350-year sentence in another gang case. So it's like Jimmy Lindbergh's already on board.
It's allegedly pressured to accept the deal, and in a strange turn of events, recommendations for a the Supreme Court.
On this case, the judge interjected herself at the process, implying that it's considered she would give him a much harsher sentence. As a result, the Supreme Court found that Winfrey did not voluntarily enter the plea and was influenced by the judge, so the plea and convictions were thrown out.
November the 6th, 2015, after 5 years in prison, Roscoe was a free man once again. Yet despite Fox's diligent public support for the following his arrest in 2015,
then what you got to tell him? What you got to tell him? Dre,
Roscoe, yeah, free Roscoe, stay free. We see against the Ross. It would appear just a month after he was shot, Amy Roscoe double funded something like Ross, the threatening security guard in all Atlanta. Following this arrest, officers were called into an interrogation room, at which point the artist known for his and sticking stance with carrying into a conversation with the investigators. This lengthy interrogation audio later resurfaced as a narrative that Rock himself might be a snitch. During the interview, investigators immediately zeroed in on their real target, Amy Roscoe, the man they had arrested for shooting the its 12 hours just months earlier.
I guess in the background, this whole shebang, this whole history of what's going on, I'm sure you know what happened.
Some of the interrogation later reminded them of the right to remain silent for months, but multiple times. Sources that
if you talk to us, that kind of what that's saying. Like, we haven't threatened you, we haven't hit you with a club, we haven't made any promises, whatever. Do you understand that?
That's why the next publicly ready and willing to talk about anything they wanted, so honestly, they didn't sign anything they say. That thing. Should you understand? Stomach. This conversation is being inflamed with the trail of the string of witness log will provide investigators with a detailed breakdown of the entire meeting with Bergman and Lil Wayne, frankly and primarily as a business dispute over unpaid piece together lyrics for the cops, letting them know that Lil Wayne had previously wrote lyrics inferred that he might go down in a hail of bullets when he was directly at Scarface. Revelation from informed investigators that Roscoe and Wayne used to be very close, and that Roscoe was actually Lil Wayne's drug connection, a statement that directly implicated both men in illegal activity.
What's your pleasure today?
The interrogation was temporarily interrupted by the arrival of Thugs Bologna Sandwich. That's what it is. Sorry. From the interview, Thug made a careful dance around directly confirming Roscoe's involvement in the bus shooting, frequently saying that he didn't know if he shot up the bus, that he didn't think he did, but also pointing out that he didn't want to get in the way of their investigation. By the end of this marathon session, Thug had provided so much information that the investigators literally ran out of questions. They thanked him for doing such a great job. Thug in turn left the door open for them to reach out to him anytime, providing his number, with the condition that no one would find out about him talking to them. Yes, sir. This interrogation audio hasn't exactly been a secret. It surfaced a couple of weeks years earlier, was even posted by DJ Academics at the time, but that was back in 2023. But by August 2025, when the video resurfaced, opinions on Young Thug had drastically shifted, because since his own trial, the governor had accepted a plea agreement with Thug and admitted that YSL was indeed a gang responsible for criminal activity. In the wording of that agreement, Thug would himself label them as snitch, as well as pressuring one of his powerful friends in Atlanta to ostracize him from the music community. When this audio recording came out, so much smack about Gunner snitching. This interview will become exhibit A, but everybody ready to label him a hypocrite and a snitch himself. Thug would call his truth-telling an honest mistake, an interesting choice of words that got him newly found on. Even Takeshi 6ix9ine jokingly saying that his whole cooperation must have been a big mistake as well. Thug continued by saying that he told detectives that they used to sell weed to try and prove that there was no beef between Pee-wee and Wayne, which was an obvious lie from Thug, who in fact told detectives that it was only Roscoe specifically who had sold drugs to Wayne. In an intentional attempt to deflect, Thug also accused Rollo to Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis that he wanted to testify against Thug in order for Lucci to get out of jail, an outlandish claim that had zero evidence to back it up. Rollo told Fulton Academics to scream and say the strict code dictates that the allegations need to be backed up by paperwork. Deflecting on Twitter by reposting a 16-second clip from the 2-hour interrogation that conveniently left out Captain Birdman, Wayne, and Roscoe, and instead focusing on one line where Thug would deny that he, Lil Wayne, or Birdman were members. The first people that came to his defense was none other than Pee Wee Roscoe himself, who was some very suspect reasoning, argued that Thug essentially did nothing wrong by telling the cops that he sold weed to Lil Wayne, essentially claiming that verbal confessions to police somehow don't count as snitching.
That's what you're supposed to do. You want to interrogate someone, that's what you're doing. You told me you said the Wayne Carter. You know what I'm saying? You know, a snake man is this right here. So that's him. He did that. He didn't do that.
They did very little to help Thug's case. At some point, people would even slip up and say that Thug did what any taxpaying citizen would do, followed by him desperately trying to reframe Thug's 2-hour interrogation as him openly keeping solid, Pee-wee out of the hole.
He did what a taxpaying citizen was rich. Check us out. Check it over there, really. Because they're really trying to pull me out the hole.
But Pee-wee was also secretly on a mission to piss everyone off, to make even more enemies, attacking the hopeless people from the Atlanta music industry, accusing them of snitching too. This was a decision that even Pee-wee recognized as a big mistake, saying that Roscoe had just made a whole lot of people mad, and now had motives to leak all the stuff before actually working for people to start snitching on Roscoe, alongside himself and Jonathan White. In response to Roscoe mentioning his name in the list of known Atlanta snitches, Woody made a diabolical allegation that Roscoe had a special preference when it came to his partners. I said it all. Sneaky stuff made Roscoe to make a statement. There is that might not be so far-fetched, especially when you think back to a recorded phone call that was played in the YSL trial that appeared to show Pee-wee Roscoe giddy with joy for being told in jail that he would be given $250,000 in a Porsche in exchange for staying on these charges. But it would just be money and Porsches that Pee-wee would take.
Bop again? What do you got for me? Not to hang the jib, but it's not enough. You'll need some more.
Because interestingly enough, during his defense of Thug, Roscoe would be spotted wearing a wallet chain around his neck that appeared to be the same one that young Thug had been gifted on his birthday by Metro Boomin just weeks earlier. Others were frustrated at the culture's hypocrisy when picking and choosing who was a snitch, seemed to be basically personal bias rather than the actual street code. People also drew comparisons with the Thug and Gunna, pointing out that Gunna was being called around for poor people a lot less than Thug did. But now that we've covered Thug's alleged snitching, it's only fair that we also speak about his ops, and who their choice for Thug's oldest arch nemesis, YFN Lucci, whose alleged gang went down in a similar fashion to Thug's YSL. But did Lucci and his team keep it solid in the same way, or, as some have claimed, did Lucci himself also slip up and end up falling short of the strict non-snitching rules when push really came to shove? His life was on the line too. When it comes to the beef between Thug's YSL and Lucci's YFN crews, we've already made several videos that go into incredible depth about it. In the latest of those videos, I go the 3-hour deep dive into the Young Thug and YSL trial. I also break down the history of the Atlanta
Faulkner's guess better be right. Why anyone would believe the Northwest Passage exists is beyond me.
That both YSL and YFN are Atlanta gang sets with alleged ties to the National Blood gangs. The YSL, allegedly led by Young Thug, hailing from the Cleveland Avenue area, being allegedly at least somewhat affiliated with the East Coast base of the Murder Blood gang, while YFN, allegedly led by Lucci, is a faction that's allegedly part of the larger set, ABG, aka the Atlanta Blood gang, which hails from Summer Hill and Peoplestown neighborhoods, and is primarily associated with the West Coast originated the Inglewood family gangster bloods, also known in Atlanta as the IF gang. Now, once upon a time in the early 2010s, the different blood gangs and sets in Atlanta were seemingly relatively friendly with each other. This included some myself,
The Octavians,
whose members would even make a music
Hendrik
video
Vanderhoff's
together.
first and last
Myself,
captaincy.
Rodney Kelly from the ABG, believed in planning a crime project together. Unfortunately, from the year 2015, everything would change as the infamous murder of Dave Gunn, real name of the Thomas, highly expected member of the IF gang, music industry insider, and helped launch the career of YFN Luigi himself, with Luigi signing to a local Philippines game label in 2014. That was a key associate with Gunn's murder, allegedly was committed by members of YSL, although the Fulton County prosecutors ultimately failed to prove this during the YSL trial. This killing would launch the city of Atlanta into a building war between these two factions and their affiliates, while also making YFN Luigi and the other each other's worst enemies. At the same time, though, YFN Luigi's music career began to garner some significant mainstream attention, with songs released 2016 and 14 Streets featuring Migos. But while Luigi was on his way to becoming a household name in rap, just like Bo, he couldn't stay away from the streets, as prosecutors were later claiming that some of Luigi's YFN crew, an ABG that had gap legally making street connections all the way in Miami, Florida, they affiliated with a gang hailing from the Liberty City neighborhood in North Miami, specifically the Liberty Square Public Housing Project, also locally as the Tweeds Projects, or simply the B. This gang set was known as the Bloodhounds, or BH, not to be confused with the Chicago-based group of crushing chain snatching demons with the same name. Particularly Luigi, seemingly close with local rappers from the set, rapping CB3, with the two even based music together on some music video released on the 25th of December 2020. Unfortunately, their collaboration was limited to music. 2 before the release of the music video, Russell and Ted Luigi, together with CB3 and 2 other local affiliates from Miami, to the Litty and the Baby, drumming around the country with Luigi's neighbor. These plays were a cover video from that day.
Hendrik Vanderhoff,
Baby, Tom Caro,
Captain Kidd's quartermaster turned captain himself. The path you thought never existed, Hendrik. I hope your suffering was short.
Of course, best known for the affiliated rappers with Baby, for a long time has been good friends with Young Thug, with the prosecutors later pointing out how the Roman 60s in Atlanta had become affiliated with YSL, while also having a rivalry with the IF gang. Also, when Luigi and his partners from Miami pulled up to Fort PF's hood, was captured on security cameras at about 5:15 p.m. They got him from Luigi, shortly with CB3, the Baby,
I need to get out of this thing. I must get out. That was close. I must not get caught in here. There's not much time.
Unfortunately, the actions of YSL, though, in January 2020, Atlanta police officially announced charges against YFN Luigi, revealed that they were seeking him on felony murder, aggravated assault, participation in street gang activity, and possession of a firearm during the commission of the felony charges. The announcement came with the news that the two alleged accomplices, 17-year-old Leroy Pitts, aka Litty or Lizard, and 23-year-old Rival Boyd, aka CB3, had already been arrested in Miami with assistance of federal authorities. Just over a month after the December shooting, Luigi would turn himself into the police, and surprisingly, despite their heavy rivalry, Young Thug showed some support for Luigi, posting a video with the hashtag #FreeAll on social media, saying that he didn't want to see anyone locked up, or not with the implied message.
Back again?
Outside, but
What do you got for me? If you've been trying to run a rig, I won't have it. Find some more.
Emphasizing his client's innocence. While his bond was initially denied, after his arrest, Lynch would celebrate his release after posting a hefty $1 million bond. Then, in May 2021, just 4 months after blocking out murder charges, the Fulton County grand jury would deliver a 75-page, 105-count RICO indictment ensnaring Lucci and some other individuals, including APG members like the Randall BJ and Lucci's bloodhound associates from Miami, in a sprawling racketeering conspiracy that dwarfed his original charges.
Here, an Atlanta rapper, among a dozen others indicted on racketeering charges as part of a massive gang crackdown. And that is our top story. Police say the charges are all related to the Bloods gang activity spanning over a decade.
The December shooting that had initially landed him in jail was no longer a standalone case. It had become just one piece of evidence in a massive racketeering conspiracy with the prosecutors and Lucci's his wife and his affiliation with the APG, the AF gang, Miami, strung together numerous different types of overt acts.
It's good to be at sea again, but I don't much like that sky.
Even a pretty sunrise is a bad omen to you, Mr. Faulkner. Where are these raiders?
By guessing by God an easterly course toward the coast. Miss Mandy reports of some British boats gathering somewhere in these rocks, threatening the vineyard. British gunboats after one of the vineyard ships, Captain. We must protect her. We need to protect the civilian ship. We need to keep the gunboats off until she reaches the vineyard pier. We need to protect the civilian ship. He can't take much more of that. Mine, Captain! Mine, Captain! Destroy them or use them to our advantage. Either way, avoid the blasted things.
To our advantage, how?
Shoot the blooming things with our swivels when our targets get too close.
Aye, aye.
raised the issue of his ownership, which individuals cooperating with authorities on this name here, victims of the case. Speculation that he was testifying in Fudge trial with regards to Lucci's own case. By December 2023, seven defendants were brought to case for 7 years. In 3, the original defendants made his trial themselves. Then, in February 2024, Lucci made a deal on his own. The state court as well, and 13 charges against him.
It's strict sentence way these rights stands for this as far as Count 69 in indictment 23 SC 1889.
As a response to the recent revelation about the funds allegedly telling the creators the land parameters will be able to that's reputation. On solid against the rappers, he is going to come out of jail, being picked up by some unpaid freedom. He's had some success with his first single, from since the release. January the 31st, my friend ranked number 1 in 20 million views in 3 months. Basically, witnessed the death of his friend. He still owns the original playback of the Flash Rap and the Dead, and is now studied in the Republic Monument. The progress that the case has started with his life in respect to Parliament. This is why that the needs to say that they have a problem with this building this life vested from the policy. This was most possibilities was the image of why the Lucci, the CEO of the This options hearing was its Naga's legacy is intertwined with the loss of this friend games baby and hopes was the library of this behind this honor for Conrad, who was a pivotal part of the journey. This Maybach now stands here as a monument. So on this next album, you hear the words, "Writing this Maybach cost me 3 bullets." This man is through history.
Shoot the blooming things with our swivels when our targets
hit. At least it happened in a luxury Maybach. In 2025, following the exposure of some of the biggest rappers in Atlanta, Lucci will go on to one of his promising careers in the city's history. Not only it, he stays out of trouble with the law. That means on May 9th, 2022, history to 33 bullets and broken blockade. The smart and rapid murders, racketeering activities, then way back working with a summer bill to get revenues back on the streets around the world.
In this county, I've got a gun on our 28. This given Ryan South and Johnstone and Micah have been charged with 56 count indictment yesterday.
YSL was a violent recommendation of terrorism. Decade, you'll see him straight in the issue against this coalition looking straight at so we'll expose them to some reality of the reality we'll expose him. So standards told them that the Royal Gap prosecution will make them those questions. States. That type of specific associated with the result of exceptionally friendly relations. These states go back to 2012, even allegedly knew on this alone.
She should be safe now, but it's a hot chase. Get after them and end the threat on the vineyard. They veered north. Not there, but an abandoned fort.
Was facing serious federal charges. Prosecution believes they obstructed the perfect arrangement that would testify everything he knew about the using Sam, the one surface showed them a threat to be ground them on case. When it's time to stand, starting with refusing to answer basic questions, leaving the fear for asking his actual age. Okay. How old are you? Well, okay, when it's wrong.
And what's in your
Fort! Fort!
That lock shouldn't be there.
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Time and time waits for no man. Take out her towers. Won't be back with you in the house now.
Oh, man. And I'll tell you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made it. So, it's the God honest truth. And I have
That lock shouldn't be there.
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Time and tide waits for no man. Take out her towers. Won't take us with you in the house. We can't let it away from
These illusions, their sole witness, completely terrible mistake that nobody was making headlines for his corporate antics and otherwise celebrate the act of allegedly by ranking member of the basically chased all Atlanta police whilst armed with an AK-47 assault rifle and a 40 caliber handgun, and driving a car that had been rented in Young Thug's name, heading into rival gang territory to retaliate for a shooting. The vehicle crashed following the chase and case and submitted to prosecution. Even later, social media
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
and it's too close to the vineyard. Time and tide waits for no man. Take out her towers.
Wow, 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 bro.
Simply due to the allegations of snitching
My nigga.
2015 surfaced. I think the list was true. Yakoi had been talking to the police police. The footage recorded after his arrest with Duke in October 2015 showed a cooperative Gotti interview. It immediately became clear that he had information from investigators and
The chain shots are ineffective.
He verified the police's suspicions that the murder was likely a message to the victim's brother. This is why I said 20 minutes of the interrogation.
We need to guard those borders! Take clear of their flight now! Mortars! Locators with me can't take us under hit like that, Captain!
This is why I said the lead gang. Visibly lifted the moment food arrived, briefly pausing to say a prayer and detect a suggestion.
That lot got shouldn't be there.
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Time and tide waits for no man. Take out her towers.
Locators with you in the house now! Clear of their flight now!
Well, he didn't just stop with what the police already knew. He offered details on a previously unknown 2014 shootout where he was shot 5 times and an innocent bystander was also caught in crossfire.
Nice driving, Captain! We need to guard those borders! Take clear of their flight now!
Detectives questioned why his crew continued to move so recklessly despite their industry success. Well, he pointed the finger directly at Lil Woody as the primary instigator of the MLB.
Nice driving, Captain!
After doing all that talking, Yakori proposed that if he was released, he could return to the streets as an active informant to get the police any other information they needed.
Take clear of their splashdown!
This leak landed just as his co-defendant Young Thug had accepted a non-negotiable plea deal on October 31st, 2024, pleading guilty to a raft of charges.
Rapper Young Thug pleaded guilty today to gang, drug, and gun charges. 33-year-old Grammy-winning artist, his real name is Jeffrey Williams, entering his pleas with outreach and team of prosecutors. Negotiation between some sides going down. Judge states if the time served plus at least 15 years on probation, a round could be free as early as 9.
But Gotti's gamble would pay off for September 3rd, 2024, after nearly 3 years behind bars. In less than 2 months after Young Thug and his plea deal admitting guilt in relation to gang charges, Young Gotti would be acquitted of all of his charges. Young Thug's non-negotiable plea deal that he accepted in October 2024 meant that he had pled guilty to drug, gun, and gang charges and no contest to RICO and gang leader counts. In taking this deal, Thug had essentially admitted that YSL was a criminal Street Gang, an admission that could have theoretically held the chance of any defendant still facing charges. That deal ironically put Young Thug in the very same shoes as Gunner, who was famously labeled as stage for his actions to Trial 2, with Gunner being one of the first major defendants to take a plea deal. In this case, though, his plea allowed him to maintain his innocence while acknowledging that the state had enough evidence to potentially convict him.
And it's Atlanta rapper Gunna walked out of the Fulton County Jail. The rapper, whose real name is Sergio Kitchens, entered a negotiated guilty plea.
But as part of that deal, he would have to agree to statements read in the court that YSL was both a music label and that he had personal knowledge of YSL's crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Very specific stipulations in his statements applied in his case alone. The plea statement could only be used against other YSL co-defendants if Gunner took the stand. Yet even at the time of making the agreement, the state had no intention of putting Gunner as a witness. Still, the reaction within Atlanta and beyond sparked outrage. Redditors expressed complete shock that actually Gunner was snitching. People were in disbelief that he could actually say yes ma'am in response to the statement of YSL's gang.
Get the fuck, bro. Fucking God, bro.
That lobcock shouldn't be there.
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Diamond Tide waits for no man. Take out your towers. Won't hit us with you and your down, warriors! Stay clear of that lockdown! That fort won't be troubling anybody no more.
Also, forgoing any foresight about taking sentence before handing in that plea.
What reason would the English have to threaten Martha's Vineyard?
Your
It has
guilty
no
plea is a
strategic value, and its
plea
people
or a
remain in peace.
non-negotiated plea. The
I
state
fear an
is
influence
making
of
a
different
recommendation
kind sought this.
of sentencing to the court.
But
Young
what they
Thug had
intend,
also
they
accepted a
cannot
plea
know.
to secure his release, just like Gunner did. Thug's deal also required him to admit some facts too, such as gang participation. But Thug claimed that Gunner's statement about YSL being a gang ultimately made the state's case stronger.
If a gang is a YSL is a gang, and if no people in this was on this trial who committed crimes in furtherance of the gang, that means you beat it.
Yet Gunner's statements were never used in trial, and Thug's own pleas and admissions had also validated the prosecution's case against YSL.
57. Participation in criminal street gang activity. How do you plead?
I plead guilty. Yet somehow, in the court of street opinion, these two nearly identical pleas were treated completely differently. Gunner was branded a rat, while Thug was seen as a victim of circumstance. But perhaps even more revealing was Thug's phone call with 21 Savage that leaked in August 2025, exposing the calculated and manipulative nature of the entire smear campaign against Gunner that Thug had orchestrated from behind bars while still awaiting his plea. On the call, Young Thug would desperately try to sabotage Gunner's career by asking 21 Savage for a verse so he could include it on his album Business is Business, but he was planning to release the same day as Gunner's Gift and Curse.
Man, drop the album the same day something drop, bro. You can just, y'all think you're a song, put work on it.
On the call, he would brag about having held Gunner down in the past and being the one who signed him.
They drop Friday. I can hold his name if I want to.
21, on the other hand, would suggest that Thug should have capitalized on the situation by squeezing a bigger share of Gunner's album sales in exchange for publicly clearing up his snitching allegations.
Yeah, I'm finna do it. I don't think we should play it like that, bro. Why? I feel like you should have just made him come in, like clean his face up, and made him come in more. Like, if I need 80%, 30%, I'm gonna tarnish your face card. That's what you gotta think about it, but bro, at the end of the day, bro, you did what you did, but we gotta capitalize on everything you do. Like, bro,
21 would also try and convince Thug that Gunner wasn't ever really in the streets like that and that he didn't earn loyalty the same way they did, essentially poisoning Thug's mind against his former protege.
Yeah, bro, I'm saying, like, we earn loyalty different now. How do you do? You know what I'm saying? Not like we different, you know what I'm saying?
He would suggest that Gunner accepted his plea deal to get out for a woman.
I love you, baby. What you doing?
Back again?
Later on the call,
What do you
Thug
got
expressed
for me?
his desire to redo
That
Gunner's
won't
contract
drag
and get 4 more
Get
albums
some
out
more
of him,
and
but
then
he
we'll
would
buy
enthusiastically respond to telling Thug to make Gunner pay for his mistake.
Hey, tell me, I want to redo this. I want to redo what? Contract. So I want to put them up. I want to let them up. One more album.
Ironically, the man claiming to be betrayed by a rat was actively trying to profit off of that same person's career, and in addition to those leaked phone calls, the full extent of Thug's hypocrisy would come to light.
They said Ross over
Do you trust her?
With my life, Captain.
I'm saying Ross
Name's Amanda. You must be the captain.
When his interrogation video revealed that he had spoken openly to
You
police about
stride into
everything
my
from
bar,
Roscoe's
pockets,
activities
and
in the
looking for
streets.
officers. Days later, I start hearing whispers the ghost of the North Seas stalks the Atlantic again. The Aquila has returned and I need her help. Nicholas Biddle now sails for the Patriots, captaining the Randolph. The man is raiding up and down the coast round Nantucket, claiming it's a loyalist coast.
Where is he now?
Speak of the devil.
Detectives pick up another piece of paperwork from the YSL trial that allegedly pointed to Thug snitching again. According to a motion filed in the summer of 2023, Thug's defense team was trying to stop a detective named Quinn, testifying that he had talked with Thug years ago in the back of his police car, a conversation during which Thug had allegedly offered up information relating to a murder that had been included in the YSL trial. As part of the motion, Thug's defense asserted the claim was entirely false and that the alleged incident never occurred. Moreover, what appeared to be a response based on Detective Quinn's testimony, this supposed murder was not murder of Big Nut. The alleged discussion was therefore irrelevant to the current trial, while also adding that young Thug had been very young during this spirited interaction with the detectives. However, this paperwork had in fact been out since young Thug's trial. The YouTuber Tempe Jake had even done a full breakdown on it back then. According to Jake, the most likely motive for the prosecution to try and include this detective's testimony would have been to try and make Thug look like a possible signature to the other people in the case might know him by themselves.
The Randolph is attacking a merchant vessel not far from here. Your orders.
When I saw this motion, I was surprised, but
We need
find out what Biddle intends, but we must hurry. What else do you know of Biddle?
All of a sudden, Kong builds a brand new ship for him to capture. From Britain.
Who's been retired for years, just for him to say, hey, Young Thug told me about a murder way back when. What is the point of bringing this back up other than to affect Thug's reputation? If we can portray him as a snitch, showing he formally cooperated, after other snitches in the case have already been exposed, which is detrimental because nobody wants to testify now. So if the prosecutors can make Thug look like a rat, maybe the actual rats in the case, they won't care to go up on the stand and say something against him. No details were given as to what he actually said. Juvenile gets picked up. Hey, what happened in this situation? I don't know what happened. Or he lied. Or he did a little finesse. Or he did whatever he did. I don't know. I know that people will come up with a million excuses. And I know that there's some excuses that are going to be valid. If he gave fake information, if he gave a fake name, if he gave a fake scenario, whatever, and the detective wrote that down, the detective's going to say, well, he gave me information. Whether or not it was valid or not, we don't know. So, no, I'm not going for Thug's a snitch. I'm not going for none of the rumors of the accusations. We don't have enough proof to stamp that.
Himself even tried to get ahead of this newest paperwork drama and being able to capture that this event just never happened. This will be an interesting point, as when Young Thug appeared on $1 million worth of game, he would trash snitches in his usual style, and when told that some people snitched in the back of the police car, he would uncomfortably scratch his head in what I believe to be something of a tell.
The captain of a colonial flagship, something doesn't add up.
No matter what you tell them the police.
Heavy gust, Captain, hard counter.
Pull over, let's go. Inside the car. Pull over, let's go.
Whatever the case was, it's definitely not time for us to get out of the pressure as he continued to crash out. Meanwhile, Woody on the street would also provide his theories, but to say that other people were ready to crash out, never went for his girl.
Crash out. But they know they can move small. So they crash out.
It's the Birdman or someone else.
There's a storm coming, Captain.
Navigations in those feelings will suggest that Petey's aggressive defensive thug was purely emotional.
And it's no, because they don't that. So, because they go through my grandmother, I'll speak out on the skin and then ran his mouth right up our neck. It's just anything. It's emotional. It's like,
there's more evidence surfaced that suggests that the government on the street. Police in the streets begun to reach their own conclusions about whether he ready to throw his monkeys under the bus around the street without checking whether it was a money or police was up there. It's not that it's not that so saying listening to gun. Others call it a great soul disregarded in the freedom of being exposed as simply asking to use it. Gunner himself, though, has been largely quiet and has let his success speak for itself after a rough start following his release in December 2022. He slowly built his career back up stronger than ever, while also immediately starting his progressive physical transformation after becoming a free man and getting in impeccable shape, while Young Thug was still selling like artists like apparently possible for day on work. Yale Force would be blamed around somewhere like that when he started and he's working on started this 6 months off the street. Media in June 2023, Gunner released his album Gift of the Curse, a project which addresses legal struggles and maintained his innocence, debuting at number 3 on the Billboard 200. This was followed directly by Thug's Business to Business a week later, the collection of Folder, which the already recorded material pieced together in the project during incarceration, and debuted on the music next. The album was heavily criticized for its lack of creativity, its lack of replayability reflected in the 11 weeks that spent on the charts, while Gunner's Guitar Curse and Thug's spent 3 weeks on the charts. Leaked jail phone calls later revealed that Thug had intelligently ruined Gunner's rollout and releasing an album Business in Business on the very same day.
The Randolph has turned sail.
We cannot leave this murky vessel at the mercy of the English.
Why is Biddle doing this? Nantucket is for the Patriots.
The company who keeps tells me his true belief is like a
Don't fire on the merchant boat!
Even while dealing with subliminal insults from Lil Baby, Lil Durk, and all of his snitching allegations, Gunna kept pushing
No
his
way, bro.
one
Oh my
May
God.
2024, showcasing his signature melodic style, proving to be another commercial success, debuting at number 2 on the Billboard 200, further solidifying his successful comeback. Gunna's album Post Plea ended up outperforming both Business and Business in terms of both Billboard chart longevity and streaming numbers. Then in October 2024, his probation comes prohibiting him from promoting any Brooklyn Street activity, including using bad slangs and apology or language related to it. That directly affected what he could rap about, but at the same time, expectations for his releases were opposed to high. One first legal to Summer Dead, 36 hours later, no first day out, showing his patient for his comeback, but according to his sister, Buck needed time to heal mentally. Until that point, Gunna had shown nothing but love and support from Buck, but now that Buck was back out, they would use social media to shun Gunna and reduce the support, telling him to stop acting like their friends. Secondly, he doesn't even know him, secretly enjoying the power that he now held over Gunna's image, while at the same time, Gunna's hustle was nervous to hear his power was slowly fading away. Then, Gunna decided to leave him apart with YSL tattoo. Buck was in the comments saying, I'm in to say YSL was them, let's get shot in this. This was an objectively pretty funny comment. It came to show that while Gunna's priorities and focus lay solely on his music and success and being more mature about the situation, Buck had other ideas on continuing to be childish. Buck's delayed return to music came almost 3 months on his release at the start of 2025, Lil Baby's album Wow.
The company he keeps tells me his true
wasn't greatly received, and it was a delayed return to form that Pitchfork called a return to business as usual. He's seemingly still recovering from his lyrics being used in court, expressing that he had to watch what he rapped about.
I just got like a few years now, I just rap about street stuff. Most of the time, I'm going to take maybe twice now, I'm going to street stuff. Yeah, because it's just like the event. You got all the and that doesn't like belong. It's more so just like realistically, like you can actually listen to it.
Interestingly, first finally, because they didn't even feel like any longer real, just having away the whole time with the leaked phone calls that came later. Different story. Buck would go on to continue to back himself into a corner during Diddy's Frigo trial, when Thug lived on some controversy by calling him to be around for testifying against the Midler. At this point, it's the majority of people who are actually just getting tired of those tough guys snitch hate BS.
So real quick though, how you feel about Thug calling Cuddy out? All of us.
This. Oh, how does snitch culture overlap with the word subpoenaed? But is it federal subpoena?
It could be. I stay with Thug with this one.
They wanted to stop tweeting stuff in music, and then even go on to release the track Money on Money. With this being the intended lead-up to Chris Rock, it was rumored that poor reaction to this song led the album to being delayed. Users of the Young Thug subreddit openly questioned what happened to Thug, and conceived decline in relevance and comfort, as well as a falling quality of music, with one user calling the performance on Money as lackluster, generic, and a little bit too safe, while another redditor claimed he could only hope that Thug was saying good stuff for the rest of his album. Meanwhile, Thug surpassing runs reaching the same amount of Billboard 400 entries, while in 2025 was surpassing and maintaining the lead of the Young Thugs monthly listeners on Spotify, and even with the volume of most of the some of them are positive, Guns and maintaining the slightly discovery the meaning around people like academics even theorized that maybe it was Gun's team who would behind the leaks and run calls since they only targeted Thug, which went during one of his streams that some of the leaks could only have been obtained by the lawyers and somebody who the case.
Jail call. That what or not jail call doesn't get done. I'm almost certain. So there's team.
More English by the cut of that, Chips. Where's the Randolph? He's gone, sir. Cut and run.
Right?
Left us to deal with the This storm understands me a great deal more. We have little choice. Aye. Between the waves, then we have to find shelter, or as long as cannon fire.
Edges, the next audio may well be one of this future, if true. Final narcissistic tendencies were on full display in a number of unlawful leaks during his time in prison before he took the plea. Another leaked call asked a step further as Thug was exposed for being salty about the street first and business house. On the fourth, the third saying he hopes Kendrick does the verse, asking if Kendrick has a price to appear, being disappointed when he was told that Kendrick Lamar verse asked him to perform. But we told the only person who gets verses from Kendrick is his artist Baby Keem, with a type of ranting about how he doesn't like Kendrick because of the way he's so selective, and asks why he shouldn't be entitled to a verse from him. Gone on to say that he thinks he's a superstar and that Kendrick should want to go on some of him, suggesting this when he's getting older.
I agree, Mr. Faulkner. We make for the vineyard.
Now, clearly Doug wasn't thinking, as he had three business.
I have never seen weather like that.
It's rare, but it happens. You did well. What's bothering me is Biddle's a patriot now. Why is he helping the British Navy like that? Old friends, maybe?
Well, how would you convince the Continental Congress the Navy needs more ships?
The rash of British raiding the coast is reason enough to address the gripe. Gunboats at the vineyard, now this.
Biddle aims to be the first admiral of the colonial navy and is making a case for the need.
That was some deft sailing, Captain. I was watching from the gun deck.
What were you doing on the gun deck? I told you to stay out of harm's way.
I'm fine, Bobby, not to worry. The people of Nantucket are surely grateful. And so am I. Glad you're back.
Bud goes on to say that he truly believes that if Kendrick Lamar does a song with him, Lil Baby, Lil Durk, 21 Savage, and Moneybagg Yo, Kendrick's name will be trending in the streets.
I truly believe you do a song with me, Ram, Durk, Moneybagg, Savage. I truly believe we have your trending, like, it's gonna be like people in the real world. Right now, not the rap world, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be real players and cool lit players and like that. Sometimes they like, you're gonna get like the real streets and the real people. You're gonna get the East Coast like.
Now, this was an ironic point to make because Kendrick went on to prove not only can he do Drake numbers, but he's also landed #1 song solo without any help, an achievement that Young Thug could not claim himself. Kendrick even had a solo #1 all the way back in 2017, when the world was still getting familiar with Young Thug. And this jail called Tantrum is made even more ironic by the fact that when Kendrick Lamar went #1 again with his Drake diss, Not Like Us, he actually dissed Drake for doing what Thug was suggesting he do on this phone call, calling out Drake for using Atlanta street culture just to score clout and cool points, even specifically mentioning Thug by name, saying that he must have made Drake feel like he was a YSL gang member too. From here, Thug continued to lament how he hates how Kendrick is keeping all of the verses for himself and is sat in the studio making solo albums, that he should have been clout riding Atlanta rappers for street cred just like Drake does.
You're really trying to keep all the rhythm for yourself. You're really trying to keep everything for yourself. You really sit in the studio and work on the album and don't put nobody on the album. Like, God damn, I ain't gonna put nobody. You ain't gonna put nobody. Well, you can't. They're like, damn, you know what? You know, it's for me, man. It's gonna be calling us like, hey, I want y'all to get on the album. I'm gonna play this time around. I'm gonna play it. Like, God damn.
Thug would then say that he doesn't even care if he does the song or not, and that he's good regardless. And he would joke how he should continue being rare and make Young Thug's album cover his only post on Instagram in 6 years so he can get millions of likes, going on to say, what does being rare even prove?
Oh, no. He's great. Okay, you know that. It's really good. Yeah, all good. continue being real, man. You know what I'm saying? Continue being real, man. Stay supportive, man. No album cover or something, man. Stay supportive, man. All that, man. You posting no pictures. Man, watch that. Don't care about all that. Man, no, I don't get no about none of that. I guarantee you, the first post you post, that most do a million likes.
Connor!
You know, in the next 15 years, you not, you don't even get no million, 100 million likes on your post. You're not killed by that.
Ellen's dullard of a man is trying to break down her door with his mates. We're on our way to stop it.
Ironically, in another leaked call, Young Thug appeared to admit to paying some fake streams on 2 occasions. Firstly, claiming to have spent $50,000 to buy fake streams so that Gunna's Rich Season Forever project would debut at #1 on the Billboard charts over the weekend.
You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I'm on the album over the weekend, but I paid for that. I never said that to him. I never told him that. You know, we just got the plug on that. Like, you never heard of them on the album.
Connor! Ellen's dullard of a man is trying to break down her door with his mates. We're on our way to stop it.
Thug would ironically go on to expose himself in another leaked phone call where he expressed frustration at losing the #1 slot on Billboard for Morgan Wallen, who is in his 15th week since dropping the album, with Young Thug asking around if he could buy streams to meet him too.
You are incapable of caring for my sweet girl. Just leave us.
Man, I'm not sure so well.
This last statement, in combination with the conversation with 21 Savage, is peculiar because if after the fallout, Young Thug would have been unlikely to report streams for Gunna's Gift and a Curse album, and if he was caught on the phone actively telling his team to buy streams for his business album that he wanted to drop on the same week as Gift and a Curse to dunk on Gunna, but then ended up dropping it a week later, with Gift and a Curse going #3 on Billboard and Business going #2 on Billboard, with a margin of less than 10,000 sales between the albums, it's highly possible that without the help of bought streams, Gunna's album may well have outperformed Young Thug's album in the first week. Perhaps we'll never know, but if one thing's true, it's that these leaked phone calls and interrogation audios have done phenomenal damage to Young Thug's reputation and exposed long-time expected fraudulent activity in the music industry to be true. One of the biggest fallouts of this whole drama would be concerning Atlanta music mogul TCP, real name Pierre Thomas, who along with head and coach Kay Lee would found the label Quality Control Music in 2013. The label was famous in Atlanta and beyond for signing some of the biggest artists to ever come out of the city, with their early breakthrough coming with the trap trio Migos, whose decade-defining hit song Versace dropped in 2013, and particularly the remix version by the boy himself, Drake, would create an incredibly strong foundation for the label's launch. The label would then go on to sign newer generation trap icons like Lil Yachty and Lil Baby. All the while, their first top signees, the Migos, would keep dropping hits like Bad and Bougie, which was one of the biggest rap songs of the streaming era, with over 1 billion plays on both YouTube and Spotify. As the media outlets like the New York Times have written, QC almost single-handedly ushered in the new era of Atlanta rap in the streaming era, playing a pivotal role in making the city the modern mecca of rap, or more appropriately, trap, putting Atlanta's homegrown new style of rap music on the national and global stage. But the success wouldn't come without some hiccups. In March 2020, rumors would begin to spread there was an internal strife in the label between Lil Baby and the Migos artist Offset, who had allegedly gotten into an altercation where Baby's entourage had jumped Offset at an Atlanta nightclub, with the video of this alleged incident or the aftermath going viral online. Baby would at the time strongly deny these claims, but rumors would keep lingering for years, with fans claiming that both Baby and the Migos were sneak dissing each other in their music, although publicly they would keep denying the existence of any beef. Also in 2020, off the heels of Lil Baby's mega success with his second studio album, My Turn, would earn him his first #1 album on the Billboard 200 charts. He would go live in April on Instagram, telling his fans how he needs QC to give him $5 million expeditiously, or he'll be going back to the streets to make his paper.
Come on, Lala, you know I ain't on Instagram, but you know I'm bored. It's either get on Instagram and go to the hood. You know what's up with me. You know what's up with me. I don't want to go to the hood, so I already get on Instagram. You know what's happening? Because I told my label, you can give me $5 million or I'm going to hustle. I can't be sitting on the house, man. I get money. Give me $5 million.
While this might have just been Baby joking around, later that year in July, right around the same time as QC artist Marlo,
She said yes.
Miriam,
we are getting married.
The Migos would sue their former lawyer, Damien Granderson, arguing that Granderson never disclosed to them that he also worked for their label QC, allegedly creating a major contract where he was rather than himself and the label. As artists, QCP would respond to the Migos on social media, denying ever being nothing but loyal towards the Migos and accusing them of being ungrateful, saying that it's hard enough to be in the rap business to fight against other corporations and the powers that be, to then also having to fight with those that he considered family. The Migos would later end up dropping this lawsuit the following year, but then in 2022, one member of the trio, Offset, would sue QC directly over the ownership of his solo recordings, even claiming that P had blackballed him in an attempt to control his solo career. But once again, P would clap back, saying how the last lawsuit was filed publicly and then dismissed quietly. So let's see how this one goes, adding that everyone knows who the real problems are, while QC's rep would tell TMZ that the accusations in the lawsuit were totally detached from reality and that Offset remained a part of the label. Lo and behold, the following year in 2023, this lawsuit too would be quietly dropped by Offset. These incidents perhaps pointing to a trend in the rap industry where new rappers fresh in the game are often quick to sign deals that they later feel are unfair to them given how much success they go on to get, which one of the more business-savvy rappers of the modern generation, Corday, would explain during his appearance on the Earn Your Leisure podcast.
9 times out of 10 as a new artist, especially when you're signing to a major label, you're not going to own your masters unless you come in with the crazy, dumb leverage and even thinking on that level of ownership, because most of the time when you come in the game, it's like, y'all need to check. Or you're in a position, most artists are in a position to where you don't really have anything. You don't got no money. You come from myself included, come from, you know what I'm saying, nothing. You get what I'm saying? And you just like, somebody waves some bread at you, you like, yeah, I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
That's a fact.
Most get into bad deals because they like, man, yeah, I know it's a bad deal, but I'm going to get in. This shit going to get me in the game. I don't got it right now, and I'll cross that bridge when it comes. I'll worry about that later.
For QCP and Coach K, though, their years of hustle would eventually pay off big time when in 2023, Quality Control will be sold to the Hybe Corporation, a South Korean multinational entertainment company responsible for developing and managing talents like the K-pop supergroup BTS. This deal, which was led by the music mogul Scooter Braun, a key player in the rise of Justin Bieber, was reportedly worth over $300 million. But just as QCP was celebrating his victory, a new drama would surface when paperwork was leaked online. The claims alleged that he had confronted a man named Antarios Keon McClinton in a mall back in May 2010, accusing him of killing his friend and shooting P himself. This alleged incident, according to court records, had seemingly taken place a few months earlier in December 2009. According to a leaked police report, P would call the police to come and arrest McClinton before then chasing him to his car, where McClinton would allegedly retrieve a gun and then run after P, yelling that he was going to kill him, with an alleged handwritten statement from P showing him describing the events of that day, saying how he was in fear of his life after McClinton retrieved his gun and threatened to kill him. The leaked documents would also show P allegedly providing information to the police throughout the investigation into the murder of his friend, identified as Mr. Dennis, including describing the shooter and attempting to point him out in a lineup, before eventually running into the killer himself at a mall and reporting him to the police. At the time, P would respond to these allegations with a lengthy message on Instagram saying how the recent news about his $300 million deal with the haters having to attack him, followed by him explaining how he was on the streets and never wanted to be, that he should stop looking for that stuff, while ending the message by paying tribute to his dead friend. The leaked police report unfortunately fast forward to 2025 after the young folks' interrogation tape went viral, a series of linked phone calls made during his time fighting by Celebrity Leads to an unexplosive phone call. We heard about gossiping with his girlfriend, Tyler Scientist. He aired out dirty laundry between QCP and his artist Lil Baby. In the call, Thug claimed that Lil Baby, aka Wham, was the only person on the label who had made a profit for P, and he claimed that he had sold the whole label to Hybe, including Baby's masters. also say that he told him that he still has the baby under him for West Wing. You have him if you consult him as part of the deal.
Norris is a stickler when it comes to tradition.
Ask a kind of dumb question. When she inquired why he didn't offer to sell the baby back to his own masters, Wolfgang would respond that he should have just given baby his masters back.
I am not familiar with colonial wedding customs.
It means you will walk with her during the ceremony and give her to Norris as her father would.
I would be honored.
Wonderful. On to other business. Our weddings are complex beasts and require many hands working together to execute. We'll need Warren and Prudence to provide food, Ellen to make them appropriate clothes, Big Dave to smith wedding bands, me to conduct the service, and Oliver and Corinne to host the
Mariah was the most successful artist.
That
He
is
let
a
her
lot.
give back her masters or at least gift her $75 million. But it like to me, this was a slightly manipulative and inaccurate description of what was going on, because that's P's label. He owns Baby's masters. Unless Baby made him a good offer for his own masters, he had the right to sell those masters. And at this point in the conversation, Thug is forgetting the support and work that P put in to make Lil Baby the star we know him as today. Especially when you consider stories that when Lil Baby was just a young drug dealer, he would come to the studios to sell weed to their artists and try and gamble them out of their show money. It was apparently Coach K who recognized Lil Baby's natural charisma and encouraged him.
Hold on, open.
Not saying like right now.
The what?
I mean, ask if would you like some of the ice cream there that she wasn't able to get cake?
Yeah. Take some of the ice cream?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just took a little bit.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you took a little bit.
to his career in music. But setting that aside, back in the phone call, Falcon claimed that in his mind, if he sold the company for $375 million, inexplicably conjuring up an extra $75 million, he said he would have known that this money was the Lil Baby to begin with. So Thug would claim that Lil Baby was owed his share of the company because his master
everything seems to be in order for a big day.
It is.
Except I can't find me a name. I'm certain she's making sure all is perfect. I will find her.
That's not how it works. Thug would go on to say that if QCP loves Baby, then he owes it to him, before saying that the company is only worth $100 million without Lil Baby, and that QCP was a sucker for selling.
If you really want somebody to love him, like, man, you and my little brother, if you take Lamb out of the picture, he probably get 100 people. If you take Lamb out of the picture, I know for sure you made $275 million on Lamb, for sure. 100% he in the green. He can have in the red, and they will owe him. He don't owe no label nothing. Every label he's not the two label, everyone of them owe him. But goddamn, he can sell it.
Thug would go on to show a misunderstanding about business by saying that he thought they only sold the label, not the masters or copyrights, and suggested that QCP had made a bad deal, and that if he was negotiating the deal, he would have got $700 million.
I thought he just sold the label. I'm like, damn, what that say for me? Like, when you went there, you sold a label for $300 million. Man, you sold the goddamn everything. What I say, you could have got $600 million for that. What I say, like, man.
He had told Lil Baby that he needed to talk to him about something serious, but put off having that conversation until after the label sale went through. Again, using a slightly misleading metaphor, comparing the situation to having gotten another girl pregnant.
Alright. Yeah, text me. I'll hit you up tomorrow.
Someone went on to make a bold claim, saying that Baby could have stopped the deal going through, and that they're only buying the label because of Lil Baby and because the Migos lost money, but also pointing out that some of the Migos members did actually get their masters back before the deal.
Yeah, he's trying to say that. He's touch your lamp or something. You know what I'm saying? The people ain't buying your list because of lamp. They're not buying it because of, no reason. You know what I'm saying? Watch out. In the red. You know what I'm saying? Like, one or two of them have two people that forget that he ain't 20 million, and he's a whole lot of money. They so you get to him now on them anyway. You know what I'm saying? Just like, man,
Thug would actually go on to say that Snooker Braun contacted Lil Baby first about buying his masters, but Baby said that he can't take the meeting without P, and so according to Thug, Snooker went ahead and took a private meeting with P. Thug would even claim that he had asked Lil Baby how much he thought he'd be getting out of the deal, and he said that Baby told him he didn't think he'd be getting more than 10 to 15 million.
I think they gonna get 75 million or 100 million. He's like, I'm gonna be all real. She's like, you gonna get 75 to 100 million on that deal. Be all real. He's like, hey, I'm gonna do it right like that. man, I'm not crazy. Crazy that you said no. I know. But I just want to take a chance, man. Like, what you think of that? Like, he said anything about trying to come 10, 15 days. I didn't like.
But then Thug would say something that didn't quite make sense. He claimed that Scooter had already offered Lil Baby $150 million for his catalog, that he wanted to buy him out of his deal with P. But Baby said that he needed P's permission, which ultimately led to Scooter making the deal with P privately to buy the whole label.
But it was running off of Wham. $150 million. It was running to a Wham. I want to buy your rights. I'm going to give $150 million. Wham said it. Now I'm hoping I got to bring me to me. Man, it's straight from Wham and all these. The whole label for me. Trying to buy him out of the deal.
This all apparently had taken place before the deal was finalized, and Thug would go on to speculate that Pete would only be giving Lil Yachty $2 to $3 million, and Baby $20 million.
He gonna get Yachty for $3 million. You gonna try to get Wham by Dub. So the damn way you gonna give your $500 million by that money, but
in this conversation, Thug's girlfriend Mariah would have a lot to say too, explaining how she was at an event where QCP had claimed that he was signing a gospel group, with her assuming that he was going to exploit this group.
Why do you run?
Leave me, please. I'm no help.
Nobody thinks you are one.
The biggest possible market share you can get of all genres. Like, at that point, I just started thinking to myself, will you stop at nothing?
This would be an ironic comment after Young Thug had tweeted, "If you're a rapper and a rap, you might as well make a gospel album." After this, Thug would explain how he would have spent the money if he was getting the deal, suggesting that he would have been handing out millions to people out of pure love.
it would be solid. You know, like I would definitely go get me 300-400 million for sure. But I'm gonna be solid, you know. Out of that 300-400 million, I'm gonna walk off with 200 of them.
Leave me.
You know, they don't say that deal, man. We gonna do
Why do you run?
Leave me, please.
Nobody thinks you are one.
That's what all this means.
This would be a strange point to make, because it's likely a lot of those artists had already got paid when they signed their deals with QC, negotiating deals what they felt were fair at the time, and then accepting support from the label to keep blowing up their careers. It's ultimately up to QC to decide whether they want to sell the company that they built, just like it's the artist's right to decide whether or not they want to sign their masters away for a lower price when they were less famous. But after that, Thug would claim that all the first artists had the assumption that they were going to be getting something out of the deal too.
Because that thing, all those artists will be trying to help when they say that deal. I know if just think every one of them artists I'm saying they mind, man, go to the kick songs. You know what I'm saying? Every one of them artists probably will think in their mind like, oh yeah, wait, they gonna put right there. You can get everybody something. You know what I'm saying? That's just Matthew not getting it though. Matthew thinking me, or even just getting right.
Hello,
Connor. Enjoying yourself?
I am.
With her saying that he should have known better to invite her when he was around.
And my little brother.
Most men don't even think that women would be up on the street.
Excuse me, everyone.
There were still women who decided to sleep with Gunner.
I felt that you could get into a birthday party. I mean, shit. I put in everything about a birthday party. I'm doing all my everything. I'm like, trying to get paperwork stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'll be there. What's the thing? You can't say nothing next. Then the paperwork stuff came out, like the next day. Then, yesterday, he gave me an invitation.
be on that. Women ain't running around like you a rat, ain't like they run around like on the, you know what I'm saying? Like they run around everywhere they go, like waiting on women, you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't on it. You know, they can't be mad at that. Like what you expect? You know, girls ain't with you. Like, oh, he ain't good. Like, he keep it real. Girls remember that. Girls, you know, you did do that. Girls.
Mariah would then ask if anybody knew that QC was a snitch, with Thug saying that everyone in the city already knew, but big business people like JT probably didn't. Mariah would then ask if QCP got on the stand, and Thug would claim that he did get on the stand, and it was there that he'd said that he feared for his life, something that was apparently not true.
It is beautiful, old man.
It is. I've found a painting for the space above the mantel. It's being held in New York. If you get a moment, I'd like you to pick it up for me.
Certainly.
Good. It may not be there, as the house where it was stored lay on the path of the Great Fire. If so, worry
He said
not.
that he should have told police that he didn't know anything, and you're not even supposed to give any information about why a crime happened. This is another contradiction, and by Thug's own standards, his own interrogation with the police giving background information on crime should have never happened. Thug would then tell the whole story behind the case that would eventually lead to the snitching allegations against UCP, explaining how he and his friend got robbed and his friend got killed in the process.
Connor, might I have a word? What do you think of our little plot of land, Doctor? It's quite beautiful. I'm grateful you found me. But to be truthful, people outside our community still avoid me like the bloody plague. They baffled me for a time, but then a courier delivered this to me.
Thug would then even provide a version of events that was noticeably different from the police report.
Before you found me, the British demanded I not treat patriots nor their supporters. I refused, so they set about destroying my business. This tells me their smear campaign is still very much in effect. If things don't change, I may be forced to leave. We need you here. I will do what I can to end this defamation. You might start by finding the courier who brought this to me. He works out of Boston.
Thug would also claim that he used to rap and was signed to Gucci Mane. Gucci Mane had dropped him when he found out that he had cooperated with the police, but Mariah would then point out, told him that story, noting how he and Gucci were still friends, to which Thug would respond by simply implying that Gucci had suffered in prison. Claimed that somebody that could be 21 Savage always wanted to leak the fact that he cooperated, and he claimed that this person swore his mother and his dead friend Johnny that he was the one who leaked it, with Thug adding that he didn't believe it and that when he ran into this person. They nearly ended up having a shootout.
Connor! What is happening?
Another one, Connor. If he gets back to his officers, I'm done for. Another one, Connor. If he gets back to his officers, I'm done for.
Claims, as well as the Pee Wee Roscoe IG Live, where he labelled Piers Grant defendant Thug, he would respond with a savage post that read, imagine some broken brands like the young Thug and the Pee Wee Ratso trying to run a rap narrative on me, and all my dudes that I love running with these dudes, that these dudes talk about me. I'm going to say this for the last time. I'm not a street dude. I'm a tax-paying citizen that's running a business and taking care of my family. All the street dudes are broke, dead, in jail. Why do y'all continue to glorify this stuff? The streets have been there. Y'all dudes just gave the city a bad name. And he also correct Thug's claims that he had been in a courtroom telling on the killer of his friend, while claiming that he had never been in interrogation rooms either, but adding that he doesn't speak on the dead, that he doesn't care enough to explain what really happened, before ending by saying that Thug and others were just mad that they're on him. But the beef wouldn't stay limited to his Thug and P, as later hip-hop media outlets like Say Cheese
Where is he?
maybe
Coward, kicked me in the gingham.
This all with people in the comments joking how the Atlanta rap industry was beginning to move like cliques of girls in high school. But while the beef between Thug and the QCP and both sides' accusations of snitching was certainly messy, nothing could beat what would arguably become a main event of this WWE rap down, as Thug and his once upon a time friend Rollo would also begin engaging in an online back and forth centered around their respective allegations of cooperating with the police too. If you're not familiar with the story of Rollo, aka Mr. Dog Food, I suggest you go and check out my video about him from a few years back to get the full picture. As a quick summary, Rollo grew up in a notorious area of Atlanta known as the Bluff, located directly northwest of downtown Atlanta, known in the past for its open-air drug markets, high crime rates, with the word Bluffs.
They'll have to get through it.
Connor, there you are.
As famously portrayed in the 2011 film, Snow on the Bluff. It was there that a young Rollo would join a gang set known as
They're coming, David. We need to be ready.
Media as early as the late 2000s. Early 2010s, placed Rollo as one of the main members of the set, and before Rollo and Young Thug would become friends in the rap industry, their respective careers weren't always on the best of terms. As this one video from 2012 shows found good members dissing Thug's rock crew, the predecessor of his YSL gang.
I've collected these pegs. I might suggest building an ambush in the event we need it. They'll likely outnumber us at least 2 to 1.
DJ Sports Ice Rollo would even reminisce how every time he saw Thug out in Atlanta, he would try and shoot at him and say he couldn't wait to kill him.
I know from the way Young Thug, it's kind of special to me because me and Young Thug, we was beefing. You know what I'm saying? We came up in the streets beefing with each other. You know, if you on this side and you on that side of pushing on beef, you know what I'm saying? He was from the other side. And like, everywhere I see him, I shot at him. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't wait to kill him. I couldn't wait to shoot him.
Fortunately, later on, as both would make their way to the top of the Atlanta hip-hop hierarchy, Thug with the help of his many influence delivery and style, Rollo's raps also boosted by his power and status in the city, as allegedly one of the biggest dope dealers that Atlanta had since Big Meech. It's the biggest artists in the city like Future, early on in the music project Rollo and also many influences themselves, as Thug had an helping feature in building up the high-class beats and the music together, as Rollo was making us 2016 what you did what was new.
Between Young Thug and I would have to be because a jeweler, I never idiot, he was very close friend to him and I, and we was talking about Thug. He was talking about Thug up in my face, and I'd be like, but I'm talking about that around, you know, Brian around me. When I see him, or put a shoe down on him, they already know what's happening. But Thug, no problem.
Connor, I'm sorry.
And it kind of like, that kind of like stole my heart. So I was like, I called everybody, I was like, I was down on my road, I was excited, so I did videos, and yeah, actually, I'm good, all the time. But, you know, growing up in the streets, you know, the you'll be in town, I'm a gangster too. Hey, Connor. Yeah, that's the real good sound.
Unfortunately for Rollo, trying the music industry didn't last too long, because as it turned out, he never actually stopped running the dope industry.
You have business in New York on occasion?
Pounds of weed with a private jet to Atlanta. He and his found good partners were indicted on some serious federal charges, and on top of that, his bond would be denied after claim was made that he was still running his drug empire from behind bars. But eventually, in 2022, Rollo would end up receiving an 8-year sentence, but with over 4 years credit already claimed in time served. 1.5 years taken off for good behavior, according to his team. Rollo was already looking to get out the following year. Not a bad outcome altogether, considering the alleged size of his dope empire. With one of the key people in Rollo's case, funnily enough, having been the Atlanta super lawyer Brian Steele, the very same man who would end up getting Thug his incredibly favourable plea deal just a few years later. But only months before Rollo was about to leave prison and make a triumphant return to the streets of Atlanta, with a reputation as the realest rapper who really did what he rapped about and took his time on the chin, a rumour would begin to circulate that he had broken the Holy Street Code too, as his former friend and fan good member, John G. Doe, accused Rollo of snitching by replying to a #FreeRollo comment on Instagram with, "Nah, keep that rap." Then, in April, Rollo released his mixtape, 97 Months, from behind bars. He explained that 97 months was the exact period of time that he served in prison, served without cooperating or getting his sentence reduced.
Our charge captain, the Belladonna, under Rodrigo Hortalis and Company. She appears Spanish for all intents and purposes, but rest assured she's a French vessel.
The French are bringing in a boatload of powder and guns for old Georgie and his patriots. Some colonial boats were supposed to escort her up the coast, but they left her behind. She's been waiting ever since.
We will make sure Washington gets what he is expecting.
Where is the Captain?
I am the captain.
Keeping it solid for 5 years.
You are late!
We came as quickly as the wind allowed.
Too slow!
What happened to your escort?
Your Randall started with us, then departed without warning. She peeked. This is why the lieutenant insisted I come aboard.
In the paperwork, it said it in 2 months.
Partons.
We'll go where we're good for bloody ready. What? The Atlantic is a dangerous place for lone shippers.
Despite Rollo's attempts to play down his corporation, the paperwork alleged that he had provided information on heroin, meth, and marijuana operations and shootings.
But it say he is cooperating against heroin, methamphetamine. He knows about shooters and the marijuana. That's what the transcript said.
So he had expected him to do his time and stay solid.
Well, we ain't be around. So that was
One laden with such desirable stock. You must be glad to see us.
It is hot here. My lieutenant is not excited for the cold of the north.
Is this man being serious?
Keep a sharp eye, Mr. Faulkner. Anybody searching for the Belladonna could be upon us in an instant with this fog.
Aye, Captain. I've got a monkey's fist in me glove.
English are on us, Captain! The power of the French Navy is clear!
They take the wrong ship, the pirates!
I do not know, but we must get the Belladonna out this fog.
Enjoy the sun, you bastards!
Story of that everything is always what it seems to be. I never told y'all about that in my life. I was right along.
The Belladonna is taking fire!
He's dead. Let's name him. He is dead. And the new thing, which is dead. So then,
Do your job, Captain! Defend the Belladonna! The Belladonna is taking fire! We must protect her! English Brigade! Defend the Belladonna! The Belladonna does all the world! The Belladonna is taking fire! We must protect her!
It does not matter. We fight. Aye, we're sitting ducks on the pond in this soup, and you can be sure they've more on the way.
But what can we do?
Naught but pray they don't find us again.
United States.
The Belladonna of all the world!
Unfortunately, this threat from this event backfired on the United States making us allegations.
The Belladonna's main mast is down, Captain! We must stay close to her!
No! We board her. I must know how the English knew about her. We take her prize, men!
Board her? Et tu fous?
Captain, you'll sink her with that! Why are you ordering for round shot? Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain!
We must protect her!
Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the
job, Captain! Defend the Belladonna!
Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain!
We must protect her! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Defend la Belladonna! Why are you ordering for round shot? We must fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shots? We need to do your job, Captain! Defend la Belladonna! Why are you ordering for round shots? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Conspiracy that they wrote up, they want to say that the information didn't run around. Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! We must protect her! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Do your job, Captain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! Why are you ordering for round shot? We need to fire the chain! The very concept of snitching. The Belladonna's main mast is down, Captain! His biggest allegation yet, deliberately so division and discord within the element of stay closer! Bloody hell! Pummel that Leviathan!
No! We must know how the English knew about the Belladonna. We take her a prize, men!
Walter! It's his move! Weaken her with chain shot, Captain! You'll stick her with that! Why are you ordering for round shots? We need to fire the chain! Do your job, Captain! Defend the Belladonna!
How does the British command know about the Belladonna?
British
command knows nothing of this.
Occupational counts for trafficking methamphetamine and dog food, as well as kidnapping, murder, and aggravated assault of his co-defendants. But rather than cooperate with authorities, the British Pablo Guan maintained his stance and ultimately accepted a plea, resulting in a 15-year sentence, with 5 to be served in prison and 10 on strict probation. Still dedicated to music, though, the British Pablo Guan continued drumming even behind bars and is now set for release in October 2025. In his way, real name Quincy Williams is an unfaced Atlanta rap and built a solid anti-snitching reputation in the city. Initially, also signed to Gucci Men's 1017 Records, where pretty much all of the city's most talented rappers at one point in their career, he would go on to form MPA Bandcamp, that is money, pounds, and ammunition, after Gucci's 2014 incarceration, ultimately carving his own path as an artist, businessman. But similar to Gucci and the Rich, he has faced multiple legal challenges over the years, most recently in September 2024, when he was arrested during Operation Sweet Silence, a massive law enforcement operation in Columbus, Georgia. The operation deployed 250 agents in the bus, resulting in the seizures of 7.1 kilos of fentanyl, 57 kilos of coke, 55,000 pounds of marijuana, and 1.5 kilograms of dog food, all worth an estimated $200 million. As far as the public knowledge goes, throughout his career, there haven't been any snitching allegations attached to Pee Wee Longway's name, though his specific involvement in recent charges remains unclear. So at a time in Atlanta when it seems like everybody and their grandmother is still talking to the feds, or cut deals, pointing fingers, it's also fair to point out that Atlanta still has a few relatives left. For some reason, over the last few years, hip-hop has become obsessed with exposing snitches. I don't know where this came from. Hip-hop has really been obsessed with streets for decades now, since the drill wave that became obsessed with bodies. And to be honest, probably since 6ix9ine blew up as a blood and then turned on the whole gang and locked them away, the entire hip-hop scene just seems desperate to work out what the people snitches are. I've said it before in other videos on my second channel, but I truly believe that this is an all-or-nothing situation. If Young Thug is a snitch because he sat down with investigators for 2 hours and explained the context behind the crimes and called out Pee Wee Roscoe by name as having carried drugs and broken the law every day, but didn't actually end up putting anyone behind bars specifically, that's a grey area. You could say that's snitching, or you could say it was spinning the police. The same way that you could say that Gunner taking his plea and saying yes man when investigators asked him, If YSL was a gang and he had knowledge of crimes, it's another grey area. I think you either have to say that everyone's a snitch and it doesn't matter, we can keep enjoying the music, or that nobody's a snitch and that nobody's qualified to point out if somebody's a snitch unless they were on that case with them. I know this is ironic coming from me, but I personally find it really strange just how obsessed people are with snitching. I think this street mentality that snitches are the worst people on earth is honestly just kind of dumb. At the end of the day, I got into gangster rap and drill music because of the music, because of the stories, because of the connections that I made to these artists by listening to their art. If Young Thug snitched, Gunna snitched, I really don't care. I'm still going to be listening to the music. All of Gunna's releases since he got out and took his plea have been absolutely fire. If Young Thug releases another album right for the song soon, I'm going to listen to it. I'm probably going to put it on the playlist. I'm probably going to enjoy it. And you should too. Hip-hop was wrong to ostracize Gunna for what he did, and Young Thug was wrong to push that narrative and try and destroy him. The main reason people were angry at Young Thug was because after his interrogation audio leaks, it really just made him look like a huge hypocrite. I think that's what this is all about. People are really hating on Young Thug now because he's a hypocrite. He is a giant hypocrite. I don't think even he understands. People aren't hating him because he's a snitch. They're hating him because he went so hard on the anti-snitching narrative for what was essentially a reach. Now that we've heard him holding it up with detectives for close to 2 hours himself, we can apply the same rules to Thug. And at the end of the day, this whole anti-snitching narrative really just holds people back from doing better with their lives. I've never been in the streets, I never intend to be, and going forward, I think the rappers and fans and gangsters need to really recalibrate what they believe.
Adjust your course, Captain.
This video interesting.
Yeah, it was pouring crazy earlier. It's not so much now, but it was definitely pouring crazy earlier. I had to close the window.
It's a bloody armada. I knew he was up to something.
Crazy earlier. It's not so much now, but it was definitely crazy earlier. I had to close the window.
It's a bloody armada. I knew he was up to something. And he's turned to fight us. We're in it now, Captain.
So we fight, Mr. Faulkner. Board the Randolph. Sink the rest.
It's a bloody armada. I knew he was up to something. And he's turned to fight us. We're in it now, Captain.
So we fight, Mr. Faulkner. Board the Randolph. Sink the rest.
Oh shit, man.
Adjust your course, Captain. The Randolph is back that way. Where are you going?
Oh, fucking God, bro.
Peace out.
We got barbecue? I just had brisket delivered straight to my door, and it was all by using the Wonder app. Imagine it's a nice summer night, you want some barbecue, you don't got the grill outside. If you use the Wonder app, you can combine multiple different restaurants into one order. These are all from different spots. They delivered all of this straight to my door with zero delivery fee. Brisket's so good.
It's a bloody armada.
Okay,
I knew he was up to something.
Outside the courthouse,
And he
it is
turns up
official.
like us,
Will
doesn't he now,
Burke's
Captain?
Ohio trial has now started.
So we
The
fight,
first
Mr.
day
Faulkner.
of trial
Board the
has
Randolph.
begun.
Sink the
Back in
rest.
red room, okay, it was very, very interesting today, and there was a lot going on. So things were a little bit different in today's session. Okay, we went to the main courtroom a little darker than we're going to be. They basically brought in like 80 jurors. They basically said, look, there's so many people that actually need to be in this courtroom juror-wise. We're going to basically put the media, put the reporters, we're going to put you in another courtroom downstairs. We're going to have a live audio feed, so you don't hear everything. You're going to see basically hear everything that's going on. And, you know, we saw people walking into the court, I saw guys stealing the hallway, bringing all over the place, and that was very, very interesting things. And also, I spent protest today. I was like,
Bring down our main man.
Postcards. I got given a whole bunch of very interesting little free postcards. Shout out to the work supporters that were showing love and giving out this kind of thing, like these little free postcards going on. And look, even though I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go down, right? Respecting people, trying to support, writing things like this. So we got a magazine at night, and you know, they said they were doing small copies of events. You know, I had a look through one, I didn't get to keep one. But it was very interesting. A lot of school important work today. I would say the most that I really have seen thus far for him. And like it was really a lot of people in there, more people than I'm used to seeing in there. Basically from here, okay, the judge arrived about 8:45, so things were starting a lot earlier than they usually have done in these previous areas. The judge basically said
the others first, we can't
back and forth about where people were sitting. They've got like meetings and a slightly separate table. They said, no, I don't want him floating off on his own table. We need everybody at the right spots and all together. Apparently there was some kind of drama where they said wherever Didi was sat, you could see this jackets. You know, they're around their own outfits. They're not in the prison clothing anymore. But, you know, Didi was basically apparently, you know, in a position where they still have appearances to shackles, that's what prejudice. That wouldn't be allowed, basically. And they kind of moved them around. They said that they were going to. I think Didi learned that they were going to shackles to take them out, but the truck basically like, the marshal says, "Full shackles, got to stay on, they've got to stay on." And that was that. So they kind of moved around, basically what they wanted to be. And then we kind of got to things. And the judge, respect to the judge, I think this judge has been very fair. The judge made a very small mistake. It was kind of like, it's not particularly really affecting. It was a pretty wild moment where the judge kind of misspoke a little bit, and it was like a gas to the courtroom. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. But basically, the judge kind of, you know, got to the statement of the case. There was apparently an objection by the defense. They said that there was a sentence in the way that the state kind of was charged against them. trial indictment that they weren't entirely happy with. And there was basically kind of like a census they wanted taken out. The judge overruled that. They basically said, nah, we're keeping it in, like we haven't it, like if it's supposed to be, it is what it is. And then Dee Dee's lawyer said, you know, that Dee Dee shouldn't be mentioned specifically about the revenge motives. They said, well, it alleges a motive for Mr. Banks, which is what it is. All the co-conspirators conspired to murder Quando Rondo as revenge for the death of King Von. And so basically, the prosecutors kind of broke down what was going to be said. The judge kind of agreed, signed off on what was going to be said. And basically, this is the story that the jurors were told. Okay, they said all these co-conspirators conspired to murder Quando Rondo as revenge for the death of King Von, and basically the judge would be planning to read the defendant's not guilty plea. The judge basically said, should any agents of the defense get hold of the jurors' names, should that be allowed? And basically, what the judge was
I knew he was up to something. And he's turned to fight us. We're in now, Captain.
We think they should get the jurors' names.
So we fight, Mr. Faulkner, for the Randolph. Sink the rest.
We can't let the defendants know. We can't let all other types of lawyers back in Atlanta, all this kind of stuff. No, one person will be allowed. And the judge said that was allowed. They basically said, look, we don't want to impugn the defense, but the more people that know, the more likely that it's going to leak. And who these jurors are, what their names are. And basically the judge said, you can tell this one person names are, they can do their due diligence into them. Either side can investigate the jury. It's not really good, but you don't want excess, continuing to investigate the chief of the past. They are allowed on either side to just do a little cursory check to find out who the jurors are. Now, the Jerusalem lady, that's obviously the jury last night. We did a great job of that. We actually kind of heard from him that, they had a certain attorney that was kind of trusted. They were there to help do some additional investigation. And they basically
bring down our main man.
Their own kind of agent is going to look into the defense and so it was quite funny. The prosecution were like, well, what's that person going to do next? The judge was like, well, they're going to look into them. Like, that's is what it is. They can't look into them. There's this one person, they're going to do online searches. There's a limited amount of additional investigation for the jurors to make sure what's the questionnaires that are going to be handed out, that are already handed out to the jurors. And basically, the judge went over what the jurors were told. They said the jurors' names can only be revealed to these case lawyers and one case agent on either side. These names are not typically released, and basically they were trying to protect the privacy of that jury, which makes complete sense. Now, the judge introduced the lawyers and got the statement of the case as was agreed before the jury was in. So they agreed what was going to be said before the jury was brought in, and the jury was brought in and basically explained why the prosecution of the allegations are. The judge emphasised that the jurors are taken under oath, everybody is taken under oath, and they're expected to choose so, this is something about the gang issue. Questions about gangs are allowed, but this isn't a gang case. Gang is what kind of connects the relationship with the defendants. The senior leadership, like the cycle, is a big part of why they're trying to get revenge for him. Most of the GDD gang war, they didn't want to run up because he was part. They killed him because he had been involved in that. Now, they basically said the jury isn't allowed to ask if someone's a member of the gang. They can listen to the testimony and they can kind of get an understanding and decide what they believe. And the judge made it very, very clear. They said, well, look, they can decide based on the testimony that they don't believe that these guys are in a gang, but they still think they committed the murder, and vice versa. They said the jury could decide based on the testimony, yeah, everybody's all part of the gangs, they're all PDs, but they didn't conspire to commit this particular murder. So it was very, very clear, and the judge gave really great instructions just as far as like where this gang motive starts and ends. We can talk about the gangs that connect these guys, but the gang doesn't dictate the actual murder. It gives motive. It's hard to understand this. Like it's.
Small lives. That's what they use to maybe also influence. Also, things because I want to also because Twilight Day.
Otherwise, how can they activate the machine? Well, are you finished?
So thank God.
You're so sweet. This is what I fucking see. Sorry, unambiguous evidence here. Why are you classes? Why do we even have anything to do with this? Because you're all shamed thieves. Stripper. You're begging me? Okay, get on your knees and bark like a dog. Now. Maybe that's what you want to cook.
Oh my God, bro.
Still, I'm not gonna let you insult me. The security cameras. Check them.
Not yet, Captain! We need to deal with his backup!
So you told the rat to steal my necklace. Oh, I would never steal. Should have known better than to clean her son.
Where are you going? We must take the Randall!
It's getting tired. Slar, since when did you start doing that job? Did you steal it or not?
No, you didn't steal anything.
Back that way!
Chris, you no longer. There's also the footage.
Enough. You are fired. And salary covered in response.
What? We didn't do anything wrong. And the footage, I didn't do anything. She probably fabricated all of it.
The slaughter is unedited. Why would she fabricate evidence?
She's afraid. But why was it trying to tell them a later? Who's hers? Be careful.
You are.
See what happens next on TikTok. I'll look now.
Not yet, Captain! We need to deal with this backup!
If for avenging King Honest his leadership in the gang, they did kill one of the gang. Officers people Georgia, the whole second thing completely unrelated, and they made that very, very, very clear. And so basically, after that, the judge made it clear that the public is going to be listening into this, even if they're not in the courtroom, they're going to have an audio feed, and basically tomorrow they're expecting to be allowing all of the public into the courtroom. The judge said that he was this system, by the sounds of it, using to tell as many members of the public in the courtroom as possibly allowed. Brian went on to basically say, Brian asked the question, said, if an objection is made by another lawyer, so for example, if DD or Brown Eyes' lawyer makes an objection and they're not working for Dirk, is this going to be included? And basically what the judge confirmed was that if DD's lawyer makes an objection, Brian's still in that personally, they want to opt out, and so we don't want to be part of that objection. Otherwise, the judge is going to assume their objections are included as one unit, basically. So the judge said he doesn't see that being a big issue. Certain objections might be made by certain defendants. Defendants. He's made it clear what it is. They do go over that. This one, and basically, they went over this thing with the leg shackles, and they said, oh, the jury can see the shackles, let's get them moved. They can't no, they can't take them off. They'll leave them on. Can't see them on judge agreed. It would be prejudicial if the jury could see a leg shackles. So that was that. From there, we kind of moved around. They got people where they wanted to be. He was in the first row, obviously, you can see Steve in the first row. That was that. So there was a short break, and then the court resumed at around 10:12 a.m. The jury was seated. Okay, the press were in a separate room, listening to everything in an audio feed, and maybe my notes on the audio feed at that point. So the judge basically claimed that the juror's job, he explained to the jurors what their job is, what they're doing. He said the goal is we're going to turn 80 jurors into 12 full-blown jurors and 4 alternates over the next 2 days. That's the plan. And he said that all jurors will have to come back tomorrow. Likely, even all 8 jurors have to come back tomorrow. So I was thinking, oh, they're going to work it all out today. But what ended up happening was they did half a day, they gave the questionnaire out, they explained everything to the jurors, and they said, go away from the
and he's trying to fight us. We're in now, Captain.
And he basically said,
so we fight, Mr. Faulkner. For the round. Think the rest.
Jurors from the start. Number 1 to 12 are assumed to be the main jurors, and then from there they go on to eliminate that initial 12, and they bring in people from later. But the judge made it clear, juror 1 is obviously more likely to be on the final jury than juror number 80, but that doesn't mean juror 80 is got one shot. They might eliminate juror 1, 4, 5, 10, and then they might grab juror 17.
Jesus, fuck me, bro.
They see it twice, eventually. I just told twice in Spain, to be honest with you guys. So there, okay. Switching to the gateway. So basically, after that, thanks very much. After that, they kind of moved on. The judge kind of explained all the different people that were going to be involved in the proceedings and their own role in the situation. He said the trial is estimated to last a total of 3 weeks. So tomorrow afternoon is the official start of the actual trial. He is aiming to have the next statement take tomorrow. Obviously, that's not done. They said that he's aiming for the trial to take 2 weeks. There's going to be a Labor Day break. I guess that's like if you can pull up a holiday here. It's breaks Labor Day. This day up.
Completely changed from what I realized. Car accident really almost took the I'm honestly shaking as I record this. I never imagined something this big could come from an accident that felt so small at the time. If you've been in any kind of vehicle accident in the past 2 years, even if you think it was minor, even if you were just a passenger, you might be entitled to far more than you realize. Here's my story. I was stopped at a red light when, bam, the distracted driver slammed into me from behind.
They basically said the 3rd week should be the final week. 4th week is possible. Deliberations could reach into the 4th week if they're taking their time. Could quicker. But I think the judge wants this done in 2 weeks. I think if the judge has his way, this will all be wrapped up in 2 weeks. But it's not a game case, so who knows if that will actually not be the case. So the judge made it very clear there will be questions that are asked to determine who's appropriate to be on the jury. The questionnaire is long and simple. Yes, it is. Yes,
I knew he was up to something.
It's not.
And he's trying to fight us. We're in there, Captain.
It's not a pop quiz or a test.
So we fight, Mr. Faulkner. Board the Randolph.
It's basically
Think the
truthful
rest.
answers, complete answers, or incomplete answers. So he said he's given them the questionnaire today, he's given them instructions on it. That'll be completed and handed over by tomorrow. It'll be scanned. All sides will be allowed to receive that. So he said that, look, he said that you just got to be honest with you. It's making question of this. He said something quite instituted to charge folks to be it's not feasible for them in their financial situation to attend this Sunday because they need this much child care obligations. He said there's the obligations if they've got a sick family that they're the only people that look after. Various different reasons. If you were a business owner, you were a small business owner, your business is financially insufficient, there.
That's ridiculous.
Basically, you can say no one is a true hardship. He's got a balance like how important it is for this case to get tried with honest and straight up jurors. A combination of hardship. It's quite nice that it depends what's going on. Each party was the prosecution experts for the reasons that they put forward. They said that in some cases, if they just don't like the look of them, or if they just don't have a feeling for some of them, they can exclude them. They don't necessarily need strict reason. Obviously, there will be reasons. There will be information from those questionnaires. The sessions take place 8:30 to 4:30 every day with a lunch break. They're going to be very intense days. Obviously, the hearings are starting at 10 a.m. Getting us the third person challenge that a lot of people that were there before me, people taking this very seriously again. This is the understanding that this questionnaire that they're giving to the jurors is not being released publicly. It doesn't put the jurors' names on it, they're just numbered. They basically said you've just got honest, and if you're not honest, you'll be charged with perjury. So it's not normal in federal court to release names of jurors. Jurors are just numbered, and these numbers will correspond to the juror, and that's basically what's going to determine information about a juror from the questionnaire. They're not saying their name, they're not saying, hey, this is Steve Smith, I made that name up by the way. Oh, Steve Smith is a racist name of Bill Burke, he should be excluded, etc. So from there, like I said, the judge said if you're not honest on these questionnaires, right, starts with perjury, notes, basically work to look against the defendants to get things going. So he basically explained what an indictment is, what these criminal counts were, what should be start, and it very clear to the jury is that the indictment doesn't prove anything. So we're going to do a very place ahead. Obviously, the judge is being very fair, he's giving very good instructions. They said, I'm going to give instructions that the jurors must follow. It doesn't matter if you don't like the law, it doesn't matter if you disagree with the law, if you think murder for hire, get back one should be allowed, that doesn't give you the right to basically dictate what happens in this case. The judge is going to direct you to follow the law of the land, case law, the precedents, the agreements, legal cases. Just because you don't like the law doesn't mean that you can be contrary to it. What was interesting, the judge said, look, he didn't say that he disagrees with the laws, but he said that goes to me too. I have to follow the laws of the past and precedents of the but he basically said there's not many laws that judge doesn't agree with. And he says it's your right as an American to disagree with the government. It's your right as an American to lobby. You can protest. You can, petition for the law to be changed. But that doesn't mean that when you're sitting in that jury chair, that jury deliberation room, you can make personal decisions on what the outcome of the case should be contrary to the law. The judge is going to tell you what the law is, what the precedent is, what the evidence should interpret in a way that's consistent with the law, and they're going to have to rule on that basis. So the judge is just doing an amazing job, to be honest. The basis is, what she's up to do is hard to get what the laws and precedents should say. What it's up to do is to decide who to believe, to interpret the exhibits, and what you think of them. Now again, this is really interesting because obviously you're hearing all of this talk from Dirk's team talking about, these witnesses, these snitches, these participating witnesses, they can't be trusted because they've taken offer agreements. So agreements are going to say anything.
Oh my fucking.
Offer agreement doesn't make somebody inherently untrustworthy. All of these agreements were made for growth. Basically, if the jury judges them based on what they said as not being truthful, then that is what it is. That's a separate issue. But they can't basically, make up the law in themselves. They can't say because someone took a breath and they're untrustworthy. They're going to listen to their words, and if the jury said they order you not, captains, liars, I don't trust none of you, then the jury can make that decision and deliberate on the basis that they don't believe people are trustworthy. They said what they can't do is decide who they're going to believe, who a full-day talk based on any kind of prejudice. They basically, he didn't say this, but he basically inferred that, like, if you're a racist based on somebody's race or based on somebody's background or their age, you can't just take one look at them and say, I don't believe this guy. That's not proper, that's not allowed, and you can't do that. So after that, the judge made that very clear, and then it was the prosecution's opportunity to summarize the indictment charges. So I'll tell you what was said, and they summarized it based on what was pre-agreed, but I'll give you pretty much exact wording of what they said, because it was interesting. And again, I'd say it does lean a little bit towards the prosecution, because they have an opportunity to make the narrative that they've done through the way that they introduce these charges. They're telling it like a story. They're not saying count 1, count 2, count 3 like an indictment. They're basically telling their version of the story of what they think happened. So they said, yeah. Install it now.
So your job inspection will be on time for work every day, but wants you to just wait 2 weeks for your paycheck. If you need $100 to make it through the day, you are not alone. There's this app that I love called Earn It, and with it, you can get up to $150 a day with a max of $1,000 in between paydays. It's your pay, your pace. You just verify your identity, spend it spelled right here, and you can move the money to your bank account. There's no credit check and no mandatory fees. And what you need to make your day right, trust me, you're going to get yourself a good gift, especially in the sex
Anything. We'll take anything you can offer.
So these defendants will be using it, so obviously that's the right. So these defendants will go deep with the charge in this. The allegation is that these defendants were conspired to kill Rondo. They said Twin Herman and Rondo. They said this was as part of a stalking and murder for hire venture. They tracked the car all through Los Angeles. They tried to kill Rondo as part of their stalking and murder for hire. They killed the wrong person. They killed Sparrow Robinson. The co-conspirators tried to kill Rondo as revenge for the killing of King.
I have come to inquire on a package arriving from...
This whole situation, which was like this overall stalking, which is the murder, stalking Convo, stalking Sparrow Robinson, the murder for hire, stalking that resulted in murder. So this part was crazy. This is no disrespect, no shame to the character of the human. We all make mistakes. After that was great, the judge accidentally had a little slip of the tongue and said, okay, so these defendants all pled guilty to these charges, and it was like, oh, that was just over. Everyone was like, wait, what? Oh, everyone was like, wait, what? And then the judge was like, oh, so they just I'll be honest with you, I think that was, it was just like a little slip of the tongue, people moving fast, it was a big moment. If they were being hysterical, they could have said, oh, he's killing the whole jury, and he's sitting the jury, and then they pled guilty when they did it. But realistically, he corrected himself straight away. He was some of the time, he showed to get absolutely brilliant on all the bases, and very, very fair. And people was like, everyone in the court was simply on the fight. So it was like, and then just, obviously, but this is like the journal thing was very great. So, people have to go and it's like, this is 8 people were watching. If this case is about to be cited, completely different from what we were expecting. So, after that, all of the jurors were still there, basically, and the judge gave preliminary instructions to complete that questionnaire. So he said that this is all done, we won't waste your time, we're going to ask you this stuff one by one on the stand, we'll be here forever. So he said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you all here, give you instructions, give you the questionnaire, you take those away this afternoon, and we're going to meet back up tomorrow and go over what everything was said in this questionnaire with a fine-tooth comb. Now, he told them, legally obliged to tell the truth, and you cannot discuss this. When you put out this questionnaire in the jury room and you go home, you cannot discuss any details of this case with anyone. That includes your friends, your family, anyone, right? You've got to go, this is still secrecy, this is your sworn, so that you're in life here, okay? But said, do not communicate on social media or anything to do with this case. And this guy did really they said, do not do any online research on the case of the defendants or lawyers. No online searches, no news stories, no TV shows. I've seen how it works, so you can read this to basically explain that there's other issues that are going on. So the first set of questions, basically questions. They want to know your area. He said, good, what are you really questions like that? Now, he just said the location, the area, and he gave the companies and Los Angeles has a lot of different areas. It's Hollywood, Las Vegas, whatever. I can't remember what they said, right? But he basically said those places. He said, that's the limit, that's what we want to know, right? He said, we want to know your employment status, and he said a lot of very, very interesting things. He said, it's alleged that the rap music culture is relevant to this. He says, if you live with a music executive, if you live with someone in law enforcement, if you've done past jury experience, if you know anything about this, and this was crazy, this killed me, okay? He said there will be questions in this questionnaire about your music taste. So they're going to be asking this very cheap on the show recordings. He didn't say this, but I'm thinking, are you going to ask me if I'm Reddit and stuff? I don't know, that's maybe that's what they have. He said one of the defendants is a very well-known musician. Music culture is a big part of what ties these defendants together. He said you might know rap music, or you might know the defendants. So they said Lil Durk with his nickname when they introduced the charges. They said Edie or D-Ski, which was his rap name. As far as I'm aware, I never heard of the music for Brown Eyes. Anyway, they basically went on and they said that, look, the thing got this wrong, despite this part just flew by, but I feel like he said that he's hoping that this whole thing will be done by the 14th of September. When the details could change, that's why I thought he said anyway, he said that he's going to answer the questionnaire and this checks. They've got any pre-paid vacations that conflict with the exact timing of this day, these courtbacks, this trial, they're trying to get actions that they will get out of many of these business owners that are responsible for their own financial income that will be demanding their forced to come to the courthouse every single day. He said he's got the top of the fact. He said jury service, I thought this was pretty high. He said jury service privilege. He said jury service predates the United States of America as it exists. He said they had juries in relation to crimes in colonial times before the US was even a thing. We were sitting together in juries. I was getting history and stuff. I thought it was really fascinating and really important, and just goes to show you that the actual justice system and this process that Lil Durk is going through, this predates America in itself. Now, he did say, he said, look, I'll be fair. He was like, back in them times, the only people that could be on jurors were white landowners, and he said that would be appalling today. That's why there's going to be a diverse community of people that are invited to be on this jury. He said, I need to know about any mental or physical illnesses that are relevant. He said, defendants crying on the news.
Just slide up until you can't see it anymore. That's I love this one because it has a little compartment that collects the trimmed nails, plus a built-in file, which is pretty cool. Hopefully this helps. It's definitely a safer option, and if you need this tool, click the link below.
Wow, I just got $260. That's more than what I needed for these tickets. Oh!
Dave can give you up to $500 with this account called Extra Cash.
Is it cat or fat? Here's what to find out. Because I'm trying to get some concert tickets that's about to sell out. Alright, so I downloaded Dave, and look, and it says no late fees or interest. And I can pay it back at a later date and things like that. As long as I pay for a while. I'll send you $500. I'm going to the account that's selling $250. Wow, I just got $260. That's more than what I needed for these tickets. Oh! I can't wait to tell my friends I'm going with them. This is the best money hack ever. Y'all have to download Dave. He made it very clear when this matter happened. This is very high profile. It happened at the Beverly Center. It was mainstream news all over the world. The footage of Quando screaming on the news was on TNT. This was massive news in LA. In the world. I was in the UK still when this happened, and I just could not believe it. I was dumbfounded by this news. So, interestingly, when I was at the David trial, I was asking our reporters going to cover the Durk trial, and there were people that were like, I don't know who Durk is. Who's that? So I think there are going to be plenty of people that don't know who Durk is.
we are in a sort of social media, rap music, real music bubble sometimes. At the same time, they sometimes look, knowing who Little Dark is doesn't necessarily impede you from being on this jury, but like, you know, specific things that are going to tie you to this case, or like,
We need to distribute
it's
these
not going to be
blankets.
okay.
Need something, mate? I'd suggest moving along. We need to distribute these blankets.
You have to let them know. The judge, the lawyers, etc. You need to let us know, and we're going to work it out for that. So they're given a long list of if they said, look, don't be scared. You've got 35 witnesses from the government, 25 witnesses from NERC. Not necessarily all of them are going to be included. Just if you recognise any of these names last night. He then got into the whole gang situation, which was very important. He said, this isn't a gang case. So the government is in their rights to say that certain co-conspirators and defendants, you have evidence from Chicago gangs back in the day. Their gangs are cases for reasons that residents are not getting basic the crime itself is not getting paid. This is the difference between crimes that aren't gang crimes. So you can persuade me to believe that it's not to deal with these national murders and separate statements. Clearly, like this, all of them. There's a small amount of gang evidence that can play a small role in this case. They basically made very clear that the punishment in this case is good by him and time very you guys can argue for want to get them guilty to get them guys in so that ain't the problem. So the question is being asked you guys did they commit this murder crime at least truckers. So the jury is allowed to form or express their own opinion on the case. They're not allowed to form an opinion on the case. Excuse me, let me rephrase it. They basically said that the jury is allowed to take in all the information from the case, and they're not allowed to express their fully formulated opinion into deliberation. They're allowed to take in that info, they're allowed to think about it. You know, they might be their target on the next day, they do some amazing evidence to the clarity. They said until you get to like deliberation stage, you guys aren't on sit around and be like, yeah, I think you did it. So he made that
fucking bro, what the fuck, man? Come on, man. Fuck, bro. Man. Hello? Yeah, chilling. Finishing this movie. I'm chilling, I'm good. I'm not doing nothing. Well, I got it on. I've seen this movie 1,000 times. I just got it on for this quick time. Yeah, type shit. I'm just, yeah. Damn, it's already 10:30. What the fuck? That's crazy. I thought it was like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
I guess you had a really good day.
Yeah. It was good. It wasn't, you know. It was a good day. No complaints.
It's all good these days. Nice little day. Nice little chill before you get the fuck on somewhere.
Yeah. I didn't watch closely, so I'll do it tomorrow when I get back.
I got you. Well, I wish I could help you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, it was so funny.
You said I wish I could help you. That was sweet of you.
Word, because laundry is never fun.
Yeah, it has its moments. That's why I be trying to do it before the bag gets full. Because I only have like one bag and shit, so I be trying to do it before it gets filled up. Because once it's like filled up, it's like a hassle.
Yeah, I try to wait like a good, like 7 to 10 days where I could separate color and whites into two loads.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for trouble?
Yeah.
Stick around here much longer and you'll find it.
I like to do it like, as long as the bag is not like crazy, you know, give it a week or two.
I wonder what kind of detergent you use.
It would have burned had it not been here.
I usually use like Tide or like Bounty.
Bounty?
Yeah, I used to use something else, but I forgot the name of it. I never really.
I don't want you to use those detergents with all those chemicals. Especially if you like to eat clean, right?
Yeah. I got you. I'll do my homework.
Nah, I'm not your teacher.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know what detergents is good. I usually just get whatever's on sale and shit.
I feel like most people do that too.
Yeah.
Looking
like I used to get like a specific time, but I can't get in contact with those people anymore, so.
Like you used to order from like a small business.
Yeah, it was like a mom and pop spot that they used to have like the big ass gallons of soap and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel it.
But I lost contact with those people, so. What soap you use?
I know a website that they got like clean laundry detergent. I buy my soap from there, like the bar of soap with like shea butter and like natural ingredients and shit.
Yeah. I gotta see what's good with that.
I'm gonna send it to you.
I appreciate that. Definitely start using some new stuff.
Word. Well, you look handsome tonight. I feel like you got a little sparkle in your eye or something. I don't know.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure you'll see it before me, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have the painting.
The twinkle in my eye.
What's up? You look mad or something?
That's just my face.
I don't know. I feel like I see you smiling. I see you smiling a good few times.
Yeah, that's when I'm in a smiling mood. Like, that's just my face. My face looks stern, but I be chilling. I don't be. Trust me, I don't be mad.
I feel you. You only really gotta tell me once, I promise. You're tired.
A little bit, but I'm gonna get some sleep soon. I'm not that tired, but I'll be okay.
What you looking at?
You already in bed?
I never really talk to you from the bed because I don't trust myself.
I end up falling asleep. You're gonna end up falling asleep.
No, I'm not. Not with you on the phone. I didn't even smoke.
Yeah, I'm just smoking the vape.
Oh,
The vape. The THC vape.
you smoke cigarette?
Nah, unless I'm drinking, but
I used to smoke cigarettes. I quit like 3 years ago.
it's not bad. That's good.
It was like, honestly, it was the hardest thing I ever freaking quit. Was smoking them Newports.
Yeah. I stopped. I stopped like 6 years ago, I think, when my grandma died. And when I got back from Vegas, I think. Yeah.
Oh, you've been to Vegas?
Yeah.
Where else you been?
North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Colorado.
Wow, boy, you've traveled.
Well, I used to. I haven't done it in a long time, but yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun.
I love a little cute vacay.
Yeah, it has its moments. It's cool. Vacations are cool.
I like cruises.
Yeah, I was supposed to go on a cruise, but I had to cancel it. But it looked nice. It looked nice. It definitely looks fun.
Why did you cancel that?
Shit popped up, so I just canceled it. Yeah, I would like to go on a cruise one day. If it ever happens, that would be cool.
It has to be Royal Caribbean, okay?
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Don't do no Carnival because you're not really gonna enjoy yourself as much.
Mm.
And Royal Caribbean is like a little more expensive than Carnival, but it's worth it because even the food is better.
Yeah, as long as the food is good, you have decent amenities, should be alright.
Okay, so you know what I like about cruises? That there's always an activity. There's always like a scavenger hunt, or like karaoke, or like bingo. But there's always an event, or like a hot guy contest or a hot girl contest by the pool.
Yeah, that's what's up.
That's what I like about the cruises. That literally there's always something to do.
That's what's up. They keep the schedule packed.
Exactly. What do they call it? An itinerary.
Yeah.
And then you get to see like 3, 4 different islands in a week. Like I feel like you can't beat that.
Yeah, that sounds cool as hell. Yeah, that sounds legit. Open water.
I went to Mexico and I went to the Bahamas and I've been to Cali.
I've never been to Cali. I was gonna go when I went to Vegas because it's only like 30, 40 minutes. But I was like, next time I'll probably go to Cali.
Do you have your license?
Nah,
Why?
born and raised in New York, I never needed it.
What do you mean? But you drive, right?
Well, I used to, but long story short, my car got taken away. So I didn't even bother to deal with none of that shit.
I understand. Yeah, I felt the same way, like, growing up in New York. I mean, I was raised a little bit upstate in Rockland County, but then I came to the city and I did high school. And so I was in the Bronx when I was 16, and I felt the same way. Like, I don't need a license. I don't care to get a license.
Well, when I was down here, yeah. But when I was out of New York, I was driving because you have to drive when you're out of New York. But, yeah.
The thing is, Pooh, that I don't really like to drive. So, like,
I'm sure.
If we're, like, kicking it,
I know you, passenger princess, all that other shit. I already know. You're tired of driving, your legs hurt, drive too much.
Hey, are you good?
Yeah.
I didn't say no, none of that. I didn't say none of that.
So why don't you like driving?
I don't know. It's just not my thing.
I got you. If we kicking it, I got you.
Well, I don't want to make you feel like pressure either, you know.
Yeah, there's no pressures. It's just qualities that you should have, I guess, when you're dealing with somebody.
Is it going too fast for you?
No, I'm just remembering the stuff it takes to be in with somebody.
You know, but I don't want to, stifle you. Like, I don't want to, hold you back. I still want you to feel free to be you. Be who the fuck you want to be, you know? I still want you to feel like that.
Yeah, that's not gonna change, but it's
I'm sorry.
No, you really don't gotta be sorry.
Just, I am sorry for the
Nah, like I said, when you're dealing with somebody, sometimes you have to drive. And that's just a broad statement. I'm not talking about driving realistically. I'm just saying like, so, huh? Yeah. Um, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to find the right words. Yeah, like if you like you said, like sometimes you don't be in the mood to drive and shit, so it's not like I said, it's not like you want to drive 24/7. So yeah, I really yeah.
We just agreed to take it day by day anyways. And it doesn't really matter because so it's supposed to be crossing out here every time we get there. What do you think? What's up, babe?
But I'm chilling. Probably gonna be here for a little while. I'm chilling. But yeah, I'm gonna be letting.
You're gonna be, yeah, you know what? That's a crazy commute to take every day.
It's not bad. I'll probably leave at like 7. Wake up at 6. Leave at 7, 7:30.
You said you was excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm just I don't know. I just be chilling. I don't know how to explain it. I just trying to fill in the time. I'll be chilling.
Fill in the time. I don't understand.
Like, keep myself occupied. Have shit to do.
Like distracted.
Not really a distraction, because I gotta get the stuff done either way. But yeah, just keep my mind focused on so I don't fall off the beaten path.
It felt like a little different when we were texting.
What you mean? That's why fine, that's just and that's nothing on you. It's just that I could never understand that. Like, how can you get a perception off of text? You feel me? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, my text gave off a different impression.
I wasn't looking for an apology. Don't be a dick.
I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying because
I wasn't looking for you to apologize. There's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. This is how I perceived it. That's okay. Maybe you're wrong. Like, it's
no, it's not
really
even.
that deep.
Good. I'm chilling.
Okay, it just, maybe you were talking with your eyes. Maybe we could put it
Nah. Yeah, I'm not really a talkative person, and I do want to say sorry because, like, I really just don't be talking.
also, could you understand why I perceive the conversation through text the way I did? Because
Yeah, but, and then like I said, I apologize for even giving that off. That yeah, I meant it, but the fact that I can't hold up my end of the bargain, that's why. Like it's not like you're not saying that for no reason. You're saying that for a reason. You gave your reason, and like I said, I'm not frustrated. I'm just literally just explaining, bro. Like I think, like I don't fucking get it, bro. Like you're supposed to just say what you say, and then that's it. You feel me? Like I can't like. That's what I said, bro. This shit is like it doesn't like. I don't know. Was I not supposed to say something to defend myself in that manner? Like, yeah, I understand. I'm not the fucking. I don't have conversations out the ass. I apologize for that. But like I said, I'm not a talkative type of person. Like like I said, it's not you. It's not you. Like I'm just all fucked up. I'm really fucked up. Like I'm really fucked up. It's good. It's good. Like I said, I enjoy our conversations. I enjoy these moments, but if I'm not doing my part, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not there yet. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be there. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to overwhelm you. It's good. It's good. I'm not. I'm not saying that you don't. I don't want to give off that impression that you don't. Yeah, but you keep saying unsure. I'm not unsure about this. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean when you say I'm unsure? Like, what do you mean by that?
showed up, like, how deep you're gonna get, like, do you feel like you understand it?
Yeah, for the most part, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just really just fucked up right now. I don't know how to. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm good. I'm good, man. Gotta get my shit together. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
It's that it's only you're fucked up and then it's only you're good. And that to me is a little short.
Because two things could be right at the same time. Like I said,
It's a very good point. Like Jumbo Shrimp.
well, like what? Or yeah, two things could be right. Um, yeah, like I said, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need you to worry. Huh? The what? I don't know. Mm.
Sometimes I